So it's wonderful that we can meet here together. Certainly from my position, I never know what my future will be. The body is very unstable. I seem to have endless blood tests and scans and so on. But that's what we read about in our Dharma text, that we arise independent origination on external factors, internal factors linked with our DNA, our family inheritance, and also with all the pollution that's in the world. We are all carrying so much plastic in our body, toxins in our body. It's not surprising that sickness is very readily available. Because the clear thing is, we can't keep the world out. The world comes into us through water, through food, through pollutants in the air. We are part of this world. And because the world has been treated with enormous disrespect since the in particular since the Industrial Revolution, we now partake of all kinds of factors which are hostile to our health. So many people get sick. We all will die. How we will die, we don't know. But bearing it in mind is very important. So in relation to the movement activities that are being offered, I always would encourage you to participate, because without a body, you can be reborn as a pig or a dog. If you want to have a human body, then there's something about understanding what is the nature of a human body, how the 5 elements operate in the human body, and that this body is part of the world. Our ego self turns us back on ourselves. I am here. It's as if I live inside my body and I look out through my senses and connect with situations. But that's not true at all, because the world comes in through my eyes, through my ears, through breathing in and out, through drinking and urinating and so on. We are part of this world. And this is at the heart of the Mahamudra teachings, that we are not entities separated from the field of experience. Although to our ego self it may seem that there is a kind of threshold in front of us and we can step into the world or step out of the world, we cannot step out of the world. We are always in the world. Even in Tibet, when the yogis were in caves very high up, they needed to eat, they needed to drink, they needed some clothing, they had sponsors. There was always circulation going on. So the more we can see this in ourselves, that we are participants within a field that we have always been part of. We began when at the moment of conception to develop this body, then our body came out of our mother's body, and since that time it's been participating in the world. If the baby doesn't breathe, it dies. Breath, which is to say take the world into yourself, take the old air out of yourself. Breath is life, and life is connectivity. So although we sit for meditation quietly in ourselves, it's not a solitary activity, because it could only happen if you were alive. So aliveness is the focus of Mahamudra. Mahamudra is just one of the many words for the mind itself. There are 2 main possibilities. Everybody has a mind, otherwise we wouldn't have experience. But the 2 possibilities are that you awaken to how your mind actually is, or you continue to imagine that you are a fixed entity with enduring personality, that you are a construct of the factors from your family, from the school you went to, that culture holds you in place, and as a construct with a particular shape, certain factors of the world are available to you and you can fit in, and other factors are not available and you find yourself on the outside. So when we are in our ego self-positioning, moment by moment we are making choices. Choices which not only select from the many complex factors which are arising around us, but the selection also is the formation of our self-positioning in that moment. And because our self is not a thing, because we are moving with our moods, our feelings, with the temperature, with whether we are hungry or not, with whether we are tired or not, all of these factors influence our availability for participation. So in this text that we'll look at, we're exploring how to get closer to the mind as it is in itself, which is not constructing the mind. The mind is intrinsic, it's there from the very beginning, but it's become covered over by habits of accretion, just as the shells that we see on the beach have been built up slowly, layer by layer, with these calcium deposits. So in our interactions with the world, we layer more and more sense of ourselves. We develop a narrative of ourselves, we can talk about ourselves in different ways, and this seems to be the primary domain that we inhabit. I, me, myself. Mahamudra would suggest that this can sometimes be comforting, but it's not, it lacks insight and it lacks clarity, because it's offering us a conceptual framework as a basis for self-identification. I grew up in this place, my parents were like this, we had to go to church or to synagogue or to masjid, we learned certain dogmas and beliefs, and with these concepts and these opinions and these approaches, we gradually built up a sense of who we are. This is the shell within which the fragility of the ego is protected. The ego wants a shell. The ego wants to have an identity which can function as a kind of buffer zone between its more vulnerable, unformed aspects and how it mediates connection in the world. This connection with the world, in our ordinary human body, in our human culture, this relationship is always mediated through language. So we not only have the immediacy of the phenomena which come to us through our senses, but we are moving in our particular share or slice of the semiotic field, the field of interpretation, what makes sense to us, what seems important to us, and what doesn't seem so important to us. That is to say, we participate through interpretation. From the Buddhist point of view, this interpretation is a barrier to awakening to how your mind actually is. From the ego's point of view, this interpretation is how we manage ourselves in a complex field which offers many options, many choices, which are difficult to decide on because our ego sense of self is not fixed. So, Mahamudra, which means the great seal or the great gesture, which is definitive in some way, is the fact that truth itself, or absolute truth, seals itself in itself as itself. It doesn't need any external reference point. So, at the moment, there are many wars in the world. The United Nations and all the different United Nations bodies concerned with the welfare of children, and food supply, and so on, are ceaselessly having to negotiate how they can access the people who are suffering, how to make things work. This is the domain of the ego self, and it's always up for grabs. People can look like good guys one day and bad guys the next day. Realpolitik, this kind of hard-nosed, self-referential pragmatism, which is pursued by most powerful countries, means that me first is our calling card. What about us? Where's the benefit in this for me? And this perverts any attempt we might have to live ethically and to hold the benefit of all in mind. So we find this again and again. The Buddhist texts are saying, may all sentient beings be happy. And then if you read a newspaper or you watch the news, you see, this is not a popular cry. How can my people be benefited and fuck the rest of them? We don't care. You see this explicitly. There's a huge civil war in the Sudan at the moment, and it's been cooked up by Western weapons. That's been cooked up by colonial history, including, of course, the British colonial history. We had control over Sudan for many years. And it's a hellish mess. And we don't know how to stop it. This is what we see again and again. Ideas like the welfare of all, the benefit of all rise up. And this is our heart song. This is what we would really like. But to enact that becomes almost a kind of foolishness, because you're pulled into taking sides. This is the thing about what we call samsara, this cycle of rebirth, of repeated experiences, that we don't enter into a neutral world. We enter into a world which already has values embedded in it, torques invested in it. And we absorb these in our childhood. You can absorb it through the support that your family might have for a particular football team, where you believe that these people are really good and other football teams are shit. You might have it in terms of your religious orientation, that Catholics are superior to Protestants and so on. Biases come very easily. The regions of most countries have got tales from the past about how the people who live in the south or the east or the west are stupid, and we live in the best part. So the opening of ourselves to the whole, to the infinite, to the indivisible, to that which is never fragmented, never broken apart. This is the path of deep Dharma that we have in Madhyamika, in Mahamudra, in Dzogchen. But most of the time, in our daily life, we are moving in fields of fragmentation, in which the fragments are invested with value, and these values are hostile to each other. So this is why, in the Buddhist tradition, it's important for us to look at the words of the wise, of the great meditators, and to take advantage of what they have distilled through many generations as essential teachings which point to how things actually are. And that's what we'll be doing. We have two texts. The first one we'll look at is by Pema Karpo, and the second by Tipun Pema Chogyal. They're both very similar. Tipun Pema Chogyal is a notebook written down on the basis of what he remembered from instruction when he was younger and that he used for teaching. Pema Karpo is a very, very great scholar in the Drukpa Kagyud tradition. There are many, many Tibetan traditions, and there are many aspects of this understanding, which can appear very technical and very alienating, you don't have to grab hold of all of it. An awful lot of it is like the froth on a cappuccino. It's not very relevant to you in your life, but somehow I'll be touching on it. The main thing is to get the coffee itself, get a real hit. You think, wow, okay, that's something. And that's what I'll be trying to highlight for you. Some of us were here 2 years ago, and we looked again at Mahamudra. The approach to Mahamudra that we looked at then is what is called in Tibetan Ngo Chakchen. Means the Mahamudra of the essence or of the mind itself or of emptiness. That approach is a mood-based approach. So that the texts that we were looking at are rather beautiful. They're full of images of the sky or waves or the seasons, and they create an ambience which softens us and increases our aesthetic appreciation. And through that we start to live in an embodied way in dialogue with the world around us. We feel the impact of the world through our senses, and we respond. So that there's this ceaseless pulsation of receiving, responding, receiving, responding. The texts that we're doing this time belong in the Drukpa Kagyud tradition, which is one of the main Kagyupa lineages, and they are very they're very kind of nailed down in their approach. They show you how to put it together. They are, if you like, the IKEA of Mahamudra. So you need to have your little key to make everything fit together. This laying things out in a logical way means that there are definite ways of practicing, which I'll explore with you, and it'll give you a sense of whether you're making progress or not. If you can identify more precisely problems that arise, and then we can look at antidotes that help to rectify them. All of this is very useful. The shadow side of it is that it helps you to gain a sense that you know what's going on. So who is the one who thinks they know what's going on? This is our ego self. So you have to be very sensitive to not use the clarity of the exposition from Pema Karpo and the clarity of the description of the techniques that we use as a way of reinforcing ourselves as agents who make things happen. Because the fundamental structure of the ego is to be the one who does, the one who makes. And when we have that position, it always starts with me. I am here in myself, looking on the world, and I act and I make things happen. Some of you are maybe more familiar with the Dzogchen view, which of course means that we open ourselves to the source, to the ground, and we experience that this source, although it's completely ungraspable, that it has no fixed content in itself, offers us nothing to rely on, nonetheless it's always moving and changing. So the ungraspable stillness of the mind itself, which is sometimes called the Dharmakaya, is inseparable from the radiance or the translucence or the luminosity of what is arising. Everything is the radiance of the mind. That's not a theoretical proposition, it's actually how it is. At the same time, the radiance of the mind is dulled by our own felt need to interpret what's going on. So we have, through our education, through our interest, We've acquired huge amounts of knowledge and information, which we then apply to whatever we see. So as some of us have explored before, if you go for a walk, you see many trees and bushes. You can look at them in terms of what you might know about them. You might know their name, you might know their function. There are many plants in the fields, what is edible, what's not to be eaten. You mediate your relationship with what you're receiving through your information, through your knowledge bank. So the potential is arising, but we don't receive it in a fresh way because the space of our mind is already filling up with our responses, which go out and grab hold and make patterns and make formations. This is how we live. This is the condition of human beings. And the work of the practice is to relax ourselves out of the fundamental anxiety that drives that will to power, the will to know what's going on. What does it mean? Why are we doing this? What's it for? Because this formative activity is very effective. We come up with solutions. Human beings are very, very good at inventing new formations. The formations then hang like a potential, like being very, very wealthy and you have an infinite wardrobe with hats and coats and dresses and trousers and shoes, so many costumes you can wear. And because you have all these clothes, your primary interest is on clothes. And you forget you have a naked body, and there's nothing wrong with being naked. But you never see your naked body. You don't value it because the clothes are the thing. So for us, our concepts, our memories, our shared knowledge, which allows us to enter into dialogue with other people, this becomes the object of our fixation. So in Dzogchen and Mahamudra, our task is to relax out of this activity, this unnecessary activity. Why is it unnecessary? Because it's based on a lie. I want to maintain my sense of self. That is to say, I start with the felt sense, which seems true for us. I exist. I am me. That seems irreducible. I just am. Here I am. The world's a complex place. I need to work out how I position myself in this world of others, other people who may have negative intentions towards myself, or at least be indifferent towards my welfare. So I'm proactively scanning the world for possibilities of advantage and possibilities of danger. I want to increase the advantage and I want to diminish the danger. So this is how the ego is functioning. Now, why is that a lie? Because the ego forms itself through its activity of protecting itself. So, for example, oh, come with me, my friend. So now I am going to play cricket. So I have a cricket bat, and the ball's going to come down, and I'm kind of ready, get my feet steady. I'm playing cricket. Of course, I'm not playing cricket. It's an idea. But we can enter into that kind of swimming. It's a wonderful sea here, isn't it? We imagine things all the time. All the time. Our ideas manifest as the formations which we then believe to be already there. So we're flipping something, as it were, over our shoulder into the future. which we then catch as if it's always been there. I exist. My existence, I'll put this in another language, my existence is dynamic. I don't exist as a thing. I am a non-entity. I am a non-existent thing, and yet here I am. And that's the same for each of us here. We are coming into formation moment by moment as you sit here. So you're getting used to sitting on, some of you sitting on the floor. It's a little bit damp in here. Your knees will probably want to enter into the conversation after a bit, say something, because we are responsive. This is how we are. We don't exist before the event. Moment by moment, we are formative, and that formation doesn't arise from some internal pot of truth inside ourselves. It is truly dialogic. It's part of our communication with the factors around us, because we comment on what we experience, and we remember things which are long since gone. And as we know now, most memory is invented anyway. It's a reconstruction. So the ego is not a thing which needs protection, except through skillful use of how it comes into the world. When we protect the ego as I, me, myself, there's a self-referential turn in that. How am I doing? Am I okay? Am I safe? What's happening to me? But this me has no existence of its own. So I'm chasing a shadow. I'm bringing something into being by participating. This is very like the theatre. The play comes alive by the way the actors participate through having learned the script and by being on the stage and interacting with each other. The actors are all liars and cheats. They're paid to deceive you. We pay money to be deceived. That's a very important thing to be aware of. I want to be deceived. And it's always available. So the actors perform a play that takes us in. We believe what is occurring, and it is occurring in its moment-by-moment actuality, but not in the establishment of any truth. So the characters in famous plays don't exist. But when you expose yourself to the descriptions, then they appear to be existent. Dr. Faustus becomes more, as it were, fleshed out, more redolent in complex values as you read into Goethe's text. The text brings you into a creation of the felt sense that this is believable. So this is what the ego is. It is something we believe in. Now, if that belief is about ourselves and your whole life is devoted to maintaining your belief in your true existence, that's a wee bitty small. That's a wee bitty sad. It's like you're stuck in a game that can't go anywhere because the main thing is to just be there. From the Dharma point of view, when we look directly at the mind itself, when we open to how our mind is in itself, of itself, we find we can't find anything. There is nothing to grasp. There is no fixed essence or truth. But this is not an empty void. This is not a kind of total negation, because it's a space of potential. Thoughts, feelings, memories, and so on arise. And what we start to see in meditation practice is, I am not the thinker of my thoughts. thoughts arise in the mind, many, many thoughts, feelings, sensations, so many. But I select some of them. I pay special attention to some of them, and they become, as it were, figural or foregrounded. And with these ones, because I'm giving them my attention and adopting them and maybe consciously running them in my mind, it is as if I am the thinker of that thought. But it's a kind of second-hand thing, because the thought arrived, it spoke to us, it merges into us, and it is as if it is our own personal proposition. But we didn't make the thought. We don't make what we do, we just do it. For the people who are in the kitchen, there's ingredients, there's some kind of recipe, there's knives and chopping blocks and so on, and cooking is done. I'm talking just now, I don't know what I'm going to say. The words come out through being with you. If you really see the point of that, that's how it is. Like if you're driving a car, you're driving a car according to the condition of the roads. If somebody cuts in front of you and then slows down and suddenly you're a bit wary, how you're driving is determined by them. Your driving is dialogic. The state of the roads, are there potholes, is there loose gravel? Is the road very, very busy or very, very quiet? Are you tired? It's a participative endeavor. That is to say, it is subject and object moving together. It doesn't start with the subject, it starts with the connection. Once we start to see that, then we can explore how I limit my freedom to participate. Because if I've got some blinkered, self-confirming, self-reassuring views of myself, this repertoire, which stabilizes my seeming enduring sense of self, is blocking me from having a wider, more immediate responsivity to what's occurring. I'm not participating, I'm trying to enact the repetition of the factors that confirm me to me. So that's why when we do the practice, we look at these two things, wisdom and compassion. In wisdom, we see the emptiness of the mind itself. In developing compassion, we become aware of just how miserably and tediously we are self-referential. That we're going on and on about ourself and our welfare and our traumas and God knows what. And it's pretty damn boring. And we could be free of that. What is it that helps us to be free is simply to tilt the focus. Instead of it being tilted towards what does this mean for me, is tilted towards how could this be utilized for the benefit of others. So whatever is arising, instead of being employed as a maintenance guardian of my fragile sense of self, it moves out towards true, authentic participation in the moment with the field as it is disclosed to me. So I'm not cooking up some master plan of how to save all sentient beings, but I make myself available to be touched and moved, touched and moved. And I don't need to know what to do, because nobody knows what to do. And that's very, very helpful. Bumbling Joe Biden is a very, very dangerous person. He's very old. He's quite a bit older than me, and he's not doing too well. This is dangerous because there are nasty bastards out there. There are people who wish ill to the world that we've got accustomed to. But he believes in himself. Mrs. Biden believes in him. And a lot of people, they don't want to say too much. Maybe it'll be okay. Fingers crossed. He has been a good guy. My father was a good guy. but he's dead. You know, the fact that something was good doesn't mean that it's always good. It's good for a while. It's situationally good. The things I did as a kid, climbing trees, riding my bicycle, zipping in and out of traffic, I can't do now. I can't do that. I did them. But who is the I that did them? It was a momentary constellation of the potential of the self in a situation. So that's what the text will be easing us towards examining. What is the basis for the construction of our sense of what has to be maintained, what has true value? And if we could loosen up from that and not grasp onto it and hold it so much, we are then free to move and respond. And we then become a vehicle or a site of the emergence of truly connective compassion. We are with the other. We're not ahead of the other. We're not behind them, pushing them in the right way. We're just with them. And this withness is an infinite invitation to the other to be with us. And that would be the end of loneliness. And there's huge amount of psychological research now pointing to this epidemic of loneliness that is spreading, that people don't have any ethical map of the world, and they don't have any compass whereby they can think about what shall I do with my life. They are alienated, adrift, they are refugees. We know what's happened to what we call indigenous peoples all over the world, those who belong to that soil. In the South American jungles, in what happened to Native Americans in North America. But from the other point of view, we are all indigenous. The ground, the basis, the source, is the source of all. We emerge from that source. It is the ego self which acts as the colonial, it's the primary unawareness of not seeing that you are inalienably part of what is unfolding that leads to the development of the ego self as something which can be maintained and developed. And with that development, we are then imprisoned in an error that instead of seeing ourselves as part of the unfolding display, we're trying to secure our territory. So the more we relax ourselves from the fear of non-existence and can see the ground or basis of myself is nothing. I am nothing. I cannot be found as anything fixed and reliable. Whatever could be said about James is a pattern of interpretation or allegation that has some nuance or some impact for a while. Then it dissolves and it dissolves. These are just patterns. James is nothing. Or the other side of that, James is a potential to be many things. Only by being nothing at all can I have the potential to be everything. I don't mean everything in some egomaniac kind of notion, but more that if I truly open to the situation, I will be called forth and take on some role which will take me into some activity. There are lots of people now, for example, who are involved in campaigning against climate change, and they find themselves going on marches and shouting slogans and getting in trouble with the police, and they would never have done it before. But they feel called to do that because something touches them. They think, this is fucking outrageous. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I cannot fall asleep with this. This is bad, bad news. It is irreversible. Irreversible. But we don't see that very much. You know, we don't get taken as school children to the local hospital and watch people in the final stages of diseases that will kill them. Now, you're 7 years of age. This is time to meet Mr. Death. Look at this person's face. They've gone all squidgy. They're not happy, are they? Ooh, and they smell pretty bad because their bum doesn't work very well now. What school would ever offer you that opportunity? Instead, you're encouraged to keep your life together, make progress. You can do it. You can become whatever you want. The lie. We are so used to lying. We lie to ourselves, I exist. We lie about politics. We lie about our national history. So the function of Mahamudra and Dzogchen is to sit in the practice, as we'll do in these graded ways that they describe, and gradually see that the ingredients with which I constitute my sense of self are each impermanent. They are thoughts, feelings, sensations, memories, and when you sit with them, they have no substance. They just move across. Like a sunset, you see these different colors arising in the sky. It's undeniable that the colors are there, but you can't get hold of them. You can't catch them. You can't catch sound, and you can't catch thought. But we create something out of that. So the more we are able to see the ingredients, if they're non-self-referential, then all these different thoughts and feelings and memories can become vehicles of connectivity whereby we enrich the lives of others and others enrich our lives. And you have the mutual benefit of co-emergence. So duality, or separating out from the ground, when it's installed as a binary opposition, I exist, therefore I am not nothing. And I'm going to insist that I exist, and I'm going to spend my life asserting my existence. When you have that binary opposition, which is pervasive, it's the basis of all human cultures, and then you read the Heart Sutra, and it says, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Form is not other than emptiness. Existence is not other than emptiness. Emptiness is not other than existence. I exist as empty formations. Then we start to see, oh, all the things which I am, I don't need to be, because the root, the Dharmakaya, the mind of the Buddha, is an emptiness which embraces everything. But I can manifest through these other aspects, the Sambhogakaya, the Nirmanakaya, I can manifest in order to connect with many different people in different ways. So, as is said in the text, the Dharmakaya, or the mind, the purity of the mind, is for you. That's your share. That's your inalienable share. When you look and look and look and you see, my mind is not a thing. I am not a thing. That's your share. Then coming with that is the movement, the expression of the creativity, the potential of that unborn emptiness. And that's how you participate. And that's for the other. So that wisdom and compassion are united together. So that's, the rough direction that we're going to be going in. And I think these texts should be very helpful to us. So it's almost 7. So if we take a break now, and then we just have our food and have an easy evening, and start together on the timetable tomorrow. Okay, so if you can't hear me, just wave, because we need to stay connected. It's very good to be here with you, and also in particular I enjoy seeing how people collaborate and talk together and the ease of being together. This is a major part of our Dharma. There are many cultural influences on Dharma as it moves from culture to culture. Different countries have different styles. Traditionally, Dharma teachings have been aligned with patriarchy and hierarchy, privileging the rich and insider groups. We hopefully in the West have had enough of that, and we want to have a more from the bottom up. From the bottom up might sound not very inspiring for people who like to be at the top, because they're always worried about people at the bottom. But we are the followers of Kuntu Zampo. And when we remember these many teachings from Kuntu Zampo, but particularly the Kunsang Monlam, the aspiration of Samantabhadra, it begins by talking of the Ji, the ground, the base. Everything starts with the ground. And the ground is the potential in each person. That's the most important thing. If you didn't have a mind, you couldn't work out what is the true nature of your mind. So we already have a mind. You already have the most important thing. It is intrinsic. It's not something you have to make or develop. It's not something that some people have more of than others. Buddhas don't have more enlightened mind than you have, because we don't make enlightenment. There are many, many teachings which have become formulated inside this hierarchical interpretation. But from the view of Drukpa Kagyud, the great completion, the starting point is always the ground, the basis. That is to say, how are you? Because if you start to investigate how you are, what starts to dissolve is the notion of who you are and what you are. What you are, who you are, these are conclusions. These are the end of a process, and unfortunately, not the end of a process of inquiry. They are the end of a process of assumption of things you have learned, introjected, taken into yourself, so you know you are like this, you are like that. We don't want to go in that direction, because it's a cul-de-sac. It's just a dead end. You can't progress with that. We want to see, how am I? We sit, we have a body. Body has sensation. Comfortable, not comfortable, healthy, sick. Many different permutations arise. Same with our speech, with our breath, with our potential moving out. Many, many variations. Sometimes it's easy to be with others. Sometimes we want to be more on our own. Our connectivity fluctuates. And with our mind, also many different things arise. Thoughts, memories, plans. The mind is unknowable in terms of its content, because you always know about it after the fact. And because it's gone after the fact, half the evidence is missing. This is why in every university you have departments of history, because half the evidence is missing, and so people develop their theories of history and fight about the origins of the First World War, whatever. Why? Because it's an interpretation. And one of the great things that the Buddha points out is that interpretation is fabrication, it is not truth. Now, if the truth of history could be established, so many professors would be made redundant. You wouldn't need to study it at school for 5 years, 7 years. 6 months would be enough, maybe even 1 month. You just made points, all true, thank you. It's not like that. We live in an interpreted world. Why? Because nothing is firmly established. The actual nature of all experience is empty of, as they say in the Buddhist language, inherent existence. It means an existence which just inheres, which is intrinsic, which is part of me, and in fact which is the basis of me being me. So I answer to the name of James. I have been called James among many other things. And this Jamesness seems to point to something inside me, some essence of me. People imagine they know me. I doubt it. I don't know me, and I've been looking for a very long time. Because there is no one to know. There is no essential, unchanging essence of me, which is something. The unchanging essence of me is nothing. That is the unborn openness within which everything arises. So in Mahamudra, they're often saying the mind is like the sky or like space. Space includes everything. It is infinite, infinite. The infinite includes all finites. Everything which is possible arises in space. Now, if it comes from space, that is its ground, that is its basis. It doesn't become something by coming out of nothing. It is a form of nothing. This is the essential deep message of Mahayana Buddhism. Every something is inseparable from nothing. And so it sits on the cusp, on this kind of fulcrum point of something, nothing, something, nothing. If you say it's nothing, nothing, nothing at all, that's a delusion because we're here. If you say, well, I'm here and I'm someone, who are you going to be in 5 minutes? You don't know. That's not a very clear kind of somethingness. So we are both nothing and something, and this is our potential. But it has to be open to and embraced. So that when we find the basis of our existence, the ji, the ground, is nothing at all. Everything is the display of nothing. This is the main teaching of Dzogchen and Mahamudra. But at the moment, for many of us, this is difficult to apprehend. We might get a conceptual understanding, but we continue to grasp at phenomena, to grasp at experiences. And so, on the path, we seek mediation, that between me, as I am in what appear to be my limitations, my finitude, which has characteristics of knowability, because we can all tell stories about ourselves. This quality of being ourselves needs protection. So we begin by taking refuge, which you have on this sheet. This short refuge and bodhicitta aspiration is very, very popular was very popular in Tibet. And the function of refuge is to give yourself a reference point. That is to say, if you were traveling out in a countryside you didn't know, maybe in the desert, it would be very important to know where the sun is and when the moon comes up and how to read the stars, because they will give you a sense of direction. Otherwise, when you look around, you just see sand, and the wind blows and the dunes change their shape, and it's very easy to get lost. So we need some triangulation point. There's me, there's where I seem to be, and then there's this reference point. And in general Buddhism, the reference point is Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The Buddha is the one who has awoken, awoken from the delusion of believing in real separate entities. And the Dharma is what he taught, and the Sangha is those who practice this. Some of the Sangha, the high Bodhisattva Sangha, almost enlightened, and some are like us, and people who are interested in Dharma and who want to soften this tightness, this rule-based affirmation that I exist. So we rely on something else. For some people that's very scary, because they think, I have to rely on myself. I don't trust anyone. In this world nowadays, being paranoid makes a lot of sense, because our governments are clearly crazy. War could be just around the corner. I mean, the fact that Russia went into Ukraine, the boundary is not very strong, and they could go over the next boundary, and what would happen? Which brave people are going to go to war? We believe it's nice to sell them arms, and Ukraine can build up a war debt. That'd be nice for our future pension plan. But we don't want to go to war. Let someone else die on our behalf. We are a Christian country. Jesus did it, so why can't the Ukrainians? You have to see, these are paradigms. These are structures of organization of facts. Someone else making a sacrifice for others is a very good idea. Sacrificing ourselves, not so attractive. When the British were in charge of India, there were very few British people there. But they established the Indian army regiments and divisions from different areas. They increased the hostility of the local nationalistic tendencies of these groups, so they became rivalrous, so that they wouldn't all join together against the British, policy of divide and rule. And that's how a few people control things. We have to see the power of ideas. Everything is an idea. Ignorance is an idea. Being unaware of your own ground is because you're over-aware of ideas. You fall in love with ideas. You hold on to the idea, and it is as if the idea will keep you afloat. So we are all like baby swimmers. We have our piece of polystyrene or piece of cork. We hold it in front of us and we're paddling up and down and we feel very brave. This is the idea we hold on to. I exist. Here I am. Look at me, mommy. But if we take this away, then we start to sink. So now we are going to change our point of reference from a deluded notion that I really exist, I am someone, towards I can rely on the Buddha, who is someone special because he's no one. And this paradox is so vital to our practice, because you can't catch the Buddha. Whatever you say about the Buddha will never be a final conclusion. And this, of course, is true of us too. We are non-summative. You cannot sum up a person. All the horrors that exist in the world arise from false knowledge, from men knowing what women are, from Catholics knowing what Protestants are, from Russians knowing what Ukrainians are. Everybody knows a hell of a lot about other people and knows how to define them and reduce them and solidify them. And this reifying knowledge, this is what creates war, exploitation, rape, violence. Now, you can't catch the Buddha. And everyone has Buddha nature. So when you catch someone, what you're doing is ignoring their Buddha nature, their unborn potential. You're taking their clothing, the outer manifestation of identity, to be the essence of the person. You think you know a few facts about someone, and so you've caught them. So, stalking is quite popular. Many people get stalked because the stalker imagines that they know the truth about the person they are stalking. They know absolutely 100% this person loves me, they really want to believe me. They're just playing games with me, but really one day they're going to admit to me they love me. And so you keep pursuing the person and pursuing the person. This can lead to all kinds of horrors, sending endless emails, standing outside the person's house day and night, and so on. Because there is a fixed idea, I know what is true. So when Putin says that the Ukrainians are all Nazis, this kind of false imputation is extremely dangerous, because when it's repeated again and again, how can you deal with it? It's like the way Trump speaks, making these huge grand statements about this kind of inner cabal, these secret groups who are planning the deep state. You can't get any handle on them because they don't exist. But people believe in the figments, in the images of his imagination, so that Trump's imagination becomes the truth. That's pretty crazy. That's very scary. But that's also true of us, because we believe what we imagine. So the reason for taking refuge is to hold on to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha as a reference point, which is about attending to how it is and not telling the world what it is. We don't know. We start with accepting that we are unaware, that we are in ignorance of how it actually is. And if we really hear that, it means, oh, I don't know, so why am I talking as if I knew? I'm singing little lullabies to myself all the time so that I can stay asleep in ignorance. I'm comforting myself by pretending that I know things. But what do I know? Facts about others? Are these really facts? Or are these something developed in mind which we project onto other people? So this is what we have to look at, is how does my mind function? And what is the basis for the establishment of the truth of any expression? What can I rely on? What is reliable? Clearly, with the way that world trade grows and the way that interruptions to world trade happen very easily, there is a very insubstantial basis for the financial security of many countries. We know that many countries were relying on Ukrainian grain, like Egypt and Sudan, and when the invasion happened and the block occurred on the export of that grain, starvation levels started to increase. This is the lived truth of dependent origination. It's not something abstract and theoretical Buddhist logic that we study. It's what you can see to explicate, to illuminate the interdependence of the phenomena in which we live. And we are part of that. The stability of our life depends on so many things. When I got my cancer diagnosis, I got it in a London hospital. When you went in the front door of the hospital, the ceiling was leaking and there was water all over the floor. The escalator wasn't working, but the doctors were wonderful. You know, the infrastructure in Britain is collapsing, but the medical skill is incredible. And I got into treatment reasonably early. In another country it would have happened quicker, but anyway, I got it just in time. In many countries I wouldn't have had that treatment. The cancer would have spread, I would have all kinds of other cancer spreading in the body, and I would be dead. So that's again a kind of dependent origination, where you are, the timing of a GP making a referral. I had some blood in my urine. I'd had that some years before, and he said, we should really check it this time, you know. So on the basis of that GP being a little bit alert and pushing through for the referral, this occurred. This is dependent origination. It's resting on one awake GP who is concerned and who pushed because in that system you have to push. That is our life. It's hanging on little threads, threads of goodwill, but also threads of ill will, where people want to punish other people. So when we take refuge, we're trying to find a way through all of that. What can I depend on? So Siya Lama explained it to me. You can rely on the Buddha because he's very far away and you won't meet him. And you can rely on the Dharma because there's so many kinds of Dharma, you believe whatever kind you want. And you can trust the Sangha, but I wouldn't. That was his special teaching. Anyway, we are naive, so we will rely. Okay, so our tradition is we recite this very slowly because we want to experience the actual foundation of the movement through which we construct our familiar world. That is to say, we have silence, which goes into sound. The sound is interpreted as words, and on the words we start to build associations. So the noun carries adjectives and adverbs, and we build things up. But basically it's sound, and the sound is the breath. So it's just breathing in and out, and then you have ah, and then you have the sound arising. And the meaning, the conceptual density, is resting on air. These are forms of air. These are forms of illusion, like rainbows, like clouds. So when we take refuge, it's not something real, it's a mode of participation in the illusory formation of momentary experience. So you're not relying on something out there to hang on to. You're relying on a quality of participation which keeps you balanced. So the dynamism of the chanting allows us to hear, to make sounds which have meaning and which are also just sound. Empty sound, contextual meaning. Empty sound, contextual meaning. And if we carry that into our daily life when we're chatting with other people, then we hear that. Somebody's telling us about their life and what they do. Contextual meaning and empty sound. What they are doing is they're showing us the play of their imagination, like a jazz improvisation. Due to the mood in the room, the musicians come together and this particular formulation of the tune arises. So that's like it in our conversation. There's nothing to get. What we are doing is learning to participate in nothing as something. So this is our refuge. My voice is not so strong, so if you can lead us, Eva, that would be nice.
Yeah.
So, when we are reciting this, and we can also do it even more slowly, it's like great waves far out in the ocean. The waves are rising and descending, arising and descending, expanding and dissolving. There is only the ocean. The ocean shows as a wave, the wave becomes the ocean. On and on and on. Form emerges from the ocean, is not other than the ocean, and dissolves into the oceans. You see this in many Dharma texts, in Tantra and in Dzogchen, where it says our experience is self-arising and self-liberating or self-vanishing. It just comes and it goes. And we know this. A thought comes in your mind and then it goes. An emotion comes and it goes. A sensation in the body comes and it goes. You don't make it happen and you can't keep it because it's vanishing. Just wave after wave after wave after wave. So if we stay present with the wave, as the wave, this non-duality is very helpful to us. So, when we recite this, we do this usual form of bringing our two hands together. This, of course, has connotations in other religions, as a mark of devotion and so on. I have two hands and they come together. When you have a knife and a fork, they are operating together. Or if you hold your bowl and you have your spoon into the soup, the hands collaborate. You have two hands, but they function together. This is our non-duality, our embodied non-duality. We have two legs, left, right, left, right, left, right. One goes forward, one stays back. The other one goes forward, the other one stays back. They do it in harmony. This is very nice. The heart is going boom, pop, boom, pop, boom, pop. Lungs open and close, open and close. The whole body is a communicative system of expansion and contraction. And with balancing between, for example, the sympathetic, parasympathetic nervous system. Communication is vital. The body starts to get sick and break down when there is poor communication. When the regulatory functions don't keep the balance and you get an excess of certain chemicals in the body or a deficit of certain chemicals, and then the whole system goes out of balance. So regulation is very important. So when we bring our two hands together, it's a symbol of collaboration, of our collaboration with circumstances all around us, and the fact that our embodied being is collaboration. If we don't breathe in, if we don't make the other self, we're going to die. And if we don't make the self other, if we don't breathe out, we're also not going to do well. Same with drinking and urinating, with eating and defecating. It's coming in, it's going out. We are sites of flow. And what we do with that is we can't control it, but we can participate with harmony. So, in the first teachings that the Buddha made, or what we call now the Theravadan teachings, a lot of it is based on the idea of you have to work hard to bring yourself to a state of enlightenment. There are things to be gained, to be adopted, and there are things to be rejected. So you should adopt virtue and discard non-virtue. You should develop insight and avoid distraction and so on. So you get lots of pairs. One side is better than the other. The focus is I need to get out of samsara. Samsara is dangerous. When I die, I don't know where I'm going to go. The factors of my life now are uncertain, but when I die, all kinds of events can lead me to rebirth somewhere else. When we walk on the path here, we see these slugs, little slugs going for a walk. It gets a little bit tired. Oh, this is very flat, peaceful place. It's in the middle of the path, but for the slug, it's thinking, oh, this is nice. Because the slug doesn't see the environment around him. Many creatures are vulnerable because they can't see what's around. We as human beings have the optimal opportunity of both being, as it were, tuned into ourselves and tuned into the environment at the same time and bring about that collaboration. So, in the Mahayana tradition, as we become more aware of the environment and not just focusing on what I have to do to make myself safe, we see that all sentient beings, all that have mind, are vulnerable. They like happiness, but they find themselves with sorrow. The slug wants to be happy, it wants to be safe, but it doesn't know how to be safe, and it puts itself in danger. So that's why the second part of the verse we were reciting is about the bodhisattva vow, that I will do my best to acquire virtue and use it to ripen myself for the sake of others. My energy is for the other. May all sentient beings be happy. These simple statements are unbelievably radical. May all sentient beings be happy. May bad people be happy. May torturers be happy. May rapists be happy. So that sounds a very disturbing thing to say. Why should they be happy? They are bad. That feels right. They are bad. They shouldn't do it. There's something wrong with them. As if there is some bad essence in these people that causes them to do bad things. Bad things are done by bad people. Therefore we have to punish the bad people. This is not at all the Dharma view. All beings have Buddha nature. When we are not aware of our Buddha nature, we are easily seduced by circumstances into false identities. And we know that many children who are abused, who lack love, grow up with some criminal trajectory. See that in the courts day after day after day. When they look for the social worker's report, they see, what a terrible childhood. It predisposes, it tends people towards a life of getting something for nothing. Because I never got anything. Nobody ever did anything for me, so fuck you. And when you have that angry, hateful attitude, it's easy to get pulled into crime. That is a twist, a turn, like a hurricane wave. Very destructive, but it's just air. There's no substance to it. There are no truly bad people, and there are no truly good people. So when we say, may all beings be happy, we are speaking of the potential of awakening and of their desire for happiness, and that what we want for them is not a reward for being good. So this is the main transition which comes in the Dharma teachings of the Buddha. At first it looks like a reward. If you don't do your practice, you won't get anything. It's all up to you. It's a kind of lonely hero off on your own into the mountains. But what is the basis for awakening? It is what is already there. Like the teachings say, if you take a piece of coal and you wash it every day for a year, it won't become chalk. You can't make a bad nature into a good nature. You can transform bad tendencies into positive tendencies, but the basic nature, that's there. That's what it is. If it's coal, it's coal. We have Buddha nature. That is the basic nature of everyone. The possibility of awakening and awakening to the absence of inherent self-nature, that there's nothing graspable. So if that's how we are, how should we proceed? By not succumbing to objectifying and reifying ideas. That is to say, we don't come to conclusions about people. We don't sum them up and say, this person is very, very good, this person is very, very bad. We are performative. We show ourselves as we are in the moment. Now, normally, you cut that sentence in half. We show ourselves. I am as you see me. This is me. Today, just now. As I am at this moment. But you can't assume from that you know any profound, enduring truth about me. So whenever we come to a conclusion that this person is very bad, or this is a wonderful person, why do we need a conclusion? The Buddha says everything is impermanent. If everything is impermanent, then don't invest your money in full stops. Buy the commas. Much better value. Because the comma allows you to twist and turn in the narrative of your life. But the full stop, you get a bump. Don't make conclusions. Parallel with don't make assumptions. Let's see. Let's see. So you have to be present. And you have to be open. And you have to allow the interface between your presence and what's arising. And then you respond. Receive, respond. Receive, respond. So, in the Mahayana teachings, the central theme is emptiness. There are many, many Buddhist teachings, many different teachings, and the way the lineages have come down is that these lineages protect their own integrity. So you go to a Lama and you say, I'd like to do this practice, please give me the initiation. And he said, I give you the initiation, but you have to do the Nundro for this practice. You say, I've already done 5 Nundros. He said, yeah, but this is different. So you have to start again. That's just the particular structure of that culture. Because people there could be professional Dharma practitioners. That's all you could do all the day long, because people are going to feed you and clothe you. But what is the essential point? Some of you may know Bach's Goldberg variations. Dharma is like Goldberg variations. You have a few themes and they are repeated again in many different formations. So the main theme is emptiness. Emptiness means it's explained, of course, in many different ways, but here's a plastic pen. So this pen is depending at the moment on my hand holding it up, because it's got no life of its own. The pen is always dependent on situational factors, in my pocket, in my hand, wherever. It's always contextual in its manifestation. It's valuable because of its ink. When the ink runs out, it's no value to me. It might have another value, but for me, it will be gone. And within this pen is the whole history of the development of plastics, the whole industrial complex. Plastics have been such a transformative value in the world. So much of our world is resting on these materials coming from oil and other sources. On the basis of research chemists, much of which was driven by events in wartime, needing to produce things inside your own country and not getting imports from outside because shipping was in danger. You get the development of the plastics and this imitation rubber. This is dependent origination on the basis of these field factors, the current environment, on the basis of the knowledge we already have, on the basis of a culture having money to support research laboratories, on the basis of having a capitalist economic attitude, which means you look to the future for profit, and so you take a risk like a modern hedge fund, gambling on the future. Then plastics are developed and pens like this arise. It has a history. So when we look at this pen, it seems to be just something in itself. It's an entity. It has a if you like, a top and a bottom, which we can reverse. We can play around with it, but nonetheless, a pen is a pen. But it's not. So this is like an iceberg. This is the visible top of the iceberg, and underneath are the many, many factors which are generating it. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so we have to hold that in mind, because this is what you see, but the other factors are operative. This is being generated at this moment. In particular, it's being generated by your minds having the concept of a pen. This is not an unfamiliar object. So when I hold it up, you recognize it, you recognize it. That is to say, your cognition, which is a linking of your perception and your interpretive faculty, come together and support the conclusion, this is a pen. This is a pen, is a pen, is a pen. That's what we mean by inherent existence. It's just a pen. The penness of the pen is in the pen. It is constitutive of the pen. Rather than seeing this is an epiphenomena, this is something generated on the basis of a huge matrix of interactive factors. So this is the one pathway into understanding emptiness, is that when we start with a conclusion, this is a pen, and because our anxious ego is quite happy to know something in a great world where we don't know very much, I mean, thanks to our modern development in electronics and now with artificial intelligence, as the machine becomes more intelligent, we become more stupid. So we will say artificial intelligence, haven't a fucking clue what it means. Haven't a clue. Computers don't know how they work, don't want to know how they work, but more and more our lives are being conditioned by these factors. So this is a pen. I may not know artificial intelligence, I am the holder of the pen. Therefore, knowing that the pen is a pen and just a pen is reassuring me. If you get the point of that, you can observe yourself as you walk around and you identify what's here, or you talk with other people, or later when we have lunch and you decide what you're going to eat from the buffet and so on. You are making choices. You are interpreting what is going on the basis of your pre-established knowledge. So your past is arising with these present phenomena, and this interface generates your idea, oh, I'm eating a bit too much cheese, so I better have less of that, or whatever your conclusion would be. The solidity of the object, the reliability of the object, is the reliability of the subject. If I'm clear about the object, I'm clear about myself. Does that make sense? I know what this is. I know what this is. I know what this is. That's a pulsation, isn't it? I know. You see that with children in class. Please, miss, me, I know. So exciting to know something, because it gives you your ego identity. The knowledge becomes a vehicle for you having confidence to move into the world. Your knowledge precedes you. This takes you back to this whole French existentialist thing, doesn't it? Does knowledge precede experience, or does experience precede knowledge? In Dharma, we always try to choose the latter. Stay with the experience, and from that, see how you generate knowledge. Because actually, you don't need knowledge, because experience keeps coming. Stay in the dance, stay on the moment, experience after experience after experience. But if you start with knowledge, then it's very difficult to avoid judgment, good and bad. And when you engage then in the world, you're trying to work out objectively what is good and bad, which means subjectively what pleases me and what doesn't please me. So you're evaluating in terms of yourself. Although you seem to be talking about the object, you're confirming the subject, both the separation of the subject from the object, and that the object has knowledge about, and that the subject has knowledge about the object. So, when we look at emptiness, we see that how I am is emergent, and I am emergent with circumstances. So at the moment I hear sound, I interpret an aeroplane in the sky, so I have a sense that might make it more difficult for people at the back to hear what I'm saying, so I should speak a bit louder, but because my throat is not very good, I cannot speak louder, so I feel so guilty and bad and terrible because of the fucking plane. That's a typical James Lowe thought pattern. You're very lucky not to be me. It's like that. One thought leads to another. These linked movements, that's how our mind arises in these patterns. And if you see, it's gone. It's gone. So instead of saying, I shouldn't get distracted by the thoughts, I need to bring my thought back to a one-pointedness, we can stay with it's arising and it's vanishing. It's arising and it's vanishing. When we come in to look at this Mahamudra text, we will start with one-pointedness, with maintaining a focused attention, because that is important. But that's not the limit of our practice. We gain clarity of focus in order to relax and to be able to freely respond with what's going on. And we freely respond because nothing is established. To be established would be to be there with a reliable existence. For example, we're here in the Berghof, and I was here a couple of years ago. I planned to come last year, but then I got sick, so I had to cancel. Maybe we'll meet here again in the future. We don't know how that will be, how your situation will be, how my situation will be. Also the situation of the Berghof itself, because it requires money to keep this place going. This is, I think, a very worthwhile place here, because it arose from the intention of some Dharma students to create an environment where retreats will be possible. It's not formulated around some lama's village, it's not a monastery, it's not primarily a temple, although there's a temple room inside. It's a place for people to meet together and practice. So this is a kind of bottom-up venture. And of course, economically it's fragile. If they don't have enough events, they can't pay all the costs, paying off the mortgage and so on. Everything is vulnerable. So when we say the Berghof, or we might say, oh, hopefully we'll see you again next year, we're shooting little arrows of hope into some great void in front of us, because we don't know. It's as if I make a strong intention, I can make it happen. That's actually fascistic. Because what do fascists do? They march ahead and trample people and torture them to death. Me first, I win. If you stay in touch with the context, it's much more sensitive. There are many factors that keep this place going, and therefore, what can I do to help it keep going? As soon as you have a thought like that, you become extended out of yourself, rather than thinking, oh, I like being here, people are very nice, we have a quite good time, we learn something. We might think, okay, what could I do to help a place like this thrive? So now my creativity has to go towards the benefit of all. And that takes you into more complex thinking. And that's how we can start to weave a functioning Sangha that really tries to think of the benefit of other people. But it's more complex. because there are many factors. And when you see the complexity of the world, it can be overwhelming, because the ego cannot firstly contain the complexity, and it can't make sense of the complexity. Only emptiness can do that. Only awareness can do that, because awareness is like the sky. In the sky, you get rainbows and clouds at the same time. In your life, you know that you can be happy and sad simultaneously. You can be mourning the death of someone, and then you meet a friend and you start smiling and you get a hug and you feel better, and then you remember that you're sad and bereaved, and then you feel happy again, and we're tumbling along through life in this way. That's because we are not a fixed entity. So the more we see, I am not fixed, I am not defined, I'm not nailed down, I'm a participant. The world, events, and me, we're in the same family. We're in the same family. It's not all up to me. And so we take out our padded shoulders, because it's not the 1980s, and we become just ordinary people who don't want to carry the burden of the world. It's like that. You just shake it out. It's not all up to me. I take my place in the world. I collaborate. Because the problem for the individual, when we say, I will work for the salvation of all sentient beings, if you hear that the wrong way, you think, oh my God, what have I promised to do? It's all up to me. But many other people have said this. You know, it's a shared endeavor. And the more we understand the sharedness, then we start to see the emptiness of it. So I just briefly recap some of the main propositions in the Heart Sutra, and then we start to move towards the Mahamudra. Because Heart Sutra is the most popular, most widely spread formation of the Prajnaparamita teachings. That is to say, the transcendent wisdom teachings. The wisdom which transcends wisdom as something which is created. Transcendent wisdom is the wisdom that recognizes that all constructions are illusion operating in the field of ungraspable openness. So, again, a pain. Here is something. For my purposes as an ego self, I want it to have ink in it, and I want to be able to write with it. So the limitation of my ego focus of when I want to write something parallels the limitation of my definition of the object. Yeah? Limited item, limited entity, limited self, and they parallel very well together. But this has multiple purposes. So in the theater, there's a lot of, in early stages of rehearsals, there's often a focus on improvisation, so that actors can find their way into the characters and see the potential of how the script might be expressed. There's a script, maybe, but it still has to be expressed through embodied people. So that will depend on the meeting of the script and the potential of the actors and the potential of the director and the amount of funding that you have for rehearsal and many different factors. So for me, this is primarily a pen. But I remember when I was in India, I knew a Swiss biologist who was living up in the mountains, and he was describing how when he had been doing his military service in Switzerland, been in a convoy, and suddenly the convoy stopped, and he got out to see what had happened, and a car had swerved in front of the first military vehicle and got crushed, and the windscreen wiper had gone into the throat of a young girl. So he got out, and he knew a bit about the body, being a biologist, And he had two very important things, a Swiss Army knife, so he was able to use that to open a pathway, and he had a pen. So he opened up his pen and he started breathing in through her throat. And this kept her alive until ambulance occurred. I would not be able to do that. You know, someone might say, here's the knife. No. What will I do? What will I do? But there was a meeting place between the rightness of that person's capacity and the situation, and you had a happy conjunction. And so much of life is about happy conjunction, because we can demonstrate our qualities if we have the right setting, and otherwise we don't. That is to say, we are situationally performative. All beings have many, many qualities, but in order for these qualities to shine forth and manifest, we need to have the right conditions. So this is very important, because it's a non-reductive reading. We're not saying it's all up to you. It's up to you and your circumstances. So, if possible, don't struggle with your circumstances. One of the most wonderful events in the last century was the facilitation of the divorce process in Western Europe. Divorce used to be very, very difficult, and many women were trapped in totally shitty marriages with totally shitty men. And once the economic situation started to develop and women could leave and get a job and get a little flat and support their lives, there was a lot more happiness. And having to struggle in a bad marriage was very, very difficult. When there's no way out, there's nothing you can do. So, one of the functions of emptiness is to help us to look at situations where we feel trapped and think, what is the limit here? Why do I feel limited by these circumstances? For example, you might have a career in some area and you're identified with the career, like for example, coal miners. Now the number of coal mines is shrinking, number of heavy engineering factories is diminishing with cheaper imports. And so people who had a fully formed identity are losing that. And for many people, it's a disaster, because the more I am a coal miner, I can't imagine myself being something else. The problem there is not the wonderful skill base and courage and experience that these coal miners had, but that they have merged into that as a final totalizing definition of who they are. So in a sense, they have to shake out the fact of being a coal miner and start to see which of my skills is generic, which could be applied over a wide range of activities, so that I can plug into new situations and reform myself, be reborn in a new situation. So we can apply that to ourselves. That very often we have a strong sense of ourselves. Maybe I'm an anxious person, or depressive, or I'm very ambitious, or I'll never get a relationship. People have all kinds of conclusions about themselves. And if you start with the conclusion, it brings a kind of bias or tilt on how you participate in the world, which of course is experienced by other people as your availability or your non-availability. You think you're just being you, but you're also communicating to the world a particular quality of fixation. So when we see all the qualities that I have are arising in situations and then dissolving when the situation is over, this is the functionality of the phenomena of how I am. So for example, we have people helping doing the dishes. So they go into the kitchen and the dirty dishes come in and they're wiping them and then putting them in the washing machine and so on. That doesn't define them forever. But in the moment that they're in the kitchen, there are certain rules, certain parameters of how you behave with the machine, as was explained to us last night. That's a situation which allows a new constellation of how you are. If you like, working in the kitchen gives you a rebirth into a new profile of yourself, different skills, and then it dissolves. And so the more we experience doing different things, sweeping the floor, being the servant, being the boss, as we move up and down these many different potentials of ourselves, we start to see none of the things that I do takes me to a final definition of myself. That is to say, I am ungraspable as an entity, and I am ever fecund, ever rich, ever pregnant, ever fertile with potential when I move towards situations. So there is emptiness of core defining essence. There is no something which is generating what I do. Rather, my connectivity with the environment is releasing my potential to come out in different ways. This is the heart of the Buddha's teaching, that there is wisdom and compassion. The wisdom is to see there is no fixed essence to me. The essence is emptiness. There is no Jamesness, no little homunculus inside us defining who we are. We manifest according to circumstances, and so the limit on our manifestation is the limit of our availability to connect with our circumstances. What shall I do? Could I do that? As I've said to some of you in the past, my main teacher, Sia Lama, he used to say, I like everyone except people with broken hands. By that he meant people who don't do anything. Because that's the easiest way to limit your life. If there is something that needs doing, and you connect with what needs to be done, and you do it, you become the doer of the deed in that moment, and you're not defined by it, whatever it would be, whether it's cleaning toilets, or cooking food, or speaking to somebody who's very sad, or laughing and joking and getting drunk with friends, whatever it would be, if you participate in it, it opens up a kind of bit of the arc of your potential. And the more of these bits you open up, you start to see this huge wave of your potential. And you actually see, it's not my potential. The limit on, as it were, my, in the soft sense, my potential is my potential, my reading of my own potential. I am like this, oh, I couldn't do that, I don't like that, that wouldn't be me. As soon as that's happening, you're editing and squeezing yourself into a prefigured shape. So emptiness releases you to be potential, the potential of the ground. So in the tradition we say there are the three kayas. We exist as a body, a voice, and a mind. These are all dynamic factors, they're not things. So the most basic is the mind. If we didn't have a mind, we wouldn't have experience, so we would have no basis for speaking, for doing. The mind, when we look for our mind, as we'll be doing in these next days, we don't find something solid, something reliable. Thoughts come, they come, they come, they come. They are unreliable, but they are mesmerizing. So I get intrigued by the thoughts. Like yesterday, the sky was very gray in all directions. Gray sky. What is the nature of the sky? It's gray. Then today we have some gray, we have some white, we have some blue. So we have a mélange of possibilities. And this shift allows us to see that this cloud is not blocking the sky, only for us, because we have our limited vantage point. The cloud is in the sky. It belongs there. What do you want to say to the cloud? It's summertime. Rouse, get the fuck out of here. Get up. Sunshine. But the cloud belongs in the sky. Depression is part of the mind. Anxiety is part of the mind. Loneliness, sadness, hope, confusions, daydreams, all of these arise in the mind. I don't want them. Get them out. They're obstacles. Obstacles to what? To me. If there are a lot of obstacles, many, many obstacles, and there is only one you, would it make more sense to attend to all the obstacles or attend to this problematic self? It's not a very difficult question. So this is a Dharma point of view. Who is this person, this one, this I, this me, that says, I exist, I am like this? So when we look at emptiness, we're taking all the qualities that we attribute to ourselves and that we hear and see other people attributing to us, and we try to see, do they have substance? Do they have truth? Are they actually defining who I am? Or is this like children making sandcastles, just piling together little moments of possibility into a form which has no essence? Sandcastles always fall apart. The tide comes in, washes them away, or other children jump onto them. They have no essence. We also have no essence. We are in situations which are held together by so many factors we don't know. I worked, when I was a therapist, I worked a lot in the psychosexual problems clinic, and a lot of problems in relationships and couples. And when couples would be having a bad time, they would usually come or be referred to the service much too late. There was usually by that time some kind of structural damage of contempt and not wanting to listen, which made any kind of therapy difficult. But what would be so saddening for me would be somebody just not understanding why their partner was leaving. But I thought we were happy. I thought it was okay. What about the children? What are we going to do? And so they're laying out all kind of reasons why we should continue and hold it together. It's not perfect, but we could survive. And the other person is now hooked by some, whatever, attractive lady with inflated bosoms. He's rushing off into some imagined future. And it's a tragedy. And for him it's a liberation from what is now redefined as shitty. I've never been happy. It's never really felt right for me. Okay, that's very interesting. Wasn't demonstrated before, but now it's demonstrated as the truth, the line which has run all through our time together. Even when I first met you, I wasn't sure. I only said I loved you because I wanted to fuck you, you know. Get real. That's very cruel, very hard. It's like crazy. And the person who's left trying to make sense of that, that often takes years and years because it's mad. Much better to hit the guy. Pump.
Yeah.
No, fuck you. Victory. If you try to understand the madness of somebody who's mad and who's lying and cheating because they are intoxicated, very, very difficult. So, in that way, when we attribute meaning or truth or value to what's going on, I have to get to the bottom of it. I have to find out why. Why? Because, quick answer, he's an arsehole. More complex answer is because he has no inherent existence. Whatever he did, that's not great. But you imagined you knew him. But John, I know you. I know you. When you hear this thing, sweetheart, You haven't a fucking clue. You don't know people. Think of your own children. You think you know your children? You know? If they're 5 years of age, they are experienced liars. They are very good at hiding things and taking extra bits of chocolate and folding the packet so it doesn't look anything. Children are very good at working out how to scam in the world. Because for me to get what I want, I have to pretend. And this is the root truth of the ego. The ego is a pretense. It's an illusion. And in order for an illusion to maintain, you have to have more illusion. Pretending, 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 pretending. And especially when you pretend you know something, you know how it works. It's not true. So in all these kind of situations, we see that we want to secure the territory. We want to know what's going on. We want to get clarity. But when the clarity is based on concepts, which means pattern building, these patterns have no more stabilizing truth to them than the patterns in a kaleidoscope. You know, when you turn the kaleidoscope round, the colored glass tumbles into different patterns, and then it's this pattern, and this pattern, and that's our lives. Many factors develop this particular pattern. That's why emptiness is so important, because if you see the emptiness of the mind, and therefore the emptiness of thoughts, memories, and plans, you see that these are potentials of relatedness to other people. These are ways of communicating, but they don't establish any enduring truth. And when you shake that false belief that you will somehow get to the truth, as if there's something existing there, then you realize, out of this emptiness, the potential of connectivity, that is to say, the emergent field. Here we are in this space together, many different bodies, many different minds, moving, having different kinds of experience. We generate the field of our experience. This is what I'm talking with. I'm talking with all our energy together. This formulation then allows the possibility of shaping, which fits the mood of the situation. So you have openness, you have the luminosity of the potential, that is, things don't have to be said, things can take different forms, there is no necessity, and yet, if it fits, it manifests, and then we come into genuine connectivity. If you experience with children, very often they kind of rush into the house and they say, yeah, blah, 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 blah. So wait a minute, I'm doing something. Well, no, you have to listen. Because they have to say what they have to say. They don't care what's going on. You have to listen. Mom, listen. But I'm busy. Mom! You know, and they cut right through. You're busy, fuck you. Give me your attention. I'm entitled to your attention. Children are very desperate for this. Why? Because only if you give me your full attention can I be fully alive in my monologue. If you exist as a person, you're gonna disagree with me. No, you're my mom. Mama, come on. So the monologue is the heart truth of the ego's desire for communication. I give, you receive. Bas, full stop. You see this in group therapy all the time. People who are caught up in their story and they have to say something and they don't listen to the group and they say it at the wrong moment and the group rejects them and then they become hurt and feel awful. But they didn't become part of the group. If you are an isolate in a group, all you hear is the message in your own mind, what I have to say, and you're not then tuning in with other people. The jazz musician is giving rise to music with other people making music. They are performing and listening at the same time. They are receiving and manifesting in very, very quick, subtle ways, which is how we participate, isn't it? So when other people are unavailable to receive, what shall we do? We're reduced to a monologue. And all neurosis, a great deal of psychosis arises from monologue. There's a lot of research now that shows that people with psychotic disorders are very often abused as children. Child abuse, and generally abuse, has two forms: invasion and abandonment. You're given too much of what you don't need, and you're not given enough of what you do need, which of course is, you find in the Buddhist text. What is the nature of suffering? Not getting what you want and getting what you don't want. So when children are sexually used or ignored, they're invaded and they're abandoned. So what allows dialogue is attunement, in which we can receive and respond. So this is our potential here as a learning community forming for a week, that we can practice receiving and responding. And when we find ourselves sealing ourselves inside some conclusion, or I don't like that person very much, or I don't know what to say to that person, and then we're trying to situate ourselves away from that, what we have to recognize is, I'm putting the limitation on the other, on their qualities. That's completely freezes the situation. If I take that back to myself, I don't know what to say to this person. I am the limit. However they are, they can be however they are. I am the limit. So I need to loosen myself up and see if I can find a way, even if I have nothing to say, I can have a friendly silence. I don't need to have a resentful silence. I wish I was sitting at another table there having more fun. Why am I not there? Don't cook things up in your mind. Just, here I am. This is it. And then you become available on an inner level, which then promotes the possibility of some kind of contiguity, some contact where things can arise. It's always the axioms of our existence, the basic assumptions, the working hypothesis which limits us. Look and see. How is it? How is it? If we do that, then we find a way to respond. Of course, we often don't know how to respond. So the second part of emptiness is non-duality. That is to say, if you're sitting with someone and it's not very easy between you, the tendency is to blame them or blame yourself. Rather, we should see that, oh, there is some blockage here, some constipation. The peristaltic impulse can't get the shit out. And, peristalsis is just waves, isn't it? It's contraction, expansion, contraction, expansion. Everything is contraction, expansion. So I'm blocked. What is blocking me? Step outside that. I have a formulation. The formulation is the cloud. I know if like yesterday when I went in the plane, we went up through the clouds, masses of clouds, so thick, and then suddenly big blue sky. Sky's always open. So if it looks only grey, this is my entrapment in where I am locating. So relocate yourself. There is a happy land far, far away. Go to Dewa Chen, go to Padma. He's in Sangdapalri, he's smiling, says it's good, but put on the sun cream because it's quite warm. So you can be there. You're fixed. You're yourself. I'm here. This is boring. I don't like it. This is the echo of your ego self. The ego is a prisoner of delusion. There is no delusion. How sad for the ego. The ego doesn't exist. If you pretend you exist and you don't really exist, you are nothing other than Pinocchio. This is a sad situation. So, whenever you find yourself limited, constrained, unable to act, relax out of that. Relax into the out-breath. Look around. There is space. In the space, movement is possible. You're breathing in and out. Your heart is pumping. You are alive. Your senses are here. This is your field. And then if you respond from that field, you're more likely to respond with the other rather than speaking to the other. You are co-emergent withness with the other. It's not all up to you. It's not all up to the other people. Come together and it manifests. So in the Tibetan tradition, we have many images like this. This Yuganada or Yabyum, Jorwa. This is two bodies together. Two people, but looks like one. They are non-dual. Are they two? Are they one? They are with. With means co-emergent. So this is our situation. We are co-emergent with the environment. We are co-emergent with all the beings in the environment. So don't start from yourself. Start from the conjunction, from the contact. All life is the contact boundary, which is not a boundary. We emerge into contact. Contact is our life. That's why the Buddhas smile, why they send emanations, why from Dharmakaya Amitabha we have Sambhogakaya Chenrezi or Avalokiteshvara, and from that we have Nirmanakaya Padmasambhava. It's relational, it's flowing out. Connectivity. So relax in the out-breath and realize that your limits are just made of dreams and nothing else. Okay, we have a break now for half an hour. Okay, so text we're going to look at is notes on Mahamudra. It's a very famous short text by Padma Karpo, who was a very great scholar and who in the Tibetan style spent his whole life immersed in this ocean of Dharma. So for us it's a condensation of the key points of the Drukpa Kagyud approach to Mahamudra. For each of us, we have to consider our situation. We don't have infinite time. People have family responsibilities, work responsibilities, and so on. So it's very important to do a kind of audit of your lifestyle and think, how many hours a week do I honestly have for Dharma? Now, of course, if I phrase it in that way, that sets up two categories, the ordinary life and Dharma. So that's our beginning point. We want to get to a point where Dharma is so massaged into our everyday life that there's no real difference. But at first, it's as if it's a parallel track. So what he's providing us with is a way of having a clear focus for our practice with a beginning, a middle, and an end, and some marks of achievement or where we want to get to. Because if we just say the mind is like the sky, this can seem very vague, and of course you can slip from awareness into unawareness very, very easily, because they have the same ground. They are both forms of emptiness. Awareness means seeing emptiness, and unawareness means not seeing emptiness. If you're not seeing emptiness, you're seeing something. That's the 6 realms of samsara. So, first he says, I prostrate to the precious white lineage. Now that is a typing error due to my prostate cancer last year. It should be prostrate. So this pure white lineage, here he's referring to his own practice lineage, the Drukpa Kagyud. And they are pure and white because the lineage has not been broken, and because they have a strong emphasis on determined practice. They're quite serious in their approach to Dharma. Then he says, Mahamudra as presented here introduces the mind stream of ordinary consciousness, that's to say, our ordinary way of making sense of the world, our memories, thoughts, plans, and so on, as actually being the pure and authentic original knowing. So, the busy mind, the mind of duality, the mind which is constructing and developing particular positions, this mind, if we stay with it as it's running along, it has a kind of a self-validation of its basic assumption, I am the thinker of my thoughts, I am the doer of my deeds. This constellation, which generally we would say is a manifestation of ignorance of the ground or unawareness of the ground, is saying this is actually the pure and authentic original knowing. That is to say, original knowing in Tibetan is yeshe. It means the knowing of that which is always the case, the knowing of the intrinsic which never changes, and this knowing is itself unchanging, because it's not knowing something which shifts. So, for example, you could go to university and study meteorology, and you would be studying how the weather changes in different parts of the world, say over Germany. And the weather is always changing, so that's what you're always looking at. In a sense, that's the topic of consciousness. Consciousness is concerned with the flow of experience and how we understand that experience. The word consciousness in Tibetan is nampa shepa. Shepa means to know, and nampa means a form or a patterning. So it's knowing patterning, knowing something, if you like, because we attribute to patterns some internal essence or truth which endures. So, for example, you go outside, you see lots of green stuff. Some you say is a bush, some you say is a flower, some you say is a tree. What kind of tree is it? If you know the name of the tree, it's as if you're pointing to something which is behind the tree and which this specific tree is an expression of. So this is a walnut tree, and now that I know what it is, I can produce my expectations of what time these walnut fruits will start to develop, the nuts, and so on. I impute some inner truth. This is what consciousness does. And this is why consciousness is the basis for our modern world. We live in a consumerist, capitalist economy, which functions in a very, very dynamic way and has lifted many people out of poverty. For example, in India, When I was first in India, people were unbelievably poor. I saw people absolutely in rags, these poor farmers with nothing. And now there's mobile phones everywhere, there's televisions in every chai shop, people are traveling around more, they have better clothes. So that's one of the things that consumerist capitalism does, is it says we need people to be consumers because we need to keep the money turning, and that drives the whole economy. From the Dharma point of view, the shadow side of that is it focuses on the object. I know I am a special person because I now have a proper house, a paka house made of bricks, and before I only had this village kacha house made of mud. So people can show their status and their place in the world, which is a false identity or an interpretive identity. So this is what consciousness is developed with, and we all participate in our consciousness, even if we don't know we're doing it. So when he says this is the same as original knowing, so we have nampa shepa, knowing something, and we have yeshe, original knowing, or knowing the origin, knowing the source, knowing the ground. Both are forms of knowing. If you know the ground, you know nothing, but it's not oblivion nothing, it's not a nihilistic nothing. You know the truth of the ungraspability of our own ground. And if you're on the side of consciousness, if you know something, then you know who you are. You know your name, you know who your parents were, you know where you grew up, you know things about yourself. So when you meet people here, you start to introduce yourself and you say something about yourself. You develop stories and people listen to the story and they track that story and they might remember bits of your story. So when you meet them again, they say, oh, how are your kids? Your youngest child was sick last time we met. And so on. In that way, we weave our sense of connectivity through sharing narrative elements. These look very different on that level. What is the same is shepa, which means knowing. It doesn't mean knowing something intrinsically, it just means noetic capacity, the capacity to know or to illuminate. So we could call it illumination. We also have the word rigpa, which nowadays often translated as awareness. So what is awareness? It's like not being unconscious, not being blanked out. You're aware something is going on. What is this something? If you're aware of the ground, all somethings are the somethingness of the ground. In the text that's called luminosity. That is to say, the thoughts that arise in your mind arise from your mind. You are the recipient of your thoughts. You know that you're having a thought. I'm having a thought. It's my thought, but I didn't make it. I just happened upon it. So that's the happenstance of our mental activity, that different things arise in an unpredictable pattern, and we kind of join the dots by saying, this is me, this is me, this is my experience. Actually, these phenomena arise and pass, arise and pass. So if I don't try to grasp hold of them and bring them together into a pattern out of which I can construct something, they remain as a potential. They are like the energy of the mind, which can go out for some purpose. So yesterday we touched on the purpose being compassion or kindness or connectivity, rather than a self-referential reassuring me that I continue to be myself. So this is the key difference between these two, that consciousness is basically self-referential, and through that is referring to the other, because it refers to a reified other which confirms self, and awareness or rigpa, or original knowing, refers to the openness of the moment. So I arrived here yesterday. That's a reasonable sentence. We can all understand what that sentence means. I arrived here yesterday. So there is a location here, and there is a time yesterday. So we have the arc of time, past, present, and future, and we have location here as opposed to there. I came from there, and there was my here before I left there. But having left there, I have a new here, which is here. So my here is where I am. And then I map out how this place relates to other things around me. This is the, if you like, the grid of the ego self. Location and temporal situation, including duration. So I was in London, and I live in London, so I'm there for a while, and now I'm here for a week or so. So this is a shorter duration. And so when we have these factors in our mind, we can compare and contrast. I have been here before, but I have lived in London much longer than I have stayed in Berghof. That makes sense. That's how we think. That is, when I speak in that way, and when you hear what I say, we are both in a conceptual world. We are using concepts and ideas to map out and define the nature of our experience. I came here yesterday. I had breakfast in the dining room. So dining room, I point up that way to the right because I know where it is. And yesterday, I'm not quite sure, probably behind me. So yesterday, I was doing something else. I came yesterday to here. These are concepts. Where is yesterday? It's real as a mental event, but it is unavailable in the world. Even if we had videoed my arrival here, throwing flowers in the air, trumpets blowing. You see my fantasies. That's the one. Then it would be gone. It would be a video. It would be not immediate. It would be a representation, a representation. And the thing about representations is that they are absolutely deceptive, because the presenting cannot be represented. It is transformed. Very often, if you're cooking and you cook a big pot of some stew and you eat it, when you reheat it the next day, it seems to have more flavor. How is that possible? Because something has happened in the time, in the duration. It's not the same. You're not the same, and you're disconnected from having cooked it. You just take it out of the fridge and heat it, and it's something more fresh for you. You never get back to the past. Not possible. The past is gone, and the future hasn't come. Where we actually are is always here and now. We cannot go out of here and now. So this is the terrain of awareness, or yeshe, or original knowing. This, each moment is just this. Inside just this is everything. Because when you look for just this moment, it's the same as looking for your mind. When you look for your mind, you don't find a top or a bottom or a side. It's neither big nor small. Sometimes it looks very big, sometimes it looks very small. Here and now, sometimes it's very big, and sometimes it's very small. I remember when I was a child, it's a big arc, whoa, and I can remember running on the beach in Scotland, in my woolen, home knitted swimming trunks, which were very cold and itchy. So many memories come up. It feels like me. But where is it? It's nowhere. It's a story I'm telling to you. It feels real, but it's just a story. It is here and now. Everything we say and do is here and now. And the past is here and now, and the future is here and now. We've got, it's not a long text, but I hope we'll finish it by the end of the week. So that's some of you know that I go on side journeys. So that's a statement into the future by the end of the week. So I try to measure out the number of pages, the hours we have for meeting, and so on. What am I measuring? Concepts. There is no future. We don't know what the future would be. Last time when I was here, the COVID was around, and the two of the cooks got tested positive, and they had to leave, and some other people on the retreat, they had to leave. So at that moment, suddenly they're here, part of what's going on, and then a little test is done, and they have to go. So we don't know what factors can run across our existence. We project conceptually into the future. On the basis of past experience, I imagine, I assume there will be a continuity into the future. But we have no way of knowing. Because our life is happenstance. It's not directed. So when we sit to do some practice, we're just sitting, all kinds of thoughts, memories, sensations arise for us. We didn't order them. They just arrived. My most intimate experience is happenstance, a just happening. It's not ordered, it's not necessarily very meaningful, it's just something. Some people have lots, or remember anyway, lots and lots of dreams. Most dreams are fairly meaningless. It's just stuff, just a pattern. You could interpret it if you wanted to. It's just stuff. The future, that's your idea. The past, that's your idea. So here and now contains the past and the future. Whatever you think of the past, where are you thinking of it? When are you thinking of it? Here and now. The same with the future. You're thinking of the end of the week, and you have to travel home, and you have to see, oh God, it'll be Sunday evening, maybe there's no food in the house, I need to buy something on the way. You have thoughts like that. These thoughts are here and now. And they set up little kind of vibratory things, like a little setting an alarm on your mobile phone, and that then allows you to remember, oh, I have to stop at the shops on the way, or the motorway shop, because I need to buy something. But the thought was here and now. So this is very important, that if you see that your constructive thinking about all the plans of your life and what you hope to do, want to do, and so on, all of these in their cognitive expression are like pathways or roads that you seem to travel down. You get a chain of signifiers, a chain of thoughts, and this is making sense, and this is what I'm going to do, and so on. This is always here and now. So this is what he's meaning, is that the only place you ever are present is here and now. What arises in your here and now is fantasies of there and then, and will be, and must be, and should be. And because you become intoxicated inside this semantic net, this net of signifiers, it is as if what you are thinking about is giving you reference to something out there. That is to say, my idea is a referent, is referring to an actual referent. There is something else there. And there is not. The referent is emptiness. When you think of something, it comes into being as a form of emptiness because it wasn't there. So if I tell you some stories of my childhood, it gives you some impression of what may or may not have occurred. Then you seem to know something about what happened to me in my life. I'm telling you about a boy called Jimmy. Wee Jimmy, he did that. That's the referent. I'm referring to my younger self. Doesn't exist. Vanished a long time ago. But if we tell that, it is as if that is the case. Biographies are very, very popular, certainly in the English language world. Many, many different biographies, autobiographies are sold every year. There are many films now which have autobiographical things. There's a whole wave of feminist autobiography outlining this kind of development of how you can become a woman. Going back to Simone de Beauvoir, you become a woman. Nobody is a woman, but it's a becoming, and you have to become that through the struggle to have an interface with patriarchy and so on. So this is active imagination. This is the construction of images of yourself. Where do they happen? Here and now. But when they're written in books and you open the book, one sentence, another sentence, another sentence, building up a picture, what is constructed? It's an illusion. If you believe it to be true as having an actual referent, it's a delusion. I live in London. Well, London's a very big place. I live in one street in London. I come out to the end of my street, I turn left, I walk up the hill, I turn left, I go along the road, I come to Sainsbury's supermarket. I go in there, I fill my 2 little bags, I turn around, and I come back the same way. And the rest of London can fuck off and die. For so many years, I was getting up early in the morning, going to the clinic, seeing patients, and so on. I was very busy. So what I know about London is a lot of dark tubes under the ground and coming home at night when it's dark, tired, ready for a bottle of red wine. That's my London. There are millions of Londons, but I have a phenomenological London. I have an embodied my London, and yet I say I live in London. And we all think, oh yeah, London. But which London? Your London. There is no such thing as London. There is no such thing. These are empty signifiers. And the reason London works is because of its emptiness as a sign. So each of us can put our own Londonness into London. You know? It's a holder. It's a placeholder for your own experience, which inhabits that for a moment, and then it dissolves. So if we see this, then we start to see, yes, the mind which is constructing and inventing is operating here and now. The imagination, which is the potential of the unborn awareness, the imaging, is always here and now, although some of the images tell stories of there and then and in the future. They're stories which are always here and now, which is why meditation is of value. If the mind wasn't like this, what could you change? But if you see, I am only present here and now, and everything is arising now, then I can see that the consolidation of my ideas about myself, my neurotic beliefs, my fixations, my addictions, and so on, have no other basis than belief. I am identified with them, resting on them, and actually they are self-dissolving. Because the here and now could only be fresh and open if it's always self-liberating. Because this moment arises, and it arises into the space of this moment because that's been vacated by the previous moment. And then this moment dissolves itself so that the next moment comes, and the next, and the next. And each of these is this, 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 this. It's not on the basis of this, then that, then that, then that, and you're building up something. It's just dissolving. And each moment has the fullness of itself. So if you've been looking at general Buddhism and you've looked at the 5 skandhas, the 5 constituent heaps of our identity as Pudgala, as sentient beings, particularly as human sentient beings, then we have form, feeling, perception, association, and consciousness. And these 5 factors operating together create the epiphenomena or the illusory phenomena of a person. So I am me. I live in a skin bag. I don't know very much about what happens in my skin bag. I hand that over to the beloved doctors. They can tell me about what's in my skin bag. Because of that, I'm a very stupid person. Because if you just look at your skin bag, you think, oh, this is me. And when the doctor's looking inside and doing all kind of blood tests, they think, oh, you are not one thing. When you say, I'm me, this is really stupid, because look at the number of things we can identify through the blood test. And we've got scans available. We can do so many tests, and we've studied anatomy. We know a lot of things about you, and you are semi-coherent. That is to say, your systemic integrity is not very stable. The synergy that comes from this collaboration from all of these dynamic functions is liable to entropy. Entropy can manifest in the womb, at birth, after birth, when you're 90. At any moment, the kind of life force glue that holds you together can start to collapse. The system becomes chaotic, all kind of conditions arise, and you move towards death. It is a conjunction, an arrival being together. It is a pattern which is not a thing, it's a pattern of association of dynamic factors. That's what our body is. So when we say, I have a body, oh doctor, I'm worried about my back, as if you have a back. So the doctor's having to jump across various vectors of interpretation of what ordinary people's description of their condition is, and what their trained medical eye and ear might be identifying, and what the tests reveal, and come to a composite picture which has to be presented back to the patient in a very simplified interpretation. Oh, looks like you're pre-diabetic, you need to be careful about this and that. We're talking about something. But to be pre-diabetic, that's a terrible state. I have to watch, I could become sick. But what it means is that this is a description of the dynamic processing of experience in your body. That is to say, your blood sugar level is getting a bit worrisome because you're not managing to process and stabilize the level of blood sugar you need. The pancreas is not functioning. It looks like a solidifying statement, but it's actually describing a process. And this is one of our big problems in life, that we're not quite sure how to describe processes because we want to hear conclusions. The ego and dualistic consciousness seeks to get the truth. But what's going on? Doctor, am I going to live or die? If I'm going to die, when am I going to die? What's the doctor going to say? I don't know when you're going to die. How would I know when you're going to die? People can be very sick and then suddenly die. We don't know. Roughly, you've got a couple of months. People don't know, but we want certainty. So you have investigation, rumination on the nature of the material that's arisen, the formulation of a diagnosis, which may lead to more tests, and finally you have a diagnosis in a form which can be presented to the patient, and you say something to them. I have to tell you. I remember when I got my diagnosis of the cancer, I saw the professor at Charing Cross Hospital, and I was a bit surprised. I was seeing the professor. Elevation. You don't want to have that elevation in the hospital. So I went in and I said something about the weather. Very nice. He said, I have some bad news for you. And he said what it was. You have a problem with your prostate. Well, I know that because I was pissing blood. You have a cancer problem with your prostate. I didn't know that. There's nothing much I, as an ordinary person, can do with this as a diagnosis. You know, you can Google it and look it up. But what does it mean? My cells are delinquent? Well, I'm fairly delinquent, so I wouldn't be surprised that my cells are delinquent as well. There is a lack of harmony in the functioning. Some people, you know, the school bullies are starting to develop, and they're going to push out and say, we're going to take over this territory. That's a story. So when you get sick, you get all kind of stories. People send me all kind of emails about healing that they could do with this or that or the other. And then you see people are living in these worlds very different from our own, which ring true for them because this is how they join it together. This is the meaning of consciousness. This is what he's meaning by ordinary consciousness. It doesn't mean something bad or wrong. It means this is how inside the structure of reification, of solidification, I exist, you exist, in this world of entities, of existence, we join the dots to make patterns which give us more or less illumination. That's what it is. So what he's saying is, you don't need to collapse this formation. You just have to see that fundamentally, from the bottom up, it is not other than the enlightened mind of the Buddha. That what you have is a distortion. So when we read the Heart Sutra, we say form is emptiness. Emptiness is not other than form. So there you have a situation. So if I'm standing, so we have emptiness on one side and we have form on the other. And they are kind of balancing. Because although in the text it looks like it's a kind of very regular thing, in our lived experience, sometimes we're more in form, it all seems very real, and sometimes it's more kind of spacious and empty. So these are pulsing across. It doesn't come to a point of stability. It's a dynamic system. So inside this possibility, different formations arise, but they don't become something. That is to say, the baby remains in the womb. It doesn't come out of the womb, the umbilical cord is never cut. The womb, or the bhaga, is a traditional image for emptiness. In the womb, everything is growing and coming into formation and manifesting, but no baby comes out because the womb itself is unborn. It is a space within which formations arise. So, emptiness, something arising in emptiness, but this something is devoid of thingness because its sphere of operation, its ground, and its movement with other formations is empty of somethingness. There is no somethingness. There are illusions. There are illusions. So, for example, in the field of psychotherapy, there is always a question: should you take what the patient says seriously? They come with a narrative, with a story, they want to be believed. Should you believe them? I'm not a policeman, I'm not trained to be professionally suspicious, but at the same time, I don't want to go into collusion with what might be just a self-deluding fabrication. So I've got to find a middle way where I can hear and feel the topology of this lived world of the other, without losing my freedom to approach it from different directions. So the patient is like a sculpture. It's not like a two-dimensional painting. They're like a sculpture. And as the patient tells me their story, often the same story again and again with permutations, I'm walking around that sculpture and getting a different sense of how they are, because they are ungraspable. Their demand to me may be grasp me, believe me, tell me the truth, we're in it together. My parents, they were really shit and they did this and da-da-da, and it's a whole kind of storyline coming out of that, which gives me a certainty about why my life is the way it is. And yet, that's one particular way of joining the dots. And hopefully, if the person stays in the therapy and we make some progress, more dots will start to arise. A bit like, if you live in the city, because of the street lights, you don't see the stars very much. So in the therapy, you move out into the country and more stars arrive. And so you can join the dots in different patterns. And then the person starts to be aware, oh, my mum had a really hard life. Oh. And as soon as you feel sorrow for the difficulties of your mum, your rage towards your mum starts to go down. And the actuality of your mum's existence becomes more real. And now you have an inner dialogue between these two sides, which are more formed, which have more redolent with feeling, with complexity, with paradox. And you move away from one-liners, I know the truth. So again, consciousness is always trying to come to a conclusion. It's summative. It adds things up and comes to a totalized conclusion. We are all accountants. We're all keeping the score, adding things up, adding and subtracting, editing ourselves, presenting ourselves in how we would like to be. Awareness doesn't do accountancy. It doesn't come to a conclusion. It's just this and this and this. It can still function in the world. In fact, from awareness, you can function very well in the world because you're not carrying with you the burden of all your past interpretations. So as you go through school, the different stages, you accumulate knowledge, you get different insights into the grammar of your mother tongue and so on. And your work gets marked as the teachers think your competence should be increasing. So you've got a cumulative sense of competence and ability to perform. Awareness is not like this at all. It's non-cumulative, it's instantly formed, it's all at once. Which is why when some of us were here before, we were looking at the Sweet Simplicity Mahamudra text, and they are all about sahaj, in an instant, fully formed. It's like this. So that's the discourse directly of Yeshe, of original knowing. In this text, he's going to take us across the back-to-back separation of these two formations, and he's going to show us how to turn them around and link them to make a bridge, and then from a bridge into a kind of movement together, a pas de deux, internally of these possibilities, so that from awareness you can speak the discourse of consciousness. This is freedom. Because from the discourse of consciousness, you can't enter into the realm of awareness. Consciousness cannot avail itself of awareness, but awareness can show the dynamics of consciousness. Does that make sense? Because consciousness, to use another image, consciousness is like the pattern of the reflections in a mirror. When you look at one reflection, you see colors and shapes, but you also see there's a lack of substance behind it. And then you look at other reflections. All these reflections, they all have the same kind of nature. But you could look at reflection after reflection after reflection without ever thinking, wow, this is because the mirror is empty. We've all looked in mirrors a lot in our lives, but probably we haven't often seen, I only see a reflection because the mirror is empty. If I looked at a painting, the painting is full of paintingness. So that's all. It's just got paintingness, which I can interpret variously, but it's paintingness. The mirror doesn't have mirrorness as something. It has mirrorness as nothing, which is why it shows reflections. So in that way, the emptiness of the mirror is the basis for potential. That is original knowing. That is the luminosity of the mind, can show different forms. But if you fixate on set patterns, on assumptions of existence and so on, this limited focus will not reveal the open. So the finite cannot reveal the infinite, but the infinite can reveal the finite because all finites are within the infinite. Does that language make sense? I've just said the same thing in about 20 different ways. So it's very important that you yourself move around these different possibilities so that it becomes something concrete for you. And that when you find yourself a bit obsessional, a bit kind of not able to free yourself from certain thoughts or patterns, you reckon, I'm trapped. I'm trapped within freedom. Nobody's putting me into this prison. I'm trapping myself. The door is open. You can do you can relax in the out-breath. It's open. It's just a thought. Yeah, but no, really, I fucked up. I shouldn't have done that. I wish I hadn't done that. You fall into the thought again. But the thought itself is vanishing. The reflection in the mirror is insubstantial. You cannot get it. It's not a thing. Your thoughts, the thoughts that limit you, that give you bias, that give you anxiety, these thoughts have no self-substance. You are a prisoner of clouds and shadows. And the door's open. So that's what he's going to do, show us the door a little bit more together. So then he says, this explanation of the instructions on co-emergent yoga has three parts: the preliminaries, the main part, and the conclusions. It's called co-emergent yoga, or Lenchi Chepe Naljor, meaning yoga in the Tibetan language has two parts. Naljor. Jorwa means to join. It's a word also for sex. So it's a joining as unification. And Nal means relaxed. So it means in the state of relaxation, everything is always already integrated. You don't have to join it together because it's already in. The reflection is always in the mirror. You don't find any reflections outside the mirror, or something that has mirroring something like the surface of a pool of water or whatever. If you've got a reflection, you got a mirror. It's just like that. So, if you have relaxation, you have integration. Which is why in Dzogchen in particular, we focus on relax and release. We're not trying to build up a better self, to build up clarity, to build up insight. We are allowing the carapace, the shell of obscurity, of self-referential closeness to fall away. to thin and dissolve until the openness which was always there is clear for us. We have been obscured in a shell. The shell is formed by the creatures that make shells, by their own secretions. This is us. We secrete thoughts, feelings, sensations, and they adhere to us. They're sticky. And this is attachment. Attachment's not an ideal word. In Tibetan, it's daksin. Dak means self or something, and zin means to grasp or to hold. So you hold something, and that something kind of squeezes a little drop of juice out, which then forms another patina, another thin layer of calcium that makes your shell. Because, I get to spend quite a bit of time with some very small children at the moment. The grandchildren of a good friend of mine. They're 2 and 3 years of age. They run around causing chaos. And they are so disinhibited. And I think of myself, and I couldn't do that. And if they can go like, and they do it out on the street. I also would like to do that. So, fuck, I'm so old and I have no freedom. And they are so young and they have freedom. Don't send them to school. No. It's amazing, isn't it? We learn to have an identity, to have a self-shape, to hold ourselves in place. And this carapace or this corset is squeezing us into the replicability of our self-image, so that when you go into work, you become recognizable as yourself to other people, because everybody is predicting how other people will behave. And the advantage of getting older is that you start to lose the solidifying signifiers of your life. So when I left work in the hospital, I had a name tag and a position title on my door, and I slid that out of its little holder, put it in my bag, gave the key to the secretary. I don't belong here anymore. So all that had been transacted, all the letters and reports I had written, all the committee meetings I had been to, all of it, they just dissolve in the air. The past is gone. It's gone. It's as if it was nothing. And these moments are so precious, because death is going to be like that. And all that we've built up and accumulated, all of this sense of ourselves, is going to vanish, just like the out-breath. So it allows us then to think, okay, in order to participate in the world and earn money and pay the rent and so on, I have to present myself. I have to manifest in these forms. But they are an illusion. This is a dance. This is a co-emergent patterning. So that's the co-emergent yoga. I emerge with the environment in this patterning, and I can do it with relaxation, with non-duality. I don't need to establish anything. The signifiers will present us established. So I went into the department as the consultant and so on. That gave me a certain kind of status, and then it's gone. It is conventional. As long as you're acting according to the convention, it is as if that is introjected, internalized, and manipulated into yourself, and you are that person. And then it falls away. And that wasn't you at all. And it never was you, only conventionally, only conceptually. It was a folie à deux, or a folly of quite a lot of people who all agreed that I am that person. It was a delusion. Then I vanished and someone else came in, and they also then received all these projections. So this is what it means, is reifying, solidifying projections get put into us so people think they know us. And then that's quite nice because we know them and they know us, and hello, hello, hello. And it seems to be something, but actually it's just a confectionery. It's like spun sugar. It's nothing substantial there. So this co-emergent yoga means the world and you arise together. You're not there before the world's not there before you, because there is your world. You have no access to anyone else's world. There is no the world, because the world that you know, that you are sure exists out there, is known by you, by your thoughts. And how you think about it and how other people think about it is not the same. That's why you have the rise of right-wing parties in Europe. Because some people say, Germany for the Germans. Who the fuck are all these people? Get them out. They shouldn't be here. They're contaminating our pure blood. You know, we used to believe in Aryan blood, blood and soil. Now we're not even allowed to say this. Fucking people. Yeah, believe that. Why don't you believe whatever you like? They believe that. Maybe you don't believe that, but they believe that. They are stupid for believing that. No, they believe that because they have to believe something. I believe something. All the somethings we believe are just beliefs. The Buddha was right, it's all illusion. But what makes an illusion a delusion is to believe that it is real. It is theater. We live in this play of illusory formulations which are influencing each other, but they have no self-substance, no inherent existence. The danger lies in true belief, in being born again, in having absolute belief, because that's what leads to cruelty, murder, exploitation. I can believe that I'm right, but if I insist that I'm right, and on the basis of knowing fully that I'm right, I know you're wrong, then you have real danger. So if my belief that I am right is soft, is like a working hypothesis, it's a kind of functional belief, or acting in the manner of and as if, then it's fairly light. But if I take it as the real truth, then it becomes solid, rigid, and becomes something to attack the world with. So this co-emergent yoga means to stay always connected with the emergence of each moment within the here and now, and not to solidify. Whatever the past was, it's gone. You cannot build up on history. And we know that when the political parties start to become extremist, they're always reinventing their history. The American commitment to freedom. That's why they stole the Philippines from the Spanish. Because if you're Filipino, what do you want the fucking Spanish for? Come on, get rid of the Spanish. Have Americans. Have a hamburger. Who needs tacos? You read the history of these countries and you see lie after lie after lie. Great Britain is the great liar, inventing all these stories of civilization going across the world, helping people. These are fantasies. When you actually see what the Kenyans think about the time of British domination, it's not what we tell ourselves about. These are stories. So, a story in the here and now, this is a way of joining the dots. That's all. It doesn't arrive at anything. It's a pattern which we can play with. Or it is the truth and I'll fight you to death. So he's saying, don't make it solid. Keep it light and loose. So the preliminaries. There are the ordinary and the extraordinary preliminaries. Then he says the ordinary preliminaries are explained elsewhere. So the ordinary preliminaries means refuge, bodhicitta, which we just started to touch on. We'll look at it a bit more later. These are the orienting preliminaries, and especially the four thoughts that turn the mind from samsara. Death and impermanence. We are definitely going to die. And up until we die, all our life situations are impermanent. We have breakfast, then we have lunch, because the food goes into digestive process, and hunger arises, and we eat some more, and then we defecate. To be alive is an interactive process. Nothing is as stable as our own self-delusions imagine they are. Everything is impermanent. This is your summertime. You say, oh, it's a very wet summer. It's a very wet summer. But it's summer, so it shouldn't be wet. It is, but it isn't. So there you have a concept of summer, and you have the phenomenological actuality of how the climate is behaving, and there is a disjunction between the two. We could say it's an aberration, it's an unusual, unexpected, and unlikely to return anomaly. Or we can say, uh-oh, maybe this is a sign of something else. Whatever it is, however we adopt it, it means something is not the way we thought it would be. And we thought it would be because we made a trajectory from past experience into the future. And that starts to crumble. So that brings up a feeling of uncertainty. Why would we want to do this? Why would we want to make ourselves even more uncertain than we are? It's because this cocoon of self-referentiality that we spun for ourselves is like a, like a shell, like an egg. We are encapsulated within our beliefs about ourselves. I'm gonna live forever. People sing it in a song, people dance to it. I'm gonna live forever. Fuck off. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. See, we get happier with lies. The truth makes us sad. So this first, they're called the Lodok Namshi, the four thoughts that turn the mind around, that upset us, essentially, that reveal to us, this is how the world is. So in Tibetan language, the word for the world is Jikten. Ten means the site or the place or the support, and Jik means to fall apart. So we are in the site of crumbling. Imagine if that was your language, and that's what you saw every time you said world. It's a site of crumbling. It brings a whole different flavor to it. Crumbling, falling away, impermanence, loss, death. This is normal. This is the actual. It's not a punishment. It's not an accident. It's just how it is. So when we really allow ourselves to see that, why would I be accumulating for a future that may not come? What I have, the only thing I truly have, is the here and now, being present in the here and now. Where am I? I'm not in the here and now. So I don't have to go anywhere else. I just have to find a way of collecting myself into the here and now, rather than manufacturing all these dreams and fantasies of some other place and some other time. Then we have the notion of a precious human birth, that born, some of the factors are said to come from ourselves, some to come from others. So we have a reasonably healthy body, we grow up in a country which is not too difficult and violent a place. Our sense organs are all functioning and we're able to learn. This is a manifestation of our own good karma, and we can avail ourselves of the Dharma which the Buddha has brought into the world, which has been maintained by the Sangha, that is taught to us by our teachers, and so we can take our place within this lineage of transmission. We have this access. Many people don't have that. Many people are living and dying without any sense of how their own mind is full of trickery and delusion. Then we have the teaching on suffering. So you have suffering in the six different realms of samsara, in the God realm down to the hell realm, different kinds of suffering. You can read about these in many books. If you haven't ever studied this, you can read Pato Rinpoche's The Words of My Perfect Teacher, or Gampopa's basic text. I can't remember what it's called. Can you remember? The Jewel Ornament of Liberation, yeah. It sets all these things out very clearly. Whether you believe it or not, better to adopt it as a working hypothesis. It is as if this is the case, because it will... You don't want to become a true believer and fall asleep in the certainty of your belief. On the other side, you don't want to be so doubting that you can never open yourself to the path. So let's act as if this is the case. There is a lot of suffering around. We know there is a lot of suffering for animals. There's roadkill at the side of the road. There's animals, badgers and so on that come onto the road, especially at night time. There's all the different abattoirs killing animals, the way animals are in fields. They are owned, they are like slaves, they are milked every day, or they're fattened up for slaughter. The fish in the sea are factory farmed with these huge ships that are just sucking them in. The fish are also infected with all the shite that we put into the ocean. They're finding in whales now masses of plastic, not just the plastic in the stomach, but it's going into the very tissues of their life. So we do this. We have created a lot of suffering for animals. And the reason we look at this is, the reason we suffer is whatever body we're in, this is me. This moment with this pain or this anguish, this is me, this is my life. So what is suffering? We've all had pain, physical pain, mental pain and so on. It arises, it suffuses us, that's to say, just as the sunrise, the light spreads out through the sky. Difficulties, depression, loneliness, they spread right through you. They pervade you as if this is the truth of your existence. And then something else happens, and something else happens, and something else happens. It's very rare to meet people who are continuously depressed at the same level. They may say they are, but actually it's because they have a cognitive bias. They discount the beautiful moments that are there. And if you let the world in, then there is much more space for a more balanced approach. Now, suffering comes from, I am the recipient of this experience. This is happening to me. Oh, that's a bit more sound. So I'm making a sound by banging the pen on the water jug. I have agency and I act on the water jug. But also the world has agency and it acts on me. So things happen to me. Sometimes I am proactive subject and sometimes I am reactive object. That's true. I think we could agree with that's our experience. Oh, so if sometimes you are subject and sometimes you are object, then you cannot be fully subject and you cannot be fully object. It depends. It depends on field factors, things happening in the field. So my existence is not mine. It emerges and I claim it. Yeah. So this goes back to that attachment or dagzin, grasping onto something that I take to be relevant to me. Who is the one who does this grasping? I do. And who are you in that moment? I am sensation. I am feelings. God, not again. Why does these things happen to me? I can't bear it. We know what that kind of feeling is like, where you feel persecuted, where you feel it's, I try my best, but it fucks up and I don't know. And that's happening. That's a happening. Thoughts coming and going, feelings coming and going. Maybe you say something, you phone a friend, you bend their ear, tell them this story of grief, and then it's over. Then you feel better. They feel like shit, but you feel better. It's impermanent. It was dynamic. It was revelatory. But the revelation, which thickened through the telling of it, because you could bring more and more factors into the story, add a bit more sugar and then stir it up, cream, big rich cake, my suffering, then it's gone. So who are you when your story ends? You merged into the story, then you merge into something else, then you merge into yourself. I am a merger. How do I merge? By being nothing. Remember the mirror. The mirror is empty of self-imaging or self-portrayal. The image, the mirror itself doesn't show you the mirror. You never see the mirror as mirror. You see the mirror as reflection. So the mirror is the hospitality where reflections can be revealed. But none of the reflections show you the truth of the mirror. You know? Now you want to get that tattooed on your chest. Because if you get this, then you get the main thing. The mirror is not defined by the reflection. So now you see, I feel like shit, but I feel a bit better now. I feel more like myself. I don't know what happened to me. I became other than the person I know myself to be. And now I feel more like me again. Subject into object, object into subject. Not fully subject, not fully object. Both are arising. Neither is my true home. Neither is my true home. I am not the subject. Subjectivity is a vector moving through the space of awareness which you can merge with or not. Sometimes you merge with it, sometimes you don't. You can merge with it as compassion, as kindness, as connectivity, or you can merge with it as self-expression, revelation of my true identity. Does that make sense? many different experiences arise, and they all pass. They all pass. If you remember being a small child, it's summertime. Your parents say you have to go to bed. You say, Mom, but I can't sleep. Look, it's light outside. I hear the other children playing. Why can't I go up? Because you live in this house and I'm your mother and I'm telling you it's your bedtime. It's not fair. All these torments that you go through in the different stages of your life, being 16, going to a party, looking at the floor a lot of the time. So we all have these experiences of uncertainty, insecurity. Do I belong? Do you like me? They show the absolute fragility of the sense of self. It's not a fixed thing. It is conversational aspect. It is part of the dialogue of the becoming as we participate in the world. And some people's early environments make relaxed dialogue very, very difficult. And for other people it's more easy. However it is for us, the dialogue means as you are, so I become. Because if we are going to have a real dialogue, we have to be kind of able to share signifiers. Not only that, but to share the mood within which we can exchange signifiers. We have to be mutually interested. We have to feel that there's some value in this conversation. There is toing and froing. So I listen, you speak. Having listened, I respond. You listen. And so you get the pulsation of communication. This is our health. We know this from our pulse, from our breathing. Pulsation is good. When people are coming in the clinic, we're always saying, try not to say more than 3 sentences. You know? Your monologue is you, but I'm sitting here. Who am I? You're my therapist. Yeah, but not only that. I'm paid to be a therapist and to sit in the chair. I'm not paid enough to be bored shitless by your story. Yeah, you have to say that to some patients. You have to say, I fucking exist, you know. You want to bend my ear? What is this? I'm not a public toilet. Because this is a blessing to them. Nobody else will say these things. Psychotherapists have to say the unsayable. They have to say, fucking wake up. I'm in the world with you. And you want to turn me into the wallpaper and smear it with your shit? This is outrageous. Now I don't know what to say. Now you've upset me. Good. You know, these things are real because it goes back to this looking at suffering, these 4 thoughts that shake your world, that turn you upside down. If you collude with people, if you go along with their encapsulation in their false ideas about themselves, this is not a kindness. You have to cut effectively. You have to try to find the point, like a acupuncture point, but you have to say, this is delusion. This is delusion. I mean, if somebody is really psychotic, you kind of go along with it. I had a patient who said that what he really liked to do was to get from the freezer frozen peas, and he would stick them up his bum and then masturbate thinking about me. Interesting. People say all sorts of things. If they say something like that, no interpretation is required. Because they're in their own little world. And that's enormously sad.
Wow.
But kindness is actually another word for connectivity, for contact. We make contact. Padmasambhava comes into the world. He shows these different forms in order to make contact with different kinds of people. 21 taras, thousands of different forms of Chenrezig, because one form is not enough. Different strokes for different folks. That our aim is to become flexible and pliable so that the potential of the ground manifests through us and we can respond to the other as they are. what tends to happen is that we are constrained by our notion of our own repertoire of what I can see as me, or what I would be too embarrassed to say. And that fixation blocks us having authentic contact with the other person. So in relation to suffering, what we see is that suffering is a form of encapsulation, whether it's in the hot hells or the cold hells, where outrageous pain drives you mad, drives every thought out of your mind, or up in the God realms where you have so much pleasure that you can't review whatever's happening because it's so pleasant. You're just merged in a moment which you think is the real truth, and then of course it vanishes. Now, we have had 3 of the 4. What is the 4th? Who can remember? We had death and impermanence, and we had suffering, and we had the 6 realms.
Karma.
Karma, exactly. Good. So, karma means... Okay, I start differently. There is no karma with non-duality. The driving force of karma is duality. So there are 4 stages generally to the accumulation of karma. The basis is to manifest in the domain of duality. I exist, you exist. That's the foundation of karma. I exist, you exist. I have some thoughts or intentions about you. That takes us to the 2nd level, which is the intention. Because we are connected with others, we formulate an intention to help the other, to harm the other, to do something for the other, to get the other to do something for us. There's various moves you can make, but my intention is to impact the other for my benefit. Here we're talking about negative karma. So then the 3rd stage is the enactment. I decide I will steal something from you. You leave your bag here and you go out, and I take some money. I have made contact with the object of my desire. In that moment, you, as the proper owner, as it were, of the money, are irrelevant to me. Because I'm interested in the money. So money good, and you fuck off. So this is very important. This is duality, manifesting more duality, because I'm cutting the world into smaller and smaller pieces in which I say, what has value is money, and you don't have value, and I don't care if you're sad that you've lost your money, and fuck you. So there's a lot of defensive aggression in that the thief won't feel sorrow. It's mine. It's mine. Then the 4th level is where you align yourself in the review with what you did. I am glad I took the money. Now I'm going to buy ice cream. Now I'm happy. In that, the fact that you're sad doesn't impinge. However, if at the 4th stage you think, uh-oh, now you'll be sad, you'll be upset, you'll be going to the priest, you'll be trying to find out what happened. I have caused a lot of disturbance for you. If I feel regret at that level, it reduces the impact. If on the moment of taking the money, I think, what am I doing? This is going to be really disturbing for you. I don't need the money so much. Even if I'm hungry, I shouldn't steal. I could ask you. So if that stops me there, if at the 2nd point of developing the intention, I put that intention into question. Why do I need the money? Could I earn the money in another way? Why would I believe that harming you is the best way to benefit myself? And then I think, oh, no reason to do that. Then it brings us back to duality. And the problem is, inside duality, you don't know what duality is. It's like a fish swimming in the water. They're just in the water. We're in duality. Everyone we meet is in duality. Our mum, our dad, our children, our parents. Everybody's in duality. So that's why we need Dharma to illuminate duality and the possibility of non-duality. Because otherwise karma just keeps flowing. And even if you're developing good karma, you decide to develop something virtuous, to build a clinic, to help people in India who are suffering, and you make a lot of activity, and then you're glad that you help these people, you still are within the structure of duality. So these four thoughts are designed to strongly put into questions the assumptions you're living in. And that's what the preliminaries are. Is, so now we're going to have this break for lunch and some free time and to have the different kinds of movement available. In all these situations, you can reflect on your assumptions about who you are, how much food you need to eat for lunch, on what your identity is if you're talking with someone, how you present yourself to them, what you choose to say about yourself, what is your intention. I want this person to like me, so I'll polish up my image a little bit, or I hide bits of me. I'm always distorting myself in order to kind of manifest a profile that I think will be suitable for you. This is artificial. It's a lot of work. Some of us know from the Padmasambhava practice, this praise of Padmasambhava says, Machu Tutra Lama Chukiku. The Dharmakaya Guru is free of artifice, free of contrivance, free of conceptual elaboration. And then you think of your social identity and all the games we play in how we show ourselves, whether they're intentional or habitual. We're up to something. We're up to maintaining the seeming integrity and value of our ego self. So when you start to notice that, you can think, it's like buying a property. When you buy the property, you're very, very happy. Now I have a home. And then you realize, oh, there is an aspect I didn't think of called maintenance. Because the roof is leaking a little bit and the drains get blocked and I have to repaint, and the window frames, I didn't check them enough, they're starting to rot. There's always something wrong with the fucking house. So look at your own house. It's crumbling. When we say that Dzogchen, the world is crumbling, we are part of the world. This is a crumbling formation. We have a brief window of opportunity within which to see the unchanging ground of all that is changing, to find the mirror with the reflections, not the mirror rather than the reflections. But if you see that a reflection is a reflection and not a true entity, then this merging or bringing together of the mirror and the reflection is liberation. Because of course the reflection and the mirror have always been together. Everything has always been unborn and radiant. So we want to find the mirror-like awareness. And in the system of the 5 poisons and the 5 wisdoms, the purification of anger is called the mirror-like wisdom. Because anger and hatred provide a definitive kind of knowledge. Let me tell you something about you. You don't want to hear this, but I'm going to fucking tell you. Because I know you. When people get angry and they talk in that way, it's a certainty of definitive exposition. I've got your number. That is to say, I'm reifying you, I'm solidifying you, I'm reducing you to an objective entity that can be known from top to bottom. That is the very opposite of the mirror, because the mirror just shows. The mirror doesn't judge, it doesn't have bias. Come as you are, you're welcome. Everything is welcome. So, when we have antipathy, when we have a negative reaction to things, That's because I have judged this to be a thing, and a thing I don't like. Take it back into yourself. Is it a thing? It's an experience. No things, only experience. And experience is tumbling and folding and moving. And I don't like. Maybe at this moment. Tomorrow, I don't know. As the Buddha said, friends become enemies, enemies become friends. So if enemies become friends, how can you be so sure? We don't know. Shifting, impermanent, not so solid. It's our solidification, our determination, which is so awful. And this we see in politics all the time now. These horrendous men, and sadly, it's always fucking men that do it. Again and again, laying down the definitive truth about who other people are. And it's a tragedy, because it's the absence of the feminine, of the emptiness, of the wisdom of non-accumulation, non-reification, which is so required to say, well, let's see. Maybe the situation's more complicated than right and wrong, good and bad, friend and enemy. Let's go beyond binary opposition and live with the complexity which is the Dharma Dhatu. It's everything all at once. Okie dokie, so we have lunch now. And we meet in the afternoon. I'm moving forward. We do some little bit body to begin.
Oh.
So this is called the 9-round breathing. Many people know it. Women start with the left arm, men start with the right arm. So you're raising the arm up as you breathe in through both nostrils, and then you bring your arm over and close the nostril there, and you breathe out, and as you breathe out, you lower the arm down to get some pressure on the side, maximum emptying, and then open on the other side. And then the same. So for women, it's left, right, left, right, left, right, and for men, it's the opposite. And then after that, we inhale through both nostrils, and then we lean forward and breathe out through both nostrils, bringing your head down as far as possible, and then slowly coming up, breathing in through both nostrils. This is the one time when being fat is an advantage. Because as you lean forward, the fat is squeezing the lungs of the last drop of the Tipun.
You have much food?
So, in your own time, breathing in. According to the tradition, this is a good way of ensuring that the stale air that lingers in the pathways is expelled. And you can see with this right-left kind of movement that it's always trying to bring communication between these two aspects. So when at the moment of conception, the white father essence and the red mother essence meet together and then separate, with the white father essence going up to the brain area and the red mother essence going down to the navel area, and they exist in the body until you die, at which point they come together, and when they merge, then that's the moment of death. That also can occur in eclipses. So when there is a solar eclipse, you have the meeting of the sun and the moon, and that's a time when the positioning of the male and female energy is said to be reduced, and you can imagine them in the heart and use that to give yourself the sense of nothing happening at all. Because we've looked at how energy manifests as a pulsation with sound waves and light waves, that they have this structure of movement in them. And so these male and female polarities, which often equate to skillful means or compassion and wisdom, emptiness, they exist as a potential of collaboration. And when they collaborate, life goes well and we can see our own situation more clearly. It's when they get turned into back-to-back confrontation that we get a problem. So many cultures have very separate rules for men and women. Orthodox Jewish culture, most Islamic cultures, women are like this, men are like that. Now we have less of this in play, and we can see more free and easy collaboration between these polarities. But the mutual exclusion in this binary opposition, of course, collapses dialogue. Because how will they stay in communication if the basis of me being me is I'm not you? And so your status for me is not me, not me, not me, not me. And because I'm self-obsessed, why would I speak with you? So what have I got to gain from you? Like, again, when the British went to India in the later part of the colonial period after 1856, they established these cantonments so that the British would be entirely separated from Indian life. So they're in India, but they don't want to be infected by India. And Victoria is the Empress of India, but doesn't really want anything to do with India. That's very strange, isn't it? Because the fear is contamination, which we see with all the stuff about illegal immigrants and the phobias around transsexual people. Anything which doesn't fit into our frame of reference, we tend to exclude. Now, Buddhist wisdom and Buddhist compassion are both concerned with inclusivity, that everything is within, on the inside. And this insiderness means that if you attack any of these formations, if you disown them, If you disregard them, you're attacking yourself. It's like in the stories of Noah's Ark, the animals went in 2 by 2. So in the same way, we go through the gate of enlightenment arm in arm, like in country dancing. You dance up together, because you can't go in on your own. Because where's your other half? You know, that notion from Ovid that once human beings were both male and female, but then they got separated, and so each person is looking for the other person to complete them. This symbolism is very strong in Buddhism, that skillful means needs wisdom in order not to be dangerous, and wisdom needs skillful means in order to become operative in the world. Or expressed in another language, the male energy is movement and the female energy is stillness, or the male energy is manifestation and the female manifestation is emptiness. So whenever you get a binary, in teaching is always about bringing these two together to see them as not merged, but more like two sides of the same coin. They are non-dual because you can't split the coin down the middle. You need both. So collaboration is always the central theme, and especially collaborating with yourself. So when you become aware of your patterns, your habits, what you take to be your limitations, how you would like to be but you find you're not, then you dislike yourself. I don't believe in myself. I've lied in the past, I've cheated in the past. What am I going to do? I'm not a good person. Whenever you come into that situation, you see that's a tilt. I'm over-cathected, I'm over-connected with a particular formation of myself. But there's also the parallel that we have been kind, we have been honest, we have been hardworking. And so these two sides need to be together. I know hell, I know heaven, I can practice virtue, I can practice unvirtue. And then instead of thinking, well, we need to split these two and privilege virtue and push down unvirtue, we can see, oh, that is like a wave motion. Because if you know about lying, then you can make friends with liars. If you know about cheating, you can make friends with cheaters. So in the 6 realms of samsara, each of these realms has a Buddha. So when the Buddha goes to the hot hells, he brings some cooling water to drink. And when he goes to the hot hell, he brings a blanket. And then when he goes to the hungry ghost realm, he brings them a kind of digestible fluid that they will be able to take so that it won't turn into molten lead in their mouths. And so in each of the realms, he brings something that brings contact. So in the realm of the sensual gods, where there is beauty all the time, he arrives with a piwang, like a lute, and he plays music for them. And this is very important, isn't it? Because if you say, oh, you only need meditation, then the Buddha could be sitting there in meditation, surrounded by people, eating chocolate and listening to music. And they say, there's some strange guy. I don't know what he does. He sits in a corner. Why he's here, I don't know. So the Buddha joins in. And that's so important, connectivity. Everything can be connected with. And if you make the connection, then you start to see the value that's there. In so many countries, there are wonderful people who become volunteer prison visitors. And they go to the prison and they talk to people who have no one else who comes to visit them. And they open up a pathway of conversation, which is an incredible thing to do. Because everyone else around is hostile, there's a lot of aggression in the air. And if somebody who is interested in, how are you? Profoundly, how are you? That's an enormous gift. And then that becomes a conduit, a pathway for the person who is in prison to reveal a broader spectrum of their potential. So the key thing is always open connectivity is a welcome, and the welcome operates on the basis that I have no box to put you in. I have no final definition of who you are, where I want to locate you. I will be with you as you are. And that's something very, very profound, because it means that I cannot start from myself. You know, with some people you can start in a dialogue because there's some quality of presence in them and you get into something. But with other people, especially with small children, you have to enter their world because they don't enter your world. So unless you get down on the carpet and play with them, you're not going to make any progress. And that's a real quality. I've said to some of you before, when I worked in the hospital, the professor of psychiatry then, Jim Watson, would always bring in the new trainees in psychiatry, and they'd bring them into the room one by one, and they would sit down for a little, and he'd say, let's get on the floor. And you can get on the floor, and he'd bring out some toys. And if they looked alarmed, he would say, you do adults, don't touch children. And if they were happy playing, he'd say, working with children may be good for you. It's so brilliant, because you show that in your embodied being. It's not some kind of theory. If you can't play, then working with children is not going to help. So, when we're thinking about these polarities, we also have them in our body, and he's just going to touch on this in the text. A little bit further down. So he says the ordinary preliminaries. Here he's including what's called the Nundro, the preparatory practice, which is the refuge, the bodhicitta, mandala offering, vajrasattva, and guru yoga. These are again all ways of opening up new pathways of connectivity. And you can read about them. So, as he says, the Vairochana Sambodhi Sutra says, the body is to be straight and in Vajra posture. The mind is one-pointed in Mahamudra. So that's what we're aiming for when we're doing any practice. So the key thing is to have the spine straight and resting on the spine as our great supporter. The skeleton can take the burden, because when the skeleton's resting in place, the muscles relax. If you're off balance, then the muscles are having to hold you in your off balance position, and that generates some tension. So always try to find your posture, especially with your head. Make sure that the weight of your head is passing straight down, because if you're leaning forward or straining to be back, you'll start to experience tension, and that tension becomes pervasive. He's going to describe this Vajra posture in a second. And the mind is one-pointed in Mahamudra. It means, although he's going to offer some particular meditation practices to do, the starting position is simply relaxed openness. So we could just take a few minutes we're just sitting, and here we are, just like this. Okay. It's not a big thing to do. You're just sitting here. You're sitting here with the senses open. You're aware of the tent, you're aware of the other people. You are experiencing them, and you are experiencing your body with its weight, its pressure on your buttocks. You're aware of thoughts and feelings arising. So this is the crossroads or the choice point as these sensations, familiar sensations, are arising, do I interpret them as being signs of me? I am sitting here, I am having this experience, so I am the subject, I am the experiencer, and everything else is my experience. Or, if we relax a little bit more, we see that these various moments of sensation in the body, for me it's a lot of thickness in the neck and so on with my throat, these sensations are not different from the experience of seeing other people, hearing a car on the road. Experience arises and passes. Whether the experience seems to be external or internal, it's just experience. Our own dualistic consciousness, what we looked at this morning, this interprets what occurs as a sign of something. It's looking to the experience that's arising as being referential. So I just coughed there. My throat's bad. So the interpretation is I'm coughing because I have a sore throat. So I create a little interpretive narrative. But actually there was just a cough. Cough clears, breathing a bit better for a time. It's just a cough. Cough arises, cough is gone. It's when we start to build on these events and take them as indicative of something else, then you get the linking, which is the basis of thinking, and you build up narrative images. So, when we're just sitting, everything that occurs is experience. And the experience arises and passes. So, big sound now rising. And then it's gone. Arising and vanishing. Who is the experiencer? The experiencer of the sound itself is just the space of reverberation. It's if you like, a self-luminous space. It's just sound. Once you start to think of what is that sound? Who is making that sound? I don't want that sound to disturb me. When you start to bring in this interpretation, then you have to have agency. I am the agent, or the tractor driver, or whoever is the agent. Somebody is doing something which has an impact on me. So traditionally this is called the three wheels. The wheel of the subject, the doer, the wheel of the object, which is the thing to which it becomes the organized in the direction of our doing. I'm doing something to someone or something. And the third wheel is the dynamic of agency, of the connectivity between us. When these three wheels are running, then you are in the domain of dualistic consciousness. When you're interpreting, what is that? So there's a sound, it's just sound. Your ears cannot take tractors inside. Not possible. They take sound, but they don't take tractors. So this is a tractor, that is a thought. That is an interpretation. That is your mental activity. Is your mental activity required? No. Have a holiday. I don't need to know what's going on. Because what is going on is just some non-dual appearance. That's all there is. That functions here. It doesn't function if you're driving a car, carrying out an operation. No. There is a domain for consciousness, but the domain of awareness, if you like, subsumes the domain of consciousness if you stay resting in it. Because I don't need to know means the knowledge conclusion I come to by the active inspection of what could be the possible sound, the possible reason for that sound that I hear. You can see that linking. That's mental activity. I don't need to work it out. We are much too curious. We want to know, as if knowledge would somehow make our world safe. So what that leads to is dispersal of our energy, because each thought which follows another thought arises in your mind, and then you fire another thought after it, like a tracer bullet that gives you a sense of what's going on out there. Then there's commotion, there's disturbance, something is happening. Well, what is it? It's irrelevant. But how could anything be irrelevant for me? Because I have to tell you, I am the center of the world. This is the feeling of the ego. The ego wants to know, needs to know. Awareness doesn't need to know. Because awareness already knows that everything is like a reflection in the mirror. Now, it can work with that and bring that back to the understanding of the three kayas, especially the Nirmana kaya, and how that functions. We'll do that a bit later. But the actual status of whatever is occurring is determined by the ground, or the space of arising, or the source. So here we have sound and emptiness. This is ungraspable sound. We can't catch the sound. What we do is we apply a little post-it note onto the sound that says motorbike. Now, motorbike is my cognition. So now I know it's a motorbike because I say it's a motorbike. And you could say that too, and we all agree it's a motorbike. Sound is gone. It wasn't the sound of something necessarily. It's just sound. But you see, this is the meaning of consciousness, that we need to know what's going on. It's very busy, it's very interpretive, and it's always trying to pull it together. What does it mean? Why are they doing it? What's this in the afternoon? People should be relaxing. It's a Sunday afternoon. Have they no home to go to? Get a wife, have a fuck, don't disturb people with a bloody motorbike. Why not? So, why? How? Who dares? We don't need to be involved in that at all. The mind is so active. So, when there is a need for activity, thoughts can form in a pattern, like with driving a car, giving someone an injection, working out that you get the needle in the right place, and so on. There are many skilled activities which we do, and when there is a time for that, we constellate into the formation that fits that task. But the constellation, a coming into a particular set of formations, is only meaningful in that context of these formations. It doesn't mean anything outside. So one of the things that doctors often have is a stethoscope in their pocket. They take it out if they need to hear something. In the medical school that was linked to the clinic where I worked, you could always tell the first years because they always come out with a stethoscope around their neck, like some little symbol. I'm in the medical school, I'm going to be a doctor. So we see that it's like symbols, activities can have a function. And so being a doctor then becomes not a set of activities, but a whole positioning in life. And that 24 hours a day you should be ready for, in case there's an emergency, because this is what you are. And so that difficult to shake that identity free. There's a lot of burnout because of that, because now I'm off duty and be fully off duty. So it's the same for the meditation. When you're on duty, when you're having to do things and process them, it makes sense to have that facility, that acuity, that sharpness and attention to detail. But when we relax, we don't need that. It's just experience. And what I was trying to highlight, and I hope it was clear for you, is that the referrer is a concept and the referent is a concept. I think that's the sound of a motorbike. I is an idea, the idea of the self arising. And of course it's invested with some juice, with some libidinal cathexis, some sense of this is me. And the sound of the motorbike seems clear to me because I've heard them before. These are both mental activities. They are movements of the mind. And so if you're just open, subject side thoughts, feelings, emotions arise and pass. Object side sounds, reflections of the sunlight on the car, many different phenomena arise. They arise and pass. Nothing to do. So Mahamudra is the possibility of complete uninvolvement, which is not a renunciation, but it is actually how we facilitate ourselves having optimal involvement when the time is right. Because if you remain aligned with a specific form of arousal, both you and the people who know you will have a kind of expectation that that's going to be how you will be. And then it can be difficult to get rid of that. For example, I don't know in Germany, but in Britain we have very long-running soap operas on the television. They've been going 30, 40 years, and some of the actors and actresses have been in there 20, 30 years, and everybody knows them. And it's very difficult for them to get other work. Usually at Christmas time they can get into a pantomime, but apart from that it's very difficult because we know who they are. So in a similar way, if you have a limited repertoire of responses, people will know you to be like that, and therefore they will accommodate to confirming that that is you. But we're trying to free ourselves from this unnecessary and premature limitation. I'm uninvolved. Everything is open and available. We can mobilize into any situation if required. And that's the key thing, because if it's coming from me, it's probably some nervous anxiety in myself that's taking me out into the situation. I felt I had to do something. Did we have to do something? Why should we do something? Now, clearly, in some critical situations, you should do something. Your own ethics will determine whether you are the one who acts or doesn't act. We know there's a lot of bystander behavior in which people just observe and get upset and don't do anything. And the problem with that is if we have a body, a voice, and a mind, then the mind is being activated by the problem. Could be the Middle East or Ukraine or whatever. But speech has not got much to do except go and shout on a march. And the body can't do anything. You know, you're not going to go to Ukraine and be a fighter. So you have an agitation which is non-transformatory externally, but is transformatory internally because now you are preoccupied. This is very important. This is very real. The real is imagined. Whatever you take to be real is imagined. It is your own imagination that makes it real. So if you're used to playing with small children, you know that this is true. Because some little squiggle that they do, this is mummy, and mummy's cooking my lunch. So squiggle, squiggle. And the child can look at it again even 2 hours later and say, this is mummy. How did he do that? because they identify with that. They imagine that this is a true representation. So this is what we do all the time. We imagine that we have somehow found the situation that's there. So all the preparatory practices are designed to give us a break from habitual arousal, habitual identification, not as a quietistic stepping apart from things, but simply to see the non-necessity of your habitual formations. They are habitual, and therefore they seem to carry a necessity. But is it true? For example, many people nowadays try to fast, or at least diminish their food intake a couple of days a week. So on the first day, time for breakfast, I won't have breakfast. I feel hungry. Why do I feel hunger? What is my hunger telling me? Time for breakfast. What is my hunger telling me? This is a habitual arousal which you could attend to or not. You have this choice. No, I don't have any choice because I'm hungry, and suddenly you're in the fridge and you're preparing something for breakfast. Who is preparing your breakfast? Your habit formation. It's breakfast time, I eat breakfast. What's wrong with that? You want to fight? This is my breakfast. It feels real. You know, when you're giving, for many people, giving up smoking cigarettes is impossible, because when they feel the need for a cigarette, instead of recognizing this is a mental formation, it seems to be an ontological indication. I have to smoke. I am a smoker, and therefore I go and get some cigarettes. It's interpreted. It's always an interpretation. It is mental activity. It has no truth in itself. But if people really want to smoke, they will do that. When people start to take heroin, the need for the heroin becomes the determinant in their life. Many, many years ago, I was staying in an old hotel in Istanbul, the Gulhani Chinar, and on the roof there was an open space covered with a kind of tent thing like this. There was maybe 100 Western people there with all kind of chillums, and there was a lot of dope going down. Next to me was a couple from America. She was very, very thin. He was pretty thin too. And they weren't smoking very much dope, but they were cooking up and injecting, and they were just doing it in public. It's very normal for them. And she leaned over to me and said, "Do you want to fuck?" And I said, "No, I don't think so." No, come on. It's only 5 lira. 5 lira wasn't very much Turkish money then. Because she needed money, and he was selling her, and she was selling herself to get the drugs for that. And I'm thinking, what would it be like to do that? What would it be like to do that? To go out on the street in a country where you don't speak the language, and men are not particularly respectful of women, in a very vulnerable position. And when I was in university, one of my students, colleagues, had worked in a brothel in Karachi. That is inconceivable, to have no money. But she had got lost again with heroin, found herself in a situation where the pimp was able to catch her. This happens in people's lives, and you're taken over by something which determines how you are. So when we see these external addictions, we think, wow, this is so dangerous. Don't go under the power of the object. But the same thing happens on a much more subtle level with us. Our self-image, our notion of who we are, our desire to be respected by others, our social formation, keeps us maintaining this repeated structure. So when he's talking here about Mahamudra, it means to allow yourself to let go of all these formations which can arise in the mind. Now, that's easier said than done. But what he is saying is it can be done. It can be done because these habit formations are not intrinsic in the mind. If they were intrinsic to the mind, that is to say, if they were inherent or born in the mind, everybody would succumb to the same habit formations. But it's not true. These are all patterns that arise due to causes and conditions, but once they're operating in you, it feels like you and you feel you have to do it. So this is very important. This is why it's useful to have Dharma friends who can, on a good day, point out to you, sweetheart, you're getting a bit lost. You know, you get a bit angry, or you're always too willing to help. Let other people do things. You know, it's very useful to have other people just point out our pattern formation. It's very difficult to see them from the inside out. So a functioning Sangha can also be a place of truth. So that's the mind one-pointed in Mahamudra, means not going after anything other than the open, relaxed spaciousness of the mind. So now he's going to describe the Vajra posture. In accordance with this, your legs should be crossed in the Vajra posture. So, people, depending on their knees, they do differently, but usually it's the right leg placed over the left knee and then the left leg over the right knee. The idea of this is that the legs lock, and in particular they lock on the spine, so it helps you to stop slumping, and it's very useful. I used to sit in that posture when I was younger, and it's very helpful if you're sitting. However, you also have to listen to your body. We are not used to sitting on the floor or sitting on a carpet. We are used to sitting in chairs, and so our joints have got used to particular kinds of wear and tear, and the muscles have got used to certain kinds of relaxing and tension, and the muscles around the hips, they often require a lot of work to be able to relax. Also the tendons often need to be relaxed and stretched a bit to get into these positions. So, although he's saying it very clearly here, the main thing is you have your body. You cannot go to any shop and get another body. This is what you're stuck with. So please be kind to your body. And if your knees don't want to bend, don't ask them to bend. Listen to your knees. Listen to your hips. People want to sit without moving for hours. Probably not very healthy. If your body needs to move, and you move your body without any guilt or shame or reflection or interpretation, your body will move and your mind won't move. So, if you relax the commentary on your body moving, move it when it needs to move and let it be as it is. This is very, very important, because if you pressurize yourself and you strive to make it happen, you will be falsifying the situation. You will not get close to yourself because you've preformed an image of how you should be, and you're trying to align with this ideal formation, and you're not managing to do it. So you build in disappointment, a sense of failure, must try harder, and all the rest of it. Not very helpful. So you do your best, and if you understand the principle is, I want to be aligned with gravity, so the weight of the body is going straight through, and if you're sitting in a chair, it's going into your buttocks, and I'm not out of kilter, so I can feel relaxed and at ease in my muscles. That's enough. The texts are written to help people, not to punish people. I just tell you a little side story on this. An old friend of mine who is a doctor, American doctor, lives in London, and he lived for years in North London with a Roshi, a Japanese meditation teacher. He used to sit, and the Roshi said, oh, one of my colleagues is coming from Japan, you should go and do this retreat he's doing. So he went on the retreat, and on that retreat, this Japanese master had them sitting for 2 hours at a time. And before, this guy would sit for an hour. So he's doing his best, he's really sitting 2 hours not moving. And after about an hour and a half, he just heard his knee go. And he had torn, I can't remember the exact medical details, but he tore his knee, and he's had problems with the knee ever since. And he's sitting there thinking, I'm a doctor. I could feel my knee was not well. I didn't listen to my body, because I listened to the guru, to the teacher, the one who knows. Nobody knows your body better than you. We are here to collaborate with our body, our voice, and our mind. It's very important. So he says your hand should be below the navel in equipoise mudra. There's one hand resting on the other with the thumbs touching. Your spine should be straight. Your shoulders should be open. So the easiest way to turn them open is you put your hands at your side and turn your hands out. So you just turn them out. You can feel the shoulders dropping a little bit. Oh, they're open. The reason for doing that is because we usually carry a lot of tension inside ourselves which we don't recognize. And when you do that, oh, that feels a bit different, that feels better. Your neck should be drawn in like a hook, touching the bulge of your larynx. That's quite extreme. You know, that would be to bring this right down. Why you would do that, I have no idea. We blame the Vairochana Sambodhi Sutra. Usually what they say is you just tuck the chin in a little, because this also helps the throat pathway to open. If you're straining to do something, you're straining. Now our goal is relaxed openness. So anything which involves strain is not likely to be part of our path. So the principle is you tuck your chin in a little bit, and if you do that, what you find is that your head is now slightly tilted, and so if you look down, your eyes can go down the line of your nose to a point on the floor more easily. The tip of your tongue should touch your upper palate. So it's a belief that there is like an acupressure point on the hard upper palate behind your teeth, and you just lift your tongue and gently press it against there. It also helps with the circulation of the saliva in the mouth. In general, awareness is directed by the sense organs, and in particular it is directed by the eyes, and therefore keep your eyes open and unmoving. Focus straight ahead at the distance of an ox yoke, which is about 2.5 arms lengths. So you're not looking at something, you're resting the mind in the space in front of you so that the gaze can be open but not trying to interpret anything. Experiences can come in through the eyes, but just as we looked before in terms of the Mahamudra, we don't have to get involved. We don't have to work out what is going on. We're just sitting, eyes open. Whatever comes, comes and goes, so no need to be pulled in. If your eyes are closed, you're likely to fall asleep. If your eyes are too wide and staring, which is done in some kinds of meditation, but in this it wants a relaxed view so that the gaze can be open. These points together constitute the 7 dharmas of Vairochana. So many texts refer to this. This posture is called the 5 dharmas of absorption, and it effects the insertion of the winds into the central channel. So in the yogic system, we not only have this outer body, but we have an inner body, an energetic body. This is a body which comes into existence through our imagining. It's not there. But if you imagine it and you bring your attention into it, it will come alive for you. And one of the things it does is that it's a balanced formation. So you have your nostrils here, and coming up from them, up over the eyebrow, is you have 2 side channels, and they go down the sides of your spine, and then at a point about 2.5 finger thicknesses below the navel, they come together into the central channel. Which means that the wind coming in through your nostrils, which is the wind of the world, or the karmic wind, the wind of your experience of the events which arise for you in your life, they carry their own movement, and if they're brought into the central channel, which is the site of emptiness in the body, they can dissolve in emptiness. Whereas if they remain kind of shuggling or vibrating with each other, as they normally do, then this activates a kind of unnecessary arousal in ourselves. The central channel, for this purpose, the central channel, as these 2 pipes are coming in, just below there is the bottom of the channel, and you focus on the breath coming up together through the heart chakra and going up to the top of the head. The purpose of that is that these 2 side channels, the solar and lunar channel, the Ida, Pingala, they have many, many different names. The male and the female, the binary opposites, are brought into collaboration in the central channel. This central channel also has many names like Avaduti, but it always represents the presence of space in the body. Now, normally we think we move through space, and in a strange way we displace space, because we tend to have a reified notion of what space is. So if you travel in London in the underground and people are pressing on you, you think, give me some space. So space is something out there, and I need more of it. Actually, we are in space. We are formations in space. Everything which arises in space. Every electron, molecule, cell is in space. Space is undivided and uninterrupted by the manifestation of different forms. So this is very important. It's not like Archimedes getting in the bath and displacing a volume of water equal to the volume of his body. We don't displace space in that way. You could displace wind in that way or water in that way, because it stands in opposition. But space is welcoming. It's like the mirror allows the images to arise in it. So the space, which is the central channel, is not different from the great space out there. It's the presence of space in your body. And so your body then is like a sandwich. Big space outside, long thin space inside, and then in between some kind of substance. And what we're doing by bringing the winds into the central channel is to thin the seeming density of this solid body. The aim is to have the sense of this is a body of energy. So you can look at it as we did before in terms of the relational nature of our endocrine system, blood circulation, and so on. All these parts of the body are communicative. They are movements of energy. They are not things. There are no things to be found. And yet we solidify, we reify. So it's the mind that we're having to purify or soften. The body doesn't need to be softened because we misinterpret the body as something. So this is what he's suggesting happens with these elements. So he says, this posture inserts the downward clearing wind. The downward clearing wind you get in yoga systems as well. It's apana, and it's the expelling wind that takes the feces out of the body. So it's concerned with the flow out. That wind, because these two side channels, which is where these winds operate, moving up and down, because these two side channels have been brought into the central channel, this wind or this energy of expelling is now dissolving in openness. When the wind comes into the space, it disperses. You know, we talk of a wind tunnel. And you know, if you play the flute or something, you're playing with wind going into a tube, and the possibilities of exit from the wind are determined by your fingers. So you've got the vibration of the wind, which can expand or contract. When the wind is free to dissolve, it dissolves. It's not being driven by anything. And so you have peace, because these five winds are exciting. The equipoise mudra inserts the fire equalizing wind. The straight spine and held in abdomen inserts the pervading wind. The tucked in chin inserts the upward moving wind, and the tongue touching the upper palate along with the gaze inserts the life holding wind. So what these are the energies which are the maintenance of our ordinary human sense of being in our body. So we have, this does not equate with modern medical readings of the body at all. But there's the sense that clearly we're digesting, and the digesting can involve heat. And so there is a wind which produces the heat necessary to dissolve food, to break it up. They're all fairly straightforward. And the idea is the functioning of the body, to maintain the body as we think it is. All of these functions can be released into emptiness. So that these are movements as if in a dream, as if an illusion, a mirage, a rainbow. They're not anything graspable. It's just wind. It's just wind. The wind blows and it dissolves. The wind functions when it pushes something. But if there is space, the wind moves in space and dissolves. When there is something, then the wind pushes against the something, and that creates a reaction. Like we see now in the Caribbean, they have these huge storms. The roofs are being ripped off houses and so on. The harvests are being destroyed. This is a terrible tragedy for people. Because the wind against something creates an opposition. Because earth element is stable, wind element is moving, and if you bring these oppositional forces together, you get difficulty. Sometimes the earth element is stronger and it channels the wind. Sometimes the wind element is stronger and it collapses the earth. If these images and symbols don't mean much for you, don't bother. If you study more Buddhist understanding of what the body is and how it is, they can start to mean something. The essential point is all that occurs is experience, and experience is movement of the mind, and the mind within which experience occurs is unborn and in nature like the sky. If that sentence is clear for you, then it sucks up all these different points. Because Buddhist teachings have been around a long time. In the course of the history, there have been many, many intelligent people, curious people, who looked here and looked there, and everywhere they looked, they found little things, and they wrote books about them. So there's an awful lot of knowledge which is irrelevant for us. Just irrelevant. Because we're going to die. And we don't know when we're going to die. And we live in a fucking difficult world now with all kinds of turbulence coming to us. So we have a short opportunity to get the main point. And the main point is always everything is in space. The mind is like space. That is to say, it's an openness within which possible formations arise and dissolve. Arise and dissolve. So all these formations, which seem to have an existence of their own, a life of their own, a trajectory of their own, are actually movements of energy in space. Space is the origin of the energy. It's not the energy is acting on space. Space shows itself through movement, just as the mirror shows itself through reflections. Space shows itself through the wind, and with the wind you get the clouds, and the clouds bring the rain and brings the rainbows. Many things arise as movement in space. Everything, in fact, is movement in space. And it's not movement of something in space, because when we really see it, we see there is nothing there. We've all seen rainbows. There's something about rainbows that are kind of magical, and they touch you. And there's nothing there. There's nothing there. There is color, there is light, but the nature of light is ungraspable. The nature of sound is ungraspable. So we're going to be spiraling around the main point again and again and again. That when you talk about something, you are deluding yourself. When you talk about nothing appearing as something, then it's reasonably safe. Because the something is the corrective or the counterweight or the balance to the seeming existence of the something. The something neither exists nor doesn't exist and is inseparable from emptiness. It'll take you some time to do that. If you're not used to it, you go in the bathroom here in the break and look in the mirror and really see what is a reflection. Wave your hand. Oh, my hand's in the mirror. My hand's not in the mirror. What is that? It's a movement inside the mirror. The mirror doesn't carry a store of hands, and when your hand comes up, it's shuffling through its database to bring out a hand very similar. It just shows. It just shows. This is a symbol for our mind, which just shows itself into the moment. Now, so he says, by inserting these 5 winds into the central channel, all the many karmic winds are inserted into the central channel. So all the possible movements in the body that we take to be sensation, that we take to be pleasure, or pain, or irritation, all of these we experience just as things, movements flowing into the central channel and dissolving. The yogic view concerned with these channels and so on is quite a big topic and needs to be done in some detail, because there are many, many different lineages, and the lineages describe the channels as different colors and different diameters and so on. Why is this the case? Because they don't exist. They are imaginary. Padma Sambhava is imaginary. If you don't imagine him, he won't come to see you. You get the initiation, and on the basis of that, you have the link to the Damsikpa, the form of Padmasambhava linked to your vows, and on the basis of that, you say your prayers, and if you're lucky, the Yeshipa, the pure form, comes from Zandapauri to visit you. But most of the time, you're dealing with the imaginary form. We imagine all sorts of things. Putin imagines Ukraine belongs to Russia. Imagination is not some bland, neutral substance. Imagination is deadly or healing. So to say something is the imagination means that it is the, if you recognize it, it's the pure form of illusion. Something becomes the case, and you can move with it as the case, but it neither exists nor doesn't exist. So, due to this, all the turbulent factors of your experience being gathered into emptiness, the original knowing of no thought, that is to say, the clarity that the ground or the basis or the source is open like the sky. When you look for your mind, you can't find a thing, and yet here you are. Your mind is present as presence, not as something, just a kind of here-ness, but nobody's here, but there is here. So this basic presence when you awaken to that, you relax into the original knowing of the openness. It's not that suddenly you make the open by imagining it or remembering it. It has always been open, and you relax into your original knowing out of all the busy conceptual knowing which was linked to these 5 winds and all the other karmic winds, because they're related to dualistic consciousness. So the wind of awareness, I'm a bit old and tired now. The openness of awareness is always there, but it's clouded by the consciousness of the many things which seem to be occurring, this and that, which are reified. So here's a 2-step move. All of these reified forms are simply movements of the wind. And all of the winds can be gathered into the central channel, where they dissolve, and there is no more movement. And when there's no more movement, there is no thought. So that's what he says. Due to this, the original knowing of no thought dawns as the isolated body, or the unmoving body, or body as it effortlessly abides. Body here means presence, really. It's not meaning so much the physical body as we normally know it, but our presence with the potential of embodiment, that the body can move into different formations. But it's isolated in the sense that it's not at the mercy of these winds or these impulses or these tendencies. And it's unmoving in that if you sit in that posture, even if you do it for 5 minutes, you're kind of uncoupled. It's like kind of switching off your computer and your phone. You're diminishing the pathways of access of what would seem to be other. And the body as it effortlessly abides. That is to say, when the mind rests in its own nature, it's not wipe out, it's not nothing at all. All kinds of experience arise. Different colors arise, different sounds, different shapes. Some are recognizable as part of your ordinary life, some seem a bit strange, which is a bit like dreams. You have dreams which seem to confirm your ordinary experience, and you've got dreams which are kind of crazy. So in the same way, when you're just sitting, all sorts of experiences arise. Whatever comes, comes. Just allow it to arise. Don't get involved, don't edit, don't try to correct, because you have no template. You don't know how to be. Nobody knows how to be. You are as you are. This is very, very important. We live in this terribly judgmental, patriarchal culture. Over the centuries, both the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church have been telling people the right way to do things a lot, which puts fear into people. If it's not the right way, it's the wrong way. If it's the wrong way, you go to hell. When you get to the gates of heaven, Peter will be there looking in the book. What bad things did you do? You're going to be judged. You are an entity. You can be damned forever and ever and ever. This kind of mental junk has been extremely popular, because it allows people to make definitive assertions of what you should do. Mahamudra is non-dogmatic. Live however you want to. Some Mahamudra yogis are drunk all the time. Some people are having sex with all kind of creatures. It's true. Kukuripa lived on an island with many dogs, and he had sex with dogs. Why not? He loved dogs. Dogs were happy to have some excitation with him. This is a bad thing to do. Who says? Somebody says. On what basis do you say it's sad? Well, I wouldn't like to. That's your limit. It's very important to look into the basis of judgments, because usually they have a hard base to them. I know. Don't do that. That is bad. That is bad is empty sound. If you disobey me, there'll be a consequence. That's not just empty sound, that's empty slap. People got punished, they got burnt alive, they got tortured because they didn't align their mind with these received ideas. What he's saying here is all these ideas, all these movements of the five winds, if you bring them into the central channel, you realize, wow, I'm in danger of talking shit. The words that come out of my mouth can be the expression of emptiness, or they can be the expression of something. When I grew up as a Protestant in Scotland, we learned that the Pope was the Antichrist. Now, this is a very important bit of information. So people believe that. They really believe that the Pope is the devil on earth seeking to pervert people. And Protestants killed Catholics and Catholics killed Protestants on the basis of these ideas. The history of Europe is the history of ideological wars. People kill on the basis of their own thought construction. So here he's saying, relaxed in body, relax the voice so the breath is moving easily, relax the mind, don't interfere, don't edit, don't try to hang on to what you take is good, don't try to get rid of what you take is bad. Don't construct. When you have no need to construct, you construct because you're lost. My father had several heart attacks in his early 60s, and he had to retire early from work. He didn't want to retire early from work. So he gave himself various tasks to do around the house, which drove my mother crazy. She would say, please, go for a walk, go and have a drink in the pub, go and see one of your friends. He said, no, I'm very busy here. And he wasn't really doing anything at all. He'd never done any housework, but he felt he had to do something because his identity was doing. And it's very, very tragic to see that in someone. Not only was he, due to health reasons, redundant, retired, not needed, but he couldn't bear the fact that, as it were, ontologically, he was not needed. because his only way of being needed had been to show he was a good guy, to be a good dad, to bring in money, to pay for things, and so on. So when he lost that pattern of formation, he was all at sea. He was adrift. So if that speaks to you, maybe you've had people in your family in that kind of situation. And we see, oh, like it says in the Bible, don't build your house on sand. If you build your identity on your work, then you're in work for a while, then it dissolves. If you build it on being a mother and having kids, well, the kids grow up and they leave home and they're always busy and they don't come to see you so much. So your identity becomes thinned more and more and more. So that's what he's saying here. If you want to have an irreducible presence, a presence which is not dependent on the vagaries of interaction with the environment, choose emptiness, choose space, because that is intrinsic, natural, unchanging. That is how it is. And everything else is the movement of the mind and construction. But most of the time, our identity is based on these stories. Remember a few years back, there were all these suicide bombers and all this bizarre story about, if you blow up these people you've never met, you will go to heaven and there'll be all these naked dancing girls just for you. What an outrageous idea. Because of killing people, but especially killing bad people, which included good Muslims but not people in your sect, you would be rewarded. Human beings can believe all kinds of shit, all kinds of just crazy, crazy stuff. Trump is going to seal the border. It's not possible. People will get in. They're always getting in. People promise lies. And people believe the lies they're promised. This is samsara. The basis of samsara is a lie. The fundamental lie is, I exist. I don't exist. So that's what he's saying. If you dissolve the winds of existence, of self-creation, of identity, you simply have presence in open awareness. So, we'll take a break just in a few minutes. I just finished this section. He says, regarding speech, the residual winds are expelled, which means if we're speaking and we're not fully emptying our lungs, then it's not really the winds, but it's a kind of residual vibration. Or sometimes you swallow your words. There are things you want to say, but you can't say. And you feel a kind of tightening in your chest. Because if I say this to the other person, they'll be upset. I don't want them to be upset. And so I betray myself. I swallow my words. Now, you might be swallowing your words because it's skillful. It would not be helpful to confront this person at this time. In fact, it would be cruel. They're off balance. They can't hear it. Don't do it. Then you swallow your words and you dissolve them in space. You bring them into that central channel. Never mind. I wanted to say it's not so important. Koi batni, let it go, just dissolves. But if you swallow it and you still think it's important, it sort of reverberates inside you. So we all have things we never said. Sometimes when parents die, you have that feeling of regret. If only I had said this. I never told them that I was upset when they did this, or how much I loved them, or whatever it would be. This ocean of inexpressed potential connectivity is enormously sad. That very often we don't weave these patterns of here we are together. This is wonderful, which is an amazing thing to experience. Here we are. We're not anywhere else. We're just here. And the beauty of that is often not expressed. Because people have their own tradition. When I was, maybe 50, I was talking with my mum up in Scotland, and we were going to do something different, and then she went, to me. And I remember, God, you're always doing that. I said, Mom, why are you slapping me? She said, I'm not slapping you. I said, Mom, you're slapping me. She said, I don't mean to. I'm just doing that. I said, but you're not doing that. You're doing that. Her mother had been a very, very hard woman who'd had a very, very hard life. And she'd lived through the war and the bombing and all kinds of upsets. People, close friends who had been drowned at sea with the boat sinking and so on. Lots of horrors. And ease and comfort wasn't something that she had much sense of. She had a sense of hard work and doing more and doing your best. And it was an amazing thing to see how, although I valued her, and lots of people valued her, somehow it wasn't being absorbed, as it were, that she was feeling there's always more to do. And it's so sad when you see that tenderness dissolving. So when I would give her a hug, she wasn't quite sure what to do with a hug. Very often people from that generation were like that. So there's a kind of formality. And so that increases the cocoon of experience. So this is why releasing the speech, saying the positive affirmative things, but also being willing to challenge, because challenging at the right time is a good form of connectivity. This is what is important, so that these residual winds will be released. But you can release them with yoga, but that's not the same as not collecting them. This state is called isolation of speech, or speech not moving, or speech as effortlessly abiding. That is to say, there's nothing left to be said. So that when you hear that someone close to you is sick or dying, and if you can't get to see them, it's fine. Because we've always been, hello, goodbye. The connectivity has been there, but there aren't these tendrils of unfinished business between us. This is enormously important. Now, when you read the traditional stories of this, sometimes they're a bit difficult to comprehend. So this famous yogi, Milarepa, he lived in his high mountain caves for a long time. He lived in great poverty, collecting nettles and wild herbs and so on. He was natively very, very strong, but he was also very, very thin. And then after some time, he came down from the mountains and he went back to the family home. And there, in a corner, was a shriveled bag of bones. This was his mother. She had died alone in poverty, exploited by the relatives, and he hadn't been there to protect her. So that's a real challenge, isn't it? We can't do everything to everyone. We can't be all things to all people. We make decisions. He made a decision to push for enlightenment under hard conditions in order to benefit many. And from his practice, we have so many Kagyupa lineages coming, through Gampopa, and then all the disciples of Gampopa and the Drukpa Kagyud lineage of this. But it was at some cost to him and to other people. He was not a sentimental person. I find that incomprehensible. I am Scottish and I'm extremely sentimental. I weep very easily about things and I'm touched by many, many things. I'm emotional. He was just like steel. He was like pushing straight through. We are all different. So it's not one size fits all. What you have to do is to recognize your tendency, the balance of the 5 elements in yourself, your emotional history from your family, your karmic tendencies, what the cultural situation permits you to express, and work with that. But don't do a violence to yourself. If you need to relate to people, relate to people. If you're somebody who doesn't need to relate and who doesn't want to relate, at least if you take the Bodhisattva vow, you have to imagine, although I don't feel the loss, people close to me will feel the loss. And you have to speak to their loss. Milarepa, when his sister came to see him, many of you know this story very well, she offered him a blanket. And he took his knife and cut up the blanket and then stitched it and put little coverings on each finger on his hand and one on his cock. And his sister's weeping. She's weeping. You're a fucking nutter. What the fuck? Giving you a blanket and you're going, woo. You know, is this a party game? But he was like that. We would say he was schizoid. I know there was no diagnostic system operating in Tibet, but many of these yogis were very, very strange. And their strangeness was an advantage to them in that environment and that situation. But it doesn't mean that you have to be strange. Because if they were strange and they were true to their strangeness, that is an authentic existence. But if you're not true to yourself, if you pervert yourself, if you distort yourself in order to find an accommodation with the environment because you're desperate to fit in, because you're longing for validation as somebody who exists, then you're vulnerable in terms of Dharma. So it's not about saying too much, telling home truths all the time. It's not much about being silenced and not speaking. It's not holding tension through actions of the body which are not enacted, actions of speech which are not enacted, and movements of the mind which are not given space to arise. Nothing is forbidden, but many possibilities would be inauthentic. They wouldn't ring true for you. Which is why in the Tibetan tradition there are many, many different kinds of practices. This comes from this point that's made that the Buddha Shakyamuni taught 84,000 different dharmas, 21,000 to deal with stupidity or mental dullness, 21,000 to deal with anger, 21,000 to deal with desire, and 21,000 to deal with all three as they operated together. On the basis of that, he's saying very clearly, people are different. People are different. So the 21 taras show different forms, some very peaceful, some reassuring, some maternal, some very, very fierce, some quite punishing, because of the needs of different situations. So this is for us. Are we authentic? Are we at home in our own skin? Do we do what has to be done? So let's take a break now and then we continue with the text. Okay, so now we move on to looking at the mind. So he's giving us now some instruction on the basics of not interfering with how the mind is. So he says, do not reflect on what is past. So that's pretty much what it says in the Tibetan grammar. So it's an instruction. But of course, given that our ego self is not the source of our thoughts, these thoughts arise. So we always have to interpret these kind of messages and understand that a kind of finger-wagging prohibition is not really going to help. Much more, it's like when a thought of the past arises, leave it alone. Leave it alone. Because if you go after it, what are you looking for? So this point can be supported by all kinds of subsidiary support practices, such as taking refuge. I take refuge in the Buddha means I don't take refuge in drugs, I don't take refuge in murder, I don't take refuge in cheating other people, and I don't take refuge in thoughts. I don't take refuge in the past. You know how to not drink alcohol. It's in a bottle, you leave it in the bottle. The alcohol will not jump out of the bottle and into your mouth. It will not do that. You yourself will go there and open the bottle. Now with thoughts, it's very different, because thoughts arise in the mind. We have all kinds of habits of thoughts. And of course, sometimes trying to block a thought increases the force with which it seems to intrude on our existence. So, if thoughts of the past arise, and you know that the past is gone, these thoughts are trying to cheat you. You cannot go into the past. The past itself, the actual past, is gone. This is just a thought about the past, a past which doesn't exist. This is a thought that's asking you to believe in the existence of something which is non-existent. This is a cheating thought. So if you have a sense of the danger, that is sometimes kind of helpful. So there's a famous story about this forest monk, famous forest monk called Ajahn Chah. And he had a disciple who struggled for years and years with distraction, and he couldn't solve it. So one day Ajahn, which means elder, the elder Chah, said, "Come with me." And he took him way into the jungle to a cliff edge. And he said, "Now you sit on the edge of the cliff." Okay, I'll come back later. You stay there, don't move. So that was a very, no special secret instruction. Just if you move, you fall over. It's up to you. So sometimes putting a little bit of risk into something can be helpful. But again, you have some knowledge of your own psychology. You're here working with yourself. So it's very easy to write these definitive statements as we have here. But when you're going to apply them to yourself, then you have to be more subtle. Does it help? Do prohibitions help you, or do you push against them? So you have to work out, how do I make this work for me? Then he says, do not think about the future. The future hasn't come. It's pure speculation. It's just entertaining thoughts, which are maybe, perhaps, we don't know, let's see. Again, he's saying, if you take the thought seriously, if you imagine that it has a true referent, that there is something there which this thought of the future is pointing towards, then you're going to get caught. All your thoughts about the future are dependent on factors beyond you. They're outside of you. So I think on Sunday evening, I'm going to get on a plane to London. It depends. It depends on the weather. Of course, there may be storms coming on Sunday. Depends on the traffic in the airports and so on. Flights get cancelled. When I was in the airport coming here, I was looking, several flights were cancelled. You think of it. Since I had a lot of that before in the COVID period, I have a lot of sympathy for the people. You come to the airport, you have a plan, you're all ready to go, it's cancelled. Then you're trying to find out who knows anything about what's going on. You're thrown into confusion because what you took to be a referent, I got a fucking ticket, my ticket will get me on the plane. How do you mean I can't get on the plane? I've got a ticket and plane, I'm going. You're not going anywhere. It's cancelled. It's like that. This is what happens with if you make the future too real. You strongly imagine and you commit yourself to a particular pattern, and then if the winds of change blow across it, there's a kind of confusion. You don't know what to do, because you had settled into, you had come to rely on, or you had taken refuge in something which doesn't really offer secure refuge. So that's what is meaning. Of course, thoughts of the future will arise, but they are maybe, perhaps, as if. So they are the creativity of the mind, or the creativity of your karmic winds as they blow, but they are not pointing to something defined and definite. In the same way, thinking about the past, what is the referent of the past? What is it referring to? So I could say, oh, last year I got treatment for cancer. Then you say, oh, what kind of cancer? I say prostate cancer. Oh, what kind of cancer was it? I don't know. Well, it's your own body. How come you don't know what it is? Nobody told me. Oh, I'm sure they told me, but I forgot, because they tell me things in some funny medical language I don't understand and I'm not very interested in. So my past is then some vague account of things which sort of happened. The past is shimmering and dissolving itself. If it's not happening for you now, stay alive until you're 75. Then you will experience the dissolving. It's a wonderful experience. Because what is the past? It's a construct. We know it's a construct. We bring together certain features and we repattern these features. There's not a thing there which everyone would agree on, like we looked at earlier in terms of history. So that's what this meaning is. Don't take your thoughts too seriously. They are creative gestures. They are not expositions of a definite truth. Do not meditate using concepts organized by intentional thought. So here it means something like visualize a green Tara in front of you. She's smiling at you and rays of light are flowing from her into you. So he's saying, of course you can do these kind of meditations. They're not bad or wrong. But in relation to Mahamudra, we don't do that, because the meditation involves you aligning with a script. And the basis of the script is someone's vision in the past. Some yogi, some lama, at some time, has had a vision of green Tara. And then they wrote down some little practice description in relation to that. That was their experience. And they describe her as being like this and that. That was their experience. What does Tara really look like? It depends. It depends. I remember when I was in my teacher's house in Bengal, there was a French guy there with us, and one day he brought a little painting he had done, and it was a painting of Padma and Yeshitsogya. And Padma was very, very big, and Yeshitsogya was very, very small. And he said, oh, I feel like Yeshitsogya, I'm very small, and the Guru is very, very big. And Sri Rama said, it's wonderful. This is exactly Padmasambhava. Padmasambhava is your experience of Padmasambhava. If it's coming from your heart and it rings true for you, that's better than gold. Because if you just follow the script and you align yourself with someone else's vision, it may be clear in your head, but where is your heart? When you bring in devotion, it's never what it appears to be. You know that. You remember being young, you fall in love. This is the most amazing person in the world. And then your mom says, are you sure? I don't see that in them. Mom, you don't understand. That's love. And love is the same as devotion. It becomes this shimmering object for you. But that's not what we're doing with an intentional practice. Because in a devotional practice, you're using the energy of devotion to increase the communication between you and the imagined image of the deity. which then leads into receiving the initiation through the 4 lights and so on. But if you have to keep reminding yourself how the meditation is, then you're bringing in thoughts to support clarity. But functionally, thoughts are an aspect of clarity if you're open to emptiness, but otherwise thoughts take you away from clarity, because thoughts always link. Thinking is linking. You're always linking one thought with another, and you build up a picture, and you think you're doing a basic description, and then you come into a commentary very, very easily. Or maybe you start to regret, I haven't done the practice for a month. There are all sorts of thoughts arise. So he's saying, don't do that. Nor should you view emptiness as if it was nothing at all. So you're not trying to negate experience. It's all empty, it's all empty, it's all empty. Whatever arises, we allow it to be just as it is. It could be strong, it could be weak, it could be hazy, it could be charming. Whatever form the thought or feeling or sensation has, it's just that. Don't try to improve it. Don't try to alter it. Don't be afraid of it. Thoughts will not harm you because they are self-vanishing. So even if you remember some terrible thing you did in your life, the thought is gone, the event's in the past, let it go. You don't even need to say let it go, because it's gone. Let it go sounds very kind of powerful. You know, we're not in Frozen, we're not in the movie. She's terribly drama queen. We are not drama queens. We are very quiet people. It's gone. It's gone. It's just gone. I am irrelevant. I am, ego self, irrelevant. If the ego self comes into the picture, it will make itself relevant. But whatever comes, comes. Whatever goes, goes. So we're just sitting, open. Experience comes and goes. Let it go. Because if it comes, but we don't let it go, we're hanging on to something. We're being artificial. We're interrupting the movement. That's why in the summer, if you get the chance and you go to the sea, spend some time watching the waves. Waves are amazing. It's just ceaseless. This is your mind. Something arising, vanishing, arising, vanishing. It's all the ocean. It's all emptiness. So emptiness is form. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, is the arising moment. Form is emptiness, is the dissolving moment. Just pulsing, pulsing. So if you have emptiness like that, emptiness is the hospitality to the creativity of emptiness. Whatever arises in the present as an object of the 5 doors, that's to say your 5 sense organs, maybe you hear a sound outside, or you feel some smell comes in your nostrils, do not examine or analyze it in terms of it is this or it is that. My own teacher, Sialama, he often said to me, you have too much education. He said, in Tibet, when people come to study these things, they don't know very much. They are like village people. When they were younger, they were taking the goats out in the field or looking after the yak and the dzol. And they're used to the wind blowing and maybe snow coming. So that's what they're concerned with. They're not processing what's going on. It's not a big conceptual culture. But we have been trained to develop our minds in terms of apprehending experience and interpreting it to get to the truth of it. And so he's saying, don't do that. This belongs to the senses. when often they say there are 8 consciousnesses. Each of these 5 senses has its own consciousness. Then you have mental consciousness that each of the 5 feed into, and mental consciousness processes what's going on, and then that is inflected by the consciousness of the afflictions, the 5 poisons, and that's also inflected by the ground consciousness, which is kind of store of karmic traces. So what he's saying is leave the 5 consciousnesses as they are. That is to say, you hear a sound, and even oh, dog barking. The sound of a dog barking is so clear for us that immediately this gentle interpretation is already going towards the sound. But it's just that any further development takes you into mental consciousness. And mental consciousness is very quick connective system to bring in all sorts of associations and memory and building up pictures. But the sense consciousnesses are much cleaner. So you smell something and it's good or bad. Usually just leave it like that. But once you start to think, I've smelled that before, what is it? Is that a perfume? Is that a flower? Oh, I remember. Then you're into mental consciousness. You've slipped away from the immediacy of the senses. So he's saying for these purposes, relaxed, open, and whatever arises through the senses, leave it with the senses. So you're not blocking off experience, but you're not elaborating or developing experience. Rather, turn your attention inwards and rest at ease like a small child. So this is something you can see usually if you go in your local park. There's a pushchair, and there's a little baby there, maybe 6 months old, and they're just kind of wriggling their toes, looking around. Mum's in charge. It's all right. They don't know where they're going. They don't know what's going on. They don't ask any questions. They can't ask any questions. They're just toe wriggling and looking about. That's what he's saying. Don't be busy. Don't be busy. The child is there. If something horrible happens to the child, they're going to cry. They're going to scream. They're going to get upset. The child is not asleep. They're not dead. They're not unconscious. But they're not processing. So this is can take a while to get used to this. Sometimes it's called a pure awareness. It's just aware, like through the senses. Don't process it. So it's just like a child. I spent a lot of time in my childhood in the kitchen watching my mother cooking. I really enjoyed it, and I got to lick the bowl and all the things that children love. And then when I left home and went to university, I didn't know how to cook anything. I had watched her cooking thousands of times, but none of it was absorbed. I'm just looking. That's what Mum does. So that's very interesting, isn't it? It's exactly like this. Non-involvement. The wheels are not turning. So it says, let your mind flow as it will, yet without even a moment of distraction. You're not editing the thoughts, you're not trying to produce any thoughts, you've got no intention, but your attention is there in a panoramic sense with whatever's going on. So we can focus our attention in on something and make it figural, and then it takes on a special importance. Or you can relax your gaze, go into your panoramic gaze. You can do it just now in the room. Just let your gaze go out, your eyes open, and you see more, but it's less distinct. And then you bring your gaze into the center, and things come into a clear view, and yet so much is not attended to. So here he's talking about don't enter into a fixation on anything that's arising. You just notice this is occurring, that's occurring, that's occurring, just coming and going. And the purpose of this is to bring you the experience of stability. If you've had an old-fashioned bicycle and you're cycling along and the chain comes off, nothing's happening. In India, very often the bicycles are like that. They don't have gear and they just... I had one for years and years and the chain comes off, nothing happens. Pedal, 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 but then it jams. So it's like that. We're taking the chain off. Once the chain is joined on, you get traction, you get motility, you get the energy of movement forward. So we take off the chain. What is the chain? The chain is the three wheels we looked at earlier: subject, object, and the nature of the occurrence. So we get involved with the thought, this has something to do with me. What is it? This has something to do with me. What is it? There's the three wheels. This has nothing to do with me. I'm not interested. And in that way you thin the ego's hungry agitation to get the most out of life. It's as if hunger and devouring will bring value. There's no sense that this is true. People who are contented, they're just at home in themselves. I remember when I was doing some practice in Ladakh and I was up on little valleys away from villages, and I went over a little mountain thing, and on the edge there was a boy with a bunch of goats, and he was just looking, and we said hello, and then we talked a little bit about nothing very much because he wasn't very talkative, and he was quite content. That was his job. If the goats move, he moves. If the goats don't move, if they've got something to eat, then he's just sitting there. Then they start to move, then he gets up, and he moves, and he sits down again. Nothing to do. He's just there with the goats. Now that's an amazing state to be in. I was doing church, and I'm walking with my drum and my bell and all dancing, because you have to dance between the cemeteries. I'm doing all of this fucking stuff. I'm thinking, I'm so bloody busy. And this guy, never mind the Dharma, I need goats. Give me goats. So these moments in life where we realize, oh, I'm introducing a lot of need and desire into my mind, like going on pilgrimage to Mount Kailash and going there to do this and to do that and get this special teaching. Actually, how to just be here. There's no how to about it. You just do it. As he's describing, he gives these kind of instructions. But you have to kind of slink your way into them. And then you're just sitting. And you're here. And you're not doing anything. But events are occurring. And it's just like that. And at the end of it, there's nothing to take away. I have gained nothing. I have also lost nothing except the anxious need to be productive, to make my life. And that's the curse of the ego, because the ego is always working and thinking itself into existence, because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. So, running a theatre is now very expensive, particularly in the West End of London. So when they put on plays, they want to get the maximum number of performances. So they have evening performances 6 nights. You've got Saturday lunch matinee, and you've got Wednesday matinee, and if possible, some more. The actors get exhausted. But the manager of the theatre group speaks to the manager of the theatre, and the manager of the theatre says, we need to make more money, otherwise the whole thing will close. We need to bring in more people. So the actors get really worked. They're working for the survival of the theatre, for the survival of the theatre company, and so on. Because now the government doesn't give big grants for the theatre. So this is like the ego. The ego is our job, or our task, or our frame of reference, or our métiers. It's what we do, it's who we are. And we're working at maintaining it. We haven't yet quite tasted awareness. We hear this word and it sounds nice, but what we know is, here I am, I exist. Hedge your bets, 50-50. Yeah, 50 euros this way, 50 euros that way. Not bad. You can't do that. In the end, you have to leave the terrain of the ego, let it dissolve so that the space opens like the dawn light for awareness. But I need to exist. Otherwise, who will I be? You'll be a Buddha. And the thing about Buddhas is that they are primordial. They are always Buddhas. The ego self is always created. But maybe I won't be a Buddha. Maybe I'll be another kind of person. Maybe I'm not like all these other people. They all get Buddha. I don't get Buddha. Maybe not. We don't know. Better to be yourself. Hang on to what you know. This comes in meditation again and again, because you find yourself getting involved in the thoughts. And the function of the thought is not to think some new life-saving medication. You're not solving the problems of the world. You're just reconfirming, I exist. I grasp the object. I move towards the object. The more I consolidate, make solid the experience of the object, the more I confirm the truth of my existence. So that's why the texts always say the same thing. Let it go. Let it flow. Don't interfere. You will become redundant. But it won't be like my dad. He was made redundant and he didn't want to give up his job. We want to give this up because we take refuge in the Buddha. So the outer refuge, we take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. Inwardly, we take refuge in the Guru, Deva, Dakini. More intimately, we take refuge in Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nimanakaya. But most importantly, we take refuge in our own mind, which is the primordial awareness, unchanging from the very beginning. So if we take refuge in that, this is the chance to open to what we've been longing for, and it's revealed by the dissolving of our unnecessary activity of self-maintenance. There is no self, selfless awareness. We've read these words again and again, but when it comes to the crunch, do we believe them? So this is very important for the meditation. When you read the Heart Sutra and when you look at the constituents of your existence, where is the definite validation that I exist? Who am I? Am I my memories? So he's saying the past is gone. If you don't rely on all your memories and you meet someone here and they were to say to you, oh, tell me about yourself, you might say, oh, food was good. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to say? No, food was good. Because I'm not talking about the past. Past is gone. So the other person's, yeah, but how do you live? What do you do?
Nothing.
Food was good. Nothing. Why would I talk about that? I'm talking about my job. My job's 1,000 kilometers away. Why is it coming here? Because it's me. So when people very kindly invite us to reveal more of ourselves, to offer some insight or some point of contact with their lived existence, this is like a mousetrap. There is a piece of cheese. They're interested in me. They like me. Oh, I'll tell them something about me. very dangerous. So that's what he's telling us. So then he says, completely discarding all thinking and objects of thought, abide at ease like a small child. If you attend to the words of your guru and strive with devotion, without doubt co-emergence will occur. So it's a quote that he's making, and it's just a repetition of what we've already looked at. Then he quotes Tilopa. Not considering, not thinking, not analyzing, not meditating, not minding, rest with how it is. So when we consider something, we hold it in mind. That is to say, some idea or some event. There's something there. We have the felt sense. This is worth thinking about. So he's saying, don't do that. Don't milk the bull. It's not a cow. Don't milk the bull. Not thinking, not developing ideas, not having a proactive mind that's creating thoughts. Not analyzing, not chopping events up into little pieces and moving the parts around, as if you were getting to the real truth of the situation. Because the real truth is always emptiness. Nothing is hidden except the fact that everything is empty. If you see that everything is empty, then everything is clear. That's why the texts talk of luminosity, because you see, oh, it's just the revelation of the energy of the ground. There's nothing to hold on to. And our revelation is moving in this field of light, of sound and light and shape and dancing, moving, interacting, and nothing is arrived at. It's just the continuous flow of experience. So there's nothing to examine. Not meditating. Here it means like an intentional meditation, like visualizing Tara. I have to do this. Why? Because I want to get there. Why? Because there is better than here. So you've got a whole chain of signifiers underneath the intention. And if you do that, you're always future-oriented, somewhere else oriented, and therefore it's difficult to just be here. So he says, not minding. In English, minding means like somebody's upset about something and we say, oh, never mind, these things happen. So never mind means let go of it. Don't hang on to it. When you're minding something, you're giving belief to it, you give credence to it, and on the basis of that, the event becomes serious, and then it can be elaborated in various ways. So I have nothing to gain from what occurs. The mind is empty from the very beginning. My mind is empty from the very beginning. What does it need? Nothing. What do I give it? Something. Because it's empty, it accepts something, although it remains nothing. And the something I give it is actually nothing. But I find it difficult to believe my mind is actually nothing, because I have this binary opposition, this dichotomizing nothing and something. If something is something, it's not nothing. If nothing is nothing, you won't find any something there. So we see these as absolutely mutually repudiating positions. It's not like that. Nothing shows itself as everything. Everything is the display of emptiness. Everything is one plane all at once. So when we're here, we have nice variegated scenery, all kind of different trees and shapes and people and so on. when we go out after a while, you just go for a little walk and turn to the left, oh, turn to the right, oh, turn to the front, oh. In an instant, without effort, it all arises. This is your vision. Now, if you are an objectifying materialist, that you would say, that's because reality is real, it's out there, and you're just having your view of it. We shoot people like that here. It's not allowed. You didn't know that? If you take this materialistic vision seriously, you already always have the answer. The world is out there and I'm inside. Then it means that meditation is not going to go anywhere. Now, it could be, let's hold it as a possibility, the materialist reading of the world is valid. But we just park that view on one side and we want to investigate what is my experience. Because if you take the materialist view, the world is very big, it's full of people, it's full of things you'll never know. You are very small, smaller than a peanut, smaller than a sesame seed, smaller than a molecule, smaller than an atom. You belong in CERN. They have a machine which will reveal your true nature. You want to get to the root of your material existence. You can't catch it. Chemistry is one thing. Chemistry begins on the basis of assuming that there are things there you can deal with. Physics and chemistry, they're not best friends. Because physicists believe if chemists understood physics, they'd fucking give up. They're talking about things that don't exist. So it's like having a microscope and you change the level of magnification and different things are revealed. What is the truth? Depends on the magnification. So we bring this back to the meditation. If you start with your assumptions, if you start with the knowledge you've learned in school, if you start with these axioms out of which our cultural formations arise, you will follow the trajectory of these basic beliefs. So what the text is saying is, when a foundational belief arises, we believe it, we take it to be real, we take it to be true, and on the basis of that we proceed. That would be the materialistic way. I have talked with many mathematicians about, are you sure that the distance between 0 and 1 is the same as the distance between 1 and 2? Because you can't locate 0. 0 is nowhere, you can't find it. So you imagine 0 and you start from what you imagine. Funny kind of mathematics. You talk of 0 as if it was something. But you can't locate it. This is the cipher. This is, in the Indian system, this is shunya. 0 is shunya, which is shunyata, which means emptiness. So if all accumulation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is resting on 0, and 0 is empty, then you have another exposition of the Dharma. But we don't want to believe that. No. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. And if you do it quick enough, you don't fall in the hole. So that's why we do it. So he's saying, be aware of pre-prepared food. There are many factories producing food, instant meals. You're tired, you come home, pop it in the microwave. Oh, nice. Lots of people do that. We have an obesity epidemic because of this fast food. Someone else is cooking. Everything you learned in school is someone else's cooking. We are going through this text to be progressively looking directly at our own mind, not someone else's cooking. Our mind. How is my mind? We have to investigate the ingredients. How is it put together? So that's what he's saying. About not minding. Like, don't involve the mind in trying to work out what something is. He says, Tilopa says, rest with how it is. Leave the mind alone. The mind is intrinsically clear. It only appears foggy when there is this involvement and movement. So, for example, we're in this room, we look around, we've got some sense of who's sitting near us, who's not, but there's some sort of space, so we can say, oh yes, you're there, then you're there, you're there, you're there. Now, if we were to put on some very lively music, and we all start to move and to dance, and the bodies are interweaving, there's a kind of intoxication with that movement, and you're less aware of the space, and it's just these moving with the rhythm and with other bodies. So this is the same as when you have mental activity and you have just as you give yourself to the music in order to dance, you give yourself to these thought formations in order to have fuel for mental activity, out of which you derive your delusional sense of self. He's saying, switch off the music. Switch off the music, because you think you're dancing, but the music is dancing you. When the thought arises in your mind and you follow the thought, the music is dancing you. Yeah? The formation of the thought, the formation of the emotion catches you, and you're off on a riff. You're being danced. You're being enacted on the basis of the concept. So Tilopa is very clear. Just be at ease. Nothing to gain, nothing to lose. The ego will not believe this, because the basis of the ego is rejecting what I don't want and getting more of what I do want. It's this pulsation, pulling in and pushing away. To say, be at ease with whatever occurs, is like insanity to the ego. It's like insanity. If somebody was living manifestly like some of these yogis in India, and by some reason was to be delivered to a psychiatric clinic, they would not be well received, because people would interpret their behavior as disinhibited. They're not modifying their behavior according to the circumstances. They would actually be modifying their behavior according to the phenomena underpinning the circumstances, but the circumstances as an interpretation would be privileged over the phenomena. So, for example, you get on a train and you hear the wheels going round. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, clickety-clack. Clickety-clack, 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 clickety-clack. Hello, everybody. I'm going home now. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. Who's this fucking madman on the train? I'm reading my paper. Could you shut up, please? Don't you like clickety-clack? Can't you hear it? So that would be responding to the phenomena, but without the editing of being a normal social person. Very hard to be a yogi these days. So then he has another quotation here from the Dharma King Youthful Moonlight. I haven't been able to trace the textual basis of this, but he says, non-distraction is the path of all the Buddhas. Oh. If you have a sense of the openness and the spaciousness within which movement is occurring, you can have any kind of movement because you are not distracted. If you see that the movement is an illusion, is the movement of unborn creativity, you're never distracted because it is the movement of the ground and your awareness is open and the movement is moving in the openness. Distraction occurs when you concretize yourself in a particular position and you follow after something. And in following after the something, the arising, which is already vanishing, but in the following of it, you lose the ground. It's not so much that, like a child in the classroom who's daydreaming and the teacher shouts at them, "Oi, pay attention, don't get distracted." It's not that you, on an outer level, you're distracted from topic A to topic B, but this is more, if you're distracted from the openness of your own mind, from just being present, you're distracted into an involvement in something which is occurring. And that's, of course, feeding your sense of being an isolate, a separate person. I'm me, and I want to think about this because it means something to me. There's no point in you telling me don't think about it, because this is my life, and I register this as important. So, whoa, where are you? You're in your thoughts. Where are you? Relax in the out-breath. Oh, the thought, the distracting thought was arising in this space of presence, and it came hooking. I used to be Velcro, but now I'm polished marble. The Velcro can't catch you. It takes two to tango, subject and object. As long as you're a subject, the object will catch you. But I'm just space. Velcro can't catch space. So that's at the heart of it. Again and again and again, relax and open, relax and open. Allow the thoughts to come. As we looked yesterday, the thoughts in the service of the benefit of all is the beauty or the display or the radiance of the Dharmakaya, the mind of the Buddha. But thoughts entrained into the endless task of maintaining my delusional sense that I exist as a fixed entity and I can know who I am and I know what I want. When you're pulling thoughts in for that purpose, it's a lot of work that goes nowhere because you're maintaining an illusion. As I have mentioned many times in our meetings, Britain is a small, poor country. Britain imagines it is a big, powerful country. We don't have much money. But British people want to believe that they are part of a big, powerful country. And so if a politician says, let's get real, we're a small, pimply country, we produce almost nothing. The last steel factory in Britain is owned by an Indian company. You know, we don't have very much. They would not be elected. People are elected for saying, we have a future, it's going to be marvelous, it's going to be that. So you get elected by lying. But actually it's a small country. So that's the painful truth. People prefer lies to an accurate description of the situation. So whatever we see out there in politics, and I use lots of political examples because they're like a kind of projector that shows the structure on a very large scale, but it's exactly the same thing for us. We believe lies. Why do people vote for Trump? Because they vote for I, me, myself. They started, their training was, you exist, do your homework, help your father. Oh, I exist. I am a person. Trump is God. Trump is God. Just the same. It's a dogma. And if you believe dogmas, you don't examine them. You get in trouble if you examine dogmas. Adolf Hitler is a great man. Okay? You want a bullet? Shh. Great man. Yeah, that was the case. That was the case. You don't want to say anything against Putin. You get in trouble because it's a dogma. He is great, the savior of the nation. We do that to ourselves. I exist. I exist. Putin is great. I exist. Putin is great. These are formulations. I exist. Putin is great. So think of that. That's what it means in the text when it says delusion. It means you've got your head up your arse. You don't see anything. You're just believing, you're imagining. That's why in the Dharma they talk about light. Open your eyes, see how it is. Don't imagine how it is. Britain is a great, powerful country. No, it's a very poor country. Just look at the potholes in the road. There is no money in the schools. So many school buildings need repair. There's an endless list you could make of facts that point to the fact this is a country that's not doing well. If you accept it's not doing well, you can start to build. You can start to improve. So if you see my ego self is not doing very well, say, okay. We could do some radical underpinning, but probably better to take the house down. Just take it down, then you'll have a space, you can have whatever you like then. So that's what Dharma says. Endlessly repairing this damaged sense of self. What's the point? So then he says, this is known as mind isolated. Mind isolated means the habitual reactivity of being caught by every transient thought, feeling, sensation is gone. The mind is isolated. It's just aware. It's not responding to these stimuli. Just shit happens, all kind of thoughts happen. This is what's happening. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Just look, it's already gone. It's already gone. It's already gone. Already gone. One of the ideas or phrases that you find in Zen Buddhism is don't push the river. The river's flowing. Why would you push the river? The river's just flowing. Let it flow. Same way with your mind. It's flowing. These thoughts, these sensations, this is arising. If you don't interrupt the river, not pushing it, not blocking it, it will just be self-clearing, self-cleansing. So, but that is difficult for us to do, and the reason I give you lots of examples is to encourage you to reflect on yourself. What is the particular patterning of your gluing? Like, what do you glue yourself to? What do you believe in? What do you construct your sense of self on? And more importantly is, what is that glue? When we say attachment or involvement, what is that? Because a thought arises and somehow we are in it. So the mind is spacious and the thought arises and we are in it. The thought fills us and we seem to be filled by the thought. Or we are the fillers of the thought. So in the Dzogchen tradition, just slightly shifting track, they talk about a quality called dangwa, which means something like unimpededness. So example for this is a crystal ball. If you take a crystal ball and you put it on a green cloth, and you look at it at an angle, you'll see that the ball looks slightly green. then you put it on a red cloth and it looks slightly red. The nature of the crystal ball is that it allows the light which is reflected off the cloth to move through them. So it is as if the crystal ball becomes green or red. It doesn't, but it looks like it. So this is a symbol for how the mind is when a thought arises. A thought arises and it seems to be in the mind, but the thought is actually passing through the mind. But it seems to be in the self, in the ego identification. And that's my experience. It comes to me, it's my experience. So we are like a malfunctioning crystal ball. Now when this illusory light or illusory coloration arises, we take it to be a proof of a quality of our identity. You know, a thought arises in the mind. It's my thought. The mood of this thought, or the semantic content of this thought, is some kind of conclusion. I've wasted my life, or I need to try harder, or I need to change my flat, or break up my relationship, whatever the thought would be. And then it's gone. But why was I thinking that? There must be some reason. So we go back to the thought. We pull the thought out of the past, polish it out, cut it out, move it around. And then we come to some kind of conclusion. Yeah, I'm not really happy, am I? Oh God, I better do something different. So if you can observe yourself in that moment, and it's always about being present in the moment and catching what you're up to, you realize I am putting stones in my rucksack. I am making heavy objects, heavy conclusions about myself, about the world, about my prospects. I'm putting them onto my own burden. Because now I'm worried. Listen, sweetie, we've got to talk about our relationship. I'm not sure it's working. Once you start talking in that way, very problematic, because you can feed in more and more things and it upsets the other person. They may well retaliate and so on. So you start that conversation with yourself. This is why in the Dzogchen tradition and the Mahamudra tradition, they say, just be cheerful. Which sounds a bit like stupid advice. But say, whatever happens, don't worry. Don't take it too seriously. Because what it's doing is speaking to us on an ordinary level when we can't meditate and we feel really fucked up and we're lost and we're confused. Say, at least put on a smile. Because if you smile, other people will smile and it'll cheer you up. Because if you go into the depths, if you start cutting a groove into yourself and the record repeats and repeats and repeats, you get a trapped feeling. I don't know what to do. I'm stuck. And that's a terrible situation. How could you be stuck when everything's impermanent and dynamic and moving? So, it's okay. It's okay. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This situation, feeling lost and confused and uncertain and betrayed, and am I wasting my life, and why doesn't our relationship get better, or whatever the issue would be, it's already gone. The phenomenology of whatever arises in the mind is immediate impermanence. It dissolves. It only stays, it only lingers if you adhere to it. So that's what I was raising as the earlier question. What is the glue in your mind? What sticks to you? What do you get obsessed about? What do you return to again and again? Because that's the very moment when you can see how you build up an image of yourself. Does that make sense? Okay. Let's just do some quiet sitting. You have a mind. Your mind is here. With your having a mind here, you have thoughts, feelings, sensations. We just gently relax into the out-breath. here we are, gaze is open, senses are open, and then whatever experiences arise, whether they seem internal or external, allow them to come and go. Don't interfere. Okay. So when we sit in this way, moments of unclarity are going to arise. You might get a bit sleepy, or you might get absorbed into a thought. Whatever arises, don't pursue it. Don't judge it to be wrong or a mistake. Just leave it as it is, and it also will dissolve. So you have an experience, you have a comment on the experience, leave the comment and it dissolves. There's nothing to pursue. If you follow the comment with another comment and you build up some interpretation as to what happened, that will take you right out of any sense of openness, and you'll be down some little mole tunnel as you pursue getting to the real truth of it. So even if you get drowsy or you get distracted, it's a distraction inside the awareness. This is the central point of the meditation. If you make relaxed, open awareness and distraction oppositional, don't get distracted. Clarity and distraction, not the same. Okay, but where do you go when you get distracted? You move in the mind. And what is the mind? Lucidity. So you're dumb in an ocean of clarity, dull in an ocean of clarity. And then the dullness goes and it's clear. So it's like being outside, you relax, the sun's shining, and the cloud goes in front of the sky. And you get a little cold, a little shivery. Oh God, what's happened? And then the cloud moves on and the sun shines and you're warm again. It's just like that. It's not a tragedy. The sun will return. The clarity is there. Stay with the clarity. If you seem to lose it, don't pursue it. There's nothing to pursue. You are in the open here and now. There is nowhere else to be. You can't go into the past. It doesn't exist. You can't go into the future. When you're distracted, you're here but not here. So where are you when you're not here, when you are here? You're in a thought. And the thought's like a little bubble. It's like an encapsulation which seems to separate you from what's going on. You're inside this. It's like one of these Hieronymus Bosch paintings, and you see people inside what seems like a little glass egg, and they're trapped inside. So we're cut off, but we're still here. We're self-enclosed. And then the bubble bursts and we're here. So don't take it seriously. Trust its impermanence. It's just, it happens, it happens, it happens. And then you start to see that the creativity of the ground gives rise, as Kuntu says, to both samsara and nirvana. So as you're sitting, clarity arises, confusion arises. Both are the emanation of the ground. And if you see the ground and you see that the ground is empty, all that comes from emptiness is empty. Some of the emptiness we say, I like it, therefore it's good. Some of the emptiness we say, I don't like it and it's bad. But it's empty. It has no substance. When you get distracted, this would be to go from another angle. When you get distracted, Try to catch it. Don't comment on it, just catch it. What would you catch? You vanished. There's nothing there. It was an illusion arising in emptiness. From the Tibetan point of view, clouds come out of the sky. Much more helpful than modern meteorological science. So the cloud, here's the clear blue sky, and then you see these little wispy clouds, and then it thickens, then it's all very stormy, and then it clears, and then the wisps go back into the space. So the space is the ground of everything. So when you get caught in heavy feelings, sinking feelings, depression, just remain open. Just remain open. Then it can't catch you. It's like being a child who comes home from school. It says, Mom, they keep bullying me. They call me names. They're calling me names all the time. I can't bear it. And Mom said, yeah, they do that. They're stupid people. They call you names. What kind of names do they say? They say I'm ugly and nobody likes me. Do I like you? Yes. But you're not at school. Okay, that's true, but I like you. I think you're likable. But they don't. Do you like them? No, I hate them. So you want to be liked by people you hate. Okay? You see, the child is getting caught. Their words, their definition are being absorbed into this fragile skin of a developing ego self. It's a very vulnerable moment. Children are hurt so easily by these insulting names. What we want to help them see is they don't pertain to you. They are what these people think and say, and by their thinking and saying, it tells you about them. They think they have a spotlight that is illuminating you. In fact, what they are doing is holding up an X-ray of their inner self, which says, I am a horrible person. I insult others in order to feel powerful. That's what they're doing. That's what they're showing. But we take it as a searchlight which exposes our faults, and we feel embarrassed and upset, and I don't want to go to school, and I can't bear it. We are introjecting, we're taking a message into ourselves as if we were the referent of their comment. But their comment, the actual referent, is themselves. Does that make sense? So it's difficult to help children see this, but if one can do it a little bit, it helps. But we also need to do it for ourselves. You are uncatchable. If what we've been looking at so far is true, then the mind is not a thing. It has no basis for enduring qualities. It is not knowable as a substance, as an entity. So what will you say about it? He's talking about approaches to it, coming into the domain of the self, but he's not going to describe the mind, but he's not going to describe the mind in great detail. He's talking about how you open yourself to what is already open. Because actually everything we say about the mind doesn't arrive there. Because the mind itself is not built by concepts. Your intelligence or the technical skill that you have that allows you to have a job and get paid for your job, that accretion, that building up of information and knowledge and skill, that you can develop. That tells you something about you. But the mind itself, it doesn't have these properties. Its property is openness and showing. And in this showing, it shows what is arising and passing. And what is arising and passing doesn't define it. So if we go back to the image of the no reflection that appears in the mirror can show the mirror. The mirror is not an object. The reflections in the mirror are an object. What arises in your mind can be an object for you. You can apprehend them. But if you see that these are like reflections in the mirror, and the ground of the mirror is empty, reflections have no substance. Yeah? So when you are 16 and you're going to a party and you look in the mirror and you have a big pimple on the end of your nose, it's difficult to believe it's only a reflection in a mirror. We grasp onto these things. We grasp onto our thoughts and the patterns of our feelings. It's like a reflection. Reflection here means not that language is very difficult at this point. It doesn't mean that, we could say, it doesn't mean that nothing exists, but it exists as an illusion. So when you see a rainbow, you see something. There's a rainbow. Look, everyone's a rainbow. You can't deny there is a rainbow. You see something, but nobody can catch it. You can't get it because it's an illusion. So that's what it means, is that the ego self, I, me, myself, is an illusion. It doesn't mean it doesn't function. It doesn't mean it doesn't have an impact. But when you try to actually get to the root of it, what is it? It's not a what. Oh. And if you believe in the illusion, you become deluded, you become crazy. You start thinking that what other people's bullying people at school say about you is real. Many people have been through this experience. It's very horrible. And it takes time to push this invasion out and to realize that this had to do with them and didn't have to do with me. Now, some people who are persecuted and who've had to swallow a lot of insults, when they get a position of power, squeeze out the insults, but unfortunately they squeeze them onto other people, which we see a lot in the Middle East at the moment. It's not to discount the suffering that people have had in the past, but to do unto others what was done unto you is no salvation. In the end, each person has to stop the waves of karmic accumulation. Just say, I am in a mandala of beings opening to the unborn ground. And whatever I say about people, whether I think I like them or I don't like them, doesn't take me to how they are. It takes me to some kind of patina, some facade, or in another way of thinking, it takes us to a mask. So we all show masks. We have to, because you can't see the inside of my mind when I'm doing the practice, and I can't see the inside of your mind. So we have all these very complex interweaving inner lives, and then we say words and they come out linear, ba, 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 ba. But when you're meditating, it's all at once, all at once. You can't chop it up. So it's very difficult to express what you really experience. And when we describe things, it's like the beat of a drum. It becomes insistent, but it doesn't catch the object. Objects are uncatchable because their true nature is empty of self. If there were no nouns, what would adjectives do? They've got to comment on something, but there are no nouns, there are no things. There are just experiences. So when we have a happy experience, it arises and passes. When we have a sad experience, it arises and passes. We want the bad experience to go, and we'd like the happy experience to stay. This is an indicator or a sign that we are merging into what we perceive to be the quality of the object. I'd like this good feeling to continue. But the nature of feelings is they change. I don't want to be with you because you don't make me feel good anymore. Many people break up their relationships on that basis now. But feelings are very unreliable. And why would I imagine that someone else is the source of my feelings? My feelings are my feelings. So when feelings arise in the mind, what do they indicate? They indicate themselves. When it rains, what does it tell us? It's raining. When the sun shines, what does it tell us? It's shining. So when the sun shines, we go happy face, hooray. And when the rain falls, we go sad face, boo-hoo. It's just rain. It's just sunshine. It's not the rain or the sunshine which is causing our emotion. It's our pre-existing belief. When it rains, Mum doesn't let me go out and play. So I hate the rain. When the sun comes out, that's nice. See you later, Mum. I'm off. We're projecting our small lived experience onto the world as if it were a true account of what's occurring. So we can, now we go and have food, and maybe you're chatting together with other people. You have different interactions with people. Whether you feel happy or sad, relaxed or anxious, just stay aware of how this arises. Don't merge into it and take it to be a truth. Don't try to get rid of it and say, oh, I should be more friendly or more happy. Just allow the arising and passing of experience. See how that is. Okay? And we meet together in the morning. Okay, so we start with the refuge and bodhicitta, with the sheet you got, and then we go into this 9-round breathing. So, if you're not familiar with the text, don't struggle to stay with the meaning of the words. For our purpose, it's more important just to hear the sound. As the sound is rising and dissolving, rising and dissolving, it's like an additional vibration of the breath. And we see then what the world is resting on. Nothing to cling to. Okay, so now we do some open sitting as described in the text yesterday. Gaze is open, senses are open, breathing in and out normally, and just being present with whatever arises, not waiting expectantly for future events, not going after past events, not falling into merging with present events, but relaxed and open. So, yesterday you didn't know it, but you got married. You got married to emptiness. This is your beloved now. But in the past you have done a lot of flirting. So these thoughts and memories and ideas, they come up and they look a little bit exciting. I'm married. Okay. So we'll build on this meditation a little just now by looking at the famous 5 questions. These are designed to help us to have a direct experience is the right word, a direct clarity about how our mind is. So, again, we relax and we're just sitting in an open way. As we're sitting, very gently allow the question to arise, does my mind have shape or color? When you look around the room, everything you see has shape and color. People's bodies, the shape of the tent, and so on. Your own body has shape and color. Does your mind have shape and color? It may be that in your mind certain shapes arise, certain kinds of experience, sometimes with color. Are they the mind or an event moving in the mind? So we keep looking and looking and looking till we're clear. And the key thing here is we have a tendency to tell the world what it is. That is to say, we mobilize our intelligence in a proactive way, and we just say, oh, it's a nice day today, the sun's shining. We comment on whatever is going on, and our commentary becomes the mode of our participation. So when we do this practice, we have to be sensitive to the fact that conclusions will arise, because we're used to doing that. Don't collapse into the conclusion. Don't reject the conclusion. Just stay open. Because if the conclusion is true, it will remain. Because this is how your mind is. But if it arises and then vanishes, that gives you a sense that this was if you like, a referring thought or an identifying thought, but actually there was no referent. So if I say, it's a lovely day, the sun is shining, we know what the sun is, we can see the sunlight. So my sentence is referring to something which we can agree. There is an object situation, that there are fewer clouds in the sky, we have more sunshine, it's warmer, and so I refer to what is there, that is the referent. So when you come to a conclusion in your mind, is there an actual referent? Because we're used to having that structure. Yesterday we looked at it in terms of the three wheels, the subject, the object, and their relation. We get rapidly entrained into that mode of interpretation. And it makes sense to us because it's familiar. But here, not merging into what occurs, not staying apart from what occurs, we're just with whatever occurs, which gives it the chance to show itself as it is, without pulling it into our habitual ego centrality. And then you see for yourself how it is. So the danger is if you tell yourself what is going on, it's just another opinion. And most of us have the experience that we change our mind quite a lot. We like things and we don't like things. So if your examination remains within the domain of opinions and conclusions, the conclusion will fade away. And you'll have built a house on clouds. So we stay present and open and avoid proactive arousal to make sense of what's going on, and stay with the revelation of how it is. The less we do, the more we will see. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So let's we stay with that. Let me take it one question at a time. So we relax, we're open. And then in your own time, allow this thought to arise. Does my mind have shape or color? Okay. So when we have free time, it's very, very helpful if you're sitting outside someplace just to take up these questions and really inspect for yourself. The second question is, does my mind have a size? Is it big or small? Now that of course includes, is it inside me? Is it outside me? Am I inside my mind, or is my mind inside me? So this confronts you with your habit of fusing with egoic propositions. Because we all have a felt sense of, here I am, I exist. Sometimes this is built on sensations that arise in the body. You think, oh, that's my back. Sometimes a memory, sometimes a thought. But the ego is using whatever is arising like a kind of stepping stone to keep crossing this flow of events and to, in a sense, claim to be apart from the events. I am the observer. I see what's going on, and therefore I have this place of uninvolved neutrality. This is not true. This is just the ego's way of surviving. So when we sit now, and you feel the quality of embodiment, like, which indicates I am in this body is my home, this body is me, stay with these sensations. Observe what each of these sensations is like, and take it just as a revelation. If you go into a conclusion, because these sensations keep coming, That's a sign that I'm here, I exist. Then you get a kind of solipsistic, self-referential, small vision of yourself. So here, not pushing events away, not merging into them. Sensations arise, thoughts, memories, feelings. They all seem very attractive because this is our sphere of operations. So they say of Padmasambhava that his sphere of operation is this world. He manifests in this world. And for the Dakinis, their sphere of operation is the sky. And for us as sentient beings, our sphere of operation is with mental events and what we take to be external events, interpreted according to our own sense of who we are. So that's what we're looking for. That's what seems important. That registers for us. Now we're just looking. Just looking. As if you go into a big department store and you don't have even €1 in your pocket. You're just looking. Oh, let's go into the watch department. Rolex? Do you have one with gold? All kind of things arise. I'm not buying, I just like to see. So you're not having to interfere with what's occurring. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. So the third question is, does my mind come from anywhere? You're here. Have you arrived from somewhere? Or rather, has this mind, this presence, this awareness, has it come from somewhere? So we take a look at that. Okay. Then we have a mind. Seems that our mind is here. Where is it? Does our mind abide in any particular place, or can we find it as something somewhere? And the fifth question is, does the mind go anywhere? Does it depart? Does it leave us? Does it vanish when we fall asleep at night? That's too speculative. You want to be looking now. Is your mind going anywhere? If you get, as we might say, distracted into a thought, has your mind got distracted? Is your mind still open? Okay. When you look at these questions, and I hope you will continue to inquire into these, it's best not to do it for too long, because the pull into a conceptual inquiry is very great, because that's what we're used to. So we want to have the freshness of just sitting open, allowing the question to come, and stay with it for maybe 3-5 minutes, not more than that, so that you can really see without saying. Yesterday we were looking at this image of the mirror. And when you look in a mirror, you see reflections. You don't see the mirror itself. It's the same with our mind. We look in our mind, we look for our mind, we find thoughts, feelings, memories, plans, speculations, events which arise and pass, which have no more solidity or rootedness than the reflections in the mirror. So, if we go back and look at these questions, but we apply them to what we have here in the room with us, then we can see how we make sense of the world. So, if we say, does everything in this room have shape and color? That's a good question. You can look around. Is there anything here that doesn't have shape and color? Even the spaces you see between people has some kind of shape. It's not a shape you could probably name because it's not a regular shape like a rectangle or a circle. It has a particular pattern. It's a sort of shape you might cut out and use in a collage. Would you agree? Everything here has a shape and a color. Does everything in this room have a size? Some people are more tall, some people are more broad. The shape of the cushions, there's the shape of the lighting hanging from the roof. Does everything have a size, big or small? Okay. Does everything here come from somewhere? We arrived yesterday or the day before, so we came from somewhere, and the carpets came from someplace, and the tent came from someplace. It's not always here. So we might agree, and there's tanka paintings, the sound recording equipment. All of this has come from somewhere else. Does it stay here? No, we look around and we see that at this moment, people have a particular location in the room. Sometimes people change their places, but we see, yes, all the events here are abiding. This pot of flowers beside me doesn't get up and move around. It's just there. So that gives us the reliability of the object constancy, which then promotes subjective constancy. Because if I know where the object is, then I can rest in the sense that I am the knower of the object. And the very stability of the object that I know confirms my stability as the subject. So we have a mutual confirmation. The more reliable the object, the more reliable the subject. So, again, if you go to the seaside and you're just sitting quietly watching the waves, at this certain point, if you stay with the movement of the waves, you start to feel a bit spaced out, a bit spacious, because there's nothing to grasp in the waves because they're always moving. Their lack of object constancy doesn't allow you to formulate your position towards them because there's nothing there to grasp. The ungraspable object indicates the ungraspable nature of the subject, which of course is how it is, but is not what the ego wants to know, because the ego's issue is mastery, control, domination, formulation. Then with the last question, does everything here go somewhere? Let's hope on Sunday we don't find that someone has built a big wall around us, that Kafka is in charge of our retreat, and we are trapped here, some kind of huis clos like Sartre found. We go, and we disperse in different directions. Maybe we meet again, maybe we don't. So this is a temporary arrangement. This is a patterning of the potential of our being here. This is what we're used to. So the question then, is the mind like everything else? In the text you see this issue referred to as the mind and the content of the mind. So the content of our mind is moving and changing with thoughts, memories and so on. In Tibetan this is called sem, meaning the mind that knows things, a bit like the dualistic consciousness we looked at before. Then we have the mind itself, just the unengaged mind or pure knowing. Does it have any shape or color? In Tibetan this is called sem nid, and nid means something like ness, mindness, or the essence of mind, or the true nature of mind. So mind, in our ordinary sense, is what we're thinking and feeling, my mind. So the mind is a kind of arena of events, mental events, which can refer internally to previous mental events, or can refer to some interpretation of what we see through our senses. But the mind itself, is that the same as mental events or different? Now, when we look in the books, it gives you the answer. That's not useful for us because we are lying, cheating people. We take conclusions from the world and it's mine. I know this. You know this because you heard it. You're just repeating empty words. We need to see for ourselves because that gives a particular kind of clarity. You see for yourself. My mind doesn't rest anywhere. So when some of us met 2 years ago and we were looking at the Mahamudra text, one of them is describing how the sky doesn't rest on anything. Sky and space is a bit the same in that text, but it means space doesn't rest on anything. Everything is inside space. There's nothing outside space that comes into space. Everything is moving in space, but the space itself has no top or bottom. As we touched on before, all finites are in the infinite. The infinite is present in all finites, but it's not definable by the nature of the finite. Does that make sense? So all the events that you experience, your happiness, sadness, hunger, desire to go for a walk, whatever pulsation arises, this is within the sphere of the mind. It's within the openness of the mind. And if we stay present with the openness, we don't have to edit or alter any of these propulsions which are moving. We just don't need to sit on them as if they were offering us something. That is to say, all mental events are movement. The mind itself doesn't move. Clouds move in the sky, but the sky doesn't move. Rainbows come and go in the sky doesn't move. The mind itself doesn't move, but it is the site where all movement occurs. This movement you could again take, if you look at it as a binary opposition. Here is the openness of the mind itself. Here are the mental events in the sky, and they're not the same. So we make them different. We construct two categories. But it's not like that, because the events that arise in the mind vanish, self-arising, self-vanishing, like the wave coming up in the ocean. The thought comes in the mind and vanishes into the mind. It never left the mind. It's not that it came out of the mind and went back into the mind. It's that it was a movement, just like the movement of the wave is the, if you like, it's the ocean stretching, oh, ah, oh, ah. And it doesn't, the wave doesn't leave the ocean. The thought, the memory, the feeling doesn't leave your mind itself. So, if we see this, then every mental event is an expression of the space of the mind. From our pseudo-separated, isolated position, my ego self, I can observe what is occurring and comment on it. I like it, I don't like it, and so on. That's what keeps us fixated on the endless task of interpretation of this ceaseless movement. I mean, there's no end to interpretation and commentary and liking and not liking. But if we see something is happening, how is it? I need to see and not say. If I say, I cover what I see in my projected thought. I incorporate experience into the realm of the knowing, of the known, my ego domain. So we just want to see, how is it? And of course that requires that we relax again and again. If you're doing the practice by yourself and you get a bit agitated, you can get up and stretch, you could go for a little walk, you could have a shower, just to free yourself from the tension, because you're, as it were, you're like a salmon which is swimming up the river to lay its eggs. It's a hard thing. In Scotland, these salmon, they leap from one pool to another. They can leap up 10, 15 feet, whoosh, with this huge sweep of their tails. And we're like that. And of course, by the time the salmon arrive, they're exhausted. They lay their eggs and they die. So we don't want to have that outcome. But it is a difficult thing to do, especially if we think, I am doing this. So this is this very, very subtle balance of relaxing the out-breath, here, just here. I don't need to do anything because I don't make it happen. So we've touched on the fact that thoughts arise in your mind. You weren't expecting that thought, but it arises. You didn't make your thought. We don't sit here thinking, I wonder what kind of pain I can express in my body today. Some little twinge arises, some muscular tension. It comes. It arrives. So actually, if you do less, if you're simply present, the world goes on. You are never the master of the world. You are never the center of the world. It's not all up to you. This is a big holiday for the ego. I don't have to do it. It just happens. It just happens. As it just happens, you see these many kind of expressions of experience. When you get up from the meditation, you will need to make decisions about what you do. Do you go and make a cup of tea? Do you go to the toilet first? Do you talk to people? Do you want to stand alone and just be settled in yourself? As soon as we get up from the meditation, we're standing in relation to the possibilities of what's arising. But while we're sitting, what makes meditation different from our ordinary life is it gives us a chance just to be with how the mind is occurring without involvement. But because involvement is our usual way of proceeding, it takes some time to release ourselves from it. That's why in both Mahamudra and Dzogchen, the stress is on relaxation. Don't get aroused. If you find you have a lot of tension in yourself, that tension will direct you towards engagement. We know now how many children have become addicted to electronic media, to mobile phones and so on. Many children get very angry at night time when the parent says you have to switch it off or give me your phone, because they want to stay in contact with their friends to keep it moving. They never get time out from this. So we also experience that, giving ourselves time out, let it go. It doesn't matter. Since you were born, you have had millions and millions and millions of thoughts and memories and emotions. They've come and they've gone. But this one could be very important. It's like people who are always buying lottery tickets. Yeah, I haven't won yet, but this ticket, that could be the one. So somehow, it doesn't matter, I won't buy a ticket. But the ticket I didn't buy could have been the one that won. So the thought that arises could be the important one. And we get pulled into identification in doing something. So relinquishing involvement feels like loss. It feels like vulnerability. Because of course, when you mobilize yourself, when you get up to do something, your muscles are energized, you have a trajectory, you have an aim, and your energy goes to do something. And that gives you a particular sense of being here, of existing. But if you're just sitting, and whatever comes, that can feel very, very vulnerable. Especially if you've had trauma situations in your life, and you've got a tendency to hypervigilance, you're checking out, oh my God, is there any danger around? How could people exploit me or abuse me? When you have that as a kind of wariness, that is to say, the subject doubts the benign or the beneficial quality of the object. You're smiling, but what's behind your smile? What are you up to? What do you want from me? So suspiciousness like that is very difficult because it's your own mind that's suspicious. There's not necessarily any evidence from outside. So we carry these karmic strains or psychological tendencies, and it's important not to override them, not to leap over them, but to be with them, to put an arm around them. They are part of the profile of how I am. So I know I have these tendencies. I'm likely to move in that direction. And if you've made friends, as it were, with the tendency, it gives you more chance to see, is there an actual trigger out there which is evoking or arousing this? Or is this just a habitual reaction which has no real cause except being part of the echo chamber of previous events? Because if we see, oh, the referent is the past, it's not actually here. I'm frightening myself on the basis of what has happened, which was undeniable, unpleasant, but gone. And so this constriction which arose with the difficult situation again arises as if it's some true account. And we see this in this proliferation of the diagnosis of PSTD, post-traumatic stress disorder. So, the key thing for all meditation practice is making friends with your mind. Opening and welcoming whatever occurs in the mind. Because if you can't do that, what's the point of saying, I will work for the benefit of all beings? Because one thing you need to know is a lot of all beings are total fuckers. You know, there are many unpleasant people out there in the world who are up to all kind of nonsense. So if with your own mind you're not able to offer hospitality to what's a bit problematic and troubling, you're not going to manage it out there. So this gives us a chance to be with disturbing memories, frightened thoughts, egotistical elaborations, and so on. So the weather seems to be quite nice. One of the things you can do is go outside, sit on the hillside, and just look at the clouds. The wind blows the clouds, they move across the sky. They're there.
There are no sky.
Hmm?
There are no clouds.
I think, my dear, I think they're coming to visit. Yeah. So when the cloud arises, the clouds are very interesting because they seem to be something, and yet if you go in a plane, you just go through them. They are an illusion made of tiny droplets. They are a mist, but they have no self-substance. You see that your thoughts and your feelings are very, very similar. They are impactful, because you see a heavy, rainy cloud and you think, oh, I better get home. You know, you react to these illusory formations. They're an illusion, not in the sense that they are nothing at all, but they are an appearance without self-substance. We have to remember that's the specific Buddhist meaning, an appearance without self-substance. So when you look in the mirror, you see a reflection, it's an appearance, but there's no one in the mirror pushing out this impression. It has no self-substance, but it can tell you something about whether you put your lipstick on your nose or not. So, observing how events arise and pass, it happens outside, it happens inside. There is movement, and the stillness is the space within which things occur. If it's happening outside, we say it's the sky or the space. If it's happening inside, we say it's the mind. But the mind and space are not very different. Like the mirror, there is no self-substance in the mirror. So when a reflection arises, it doesn't arise in opposition to the mirror itself. You know, we experience thoughts arising that we'd rather not have. We have memories we'd prefer to forget. So our ego structure of the moment sees the painful memory as a kind of hostile attack. I don't want to have to think about that anymore. I'm done with it. Keep it away. The problem with that is that as we've looked before, the strong definition of the object brings with it a strong definition of the subject. I've had enough. I don't want this anymore. So if you look at yourself in that moment, you're frightened and anxious and shrinking because the power seems to be in the object. You make me feel like this. I don't fucking want it anymore. I'm through. I'm leaving. I've had enough. People say this. Get out. I don't want you in my life anymore because you make me feel bad. Inside duality, that's how it seems to us. But what we're doing is something very different. We're saying, whatever comes, comes. So that we can see how the thought is, how the feeling is, rather than applying our matrix of interpretation, which is of course suffused with our personal history, our karma, our likes and dislikes, our tendencies. So we're not giving a fair interview to what arises. Nowadays, for public bodies, if you're applying for a new post or promotion, you have to go to an interview panel. And it's usually made up of at least 3, maybe 4 people. And they have set questions that they have to ask each candidate, because they're trying to avoid prejudice and bias in the examiners contaminating the revelation of the qualities of the applicant. But we are not able to do that with our own mind. We are very biased employers. So that's what we have to notice. Bias, tilt, tendency. That's what makes seeing clearly difficult, because before it appears, we've already started to move into a judgment on the basis of some projection of what this is and how it is. The old saying for soldiers is, don't shoot until you can see the color of their eyes, which means the enemy is getting very, very close. So when you see the enemy in the distance and you get frightened, it's very tempting to shoot. Your bullet's not going to arrive there, but you feel you want to do something. So this kind of premature arousal, the need to act, comes very quickly out of fear. I was just reading an account of when the French invaded France, when the Germans invaded France, there we go. Their time will come. Well, when the Germans invaded France in the Second World War, there was a whole division which, when they saw the French tanks coming in the distance, they thought they were Germans and they threw down their guns and ran away. And that was a big disgrace, which was covered up a lot at the end of the war, but now it comes out in modern history. Why would you do that? Because you get frightened. When you get frightened, you don't see clearly. So now we can maybe see, although you don't have to do any preliminary practices to do Mahamudra or Dzogchen, the general preliminaries, like repeating again and again the 4 immeasurables, may all sentient beings be happy and have the cause of happiness. May they all be free of suffering and the cause of suffering. May they all have the happiness which is not mixed with any kind of suffering. May they all abide in equanimity, which is not biased towards friends and against enemies. The more we say this, what we're doing is we're befriending the sites of behaviors which we might take as annoying or arousing. We're trying to embed a bodhisattva attitude of, I'm with you, I'm for you, you can come as you are, I'm not going to judge you because I see you have Buddha nature, you have Buddha potential, this is the most precious thing about you. That is an antidote to our neurotic interpretation that says, I've met people like you before, I know what you're like. And then you go into a positioning on the basis of projection and interpretation. So hopefully we can see that all the different Dharma paths go in the same direction. It's not that there are lesser paths and superior paths, although this hierarchical evaluation is often set out. All the Dharma teachings are methods of softening the ego's conviction that it has to defend itself. It's always saying, it's safe, don't worry, it's okay. Therefore, don't do this unnecessary arousal. Relax, it'll be fine. So the more we can do this, and we can do it through Tantra, through having a particular meditation deity and so on, we can see what's required. Now, what's different from this approach is if you go into a traditional system, they will start you at the beginning and say you go from the beginning all the way through because you need to go through all the stages. This is very different. This is saying, if you befriend yourself, if you get to know how you are, that will allow you to know what you need to do on yourself. What antidotes do you need? What support do you need that is specific to you? So, Buddhism in Tibet was standardized. It was everybody gets the same thing. We don't need to do that because we don't need to do it. We're a very different kind of people from Tibetans. And secondly, we don't have time to do that. We're going to die. So what's important is if you're going to apply a method that you know why the method is employed, what you're trying to do, and that you have a need to do it. And then you do it because you have a need. Not because somebody said you should do this, this will be very good for you. How do they know? They're speaking out of their system. It's very easy to be dogmatic. In France, the Communist Party was very, very powerful for a long time. And the Communist Party had many, many factions, and the factions, of course, hated each other, so they had endless battles for the right interpretation of what Comrade Lenin was saying. And then, of course, you get the fucking Trotskyists who come in and cause trouble, and we want to get rid of them. It's like that. There's no end to thinking, whether it's about politics or economics or Dharma. There's a lot of Dharma. People will tell you this is the highest teaching, this is very important. So they say. What is important is what works for you. In a village dispensary in India, they will have aspirins. And they won't have anything else. So if you go to see this first level medical practitioner, they will give you an aspirin. And if that doesn't do the business, then you can maybe go on to the next one. But the town is quite far away, and you need to take the bus, or maybe you need to get a bullock cart before you can get there, and you feel sick. Giving people what you have because you believe it's good is not very efficient. Nowadays, in modern medicine, we do a lot of tests on people. We look at the bloods, we see what is the actual profile of this person's embodiment at the moment, and what is the best treatment that we could do. So there may be some medication that would speak to some aspect of the problem, but it's a medication which is difficult for the liver to process, and because this person also has a weak liver, there's a contraindication. We can't prescribe this one. So we should be that sensitive to ourselves. Very important. Because people say, oh, Dzogchen is the highest path. It's only the highest path if you can use it. Doing slow walking meditation in the Theravadan style may be very, very perfect for you some of the time. Because it allows you to be calm, to be aware of the sensation of the heel going on the ground and then onto the toes, and you become aware of my body is movement, breathing in and out and moving in relation to the land. That could be perfect, in which case it is perfect. It's the highest for that moment. So the key thing is to get to know yourself. That's why we do, as he was describing yesterday, we begin with this open sitting, which is both a practice, a path, but it's also diagnostic. Because when you're not doing anything except just sitting, and you allow yourself to see what occurs, your fault lines or your tendencies are revealed to you. And then on the basis of that, you can see how to proceed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because fine-tuning is very important. Like in Namkhai Norbu, the great Dzogchen master who sadly died a few years ago, he always said, the starting point is the state of the individual. Like, how are you? Because you have to relate to your own lived situation, how you breathe. If you have a big problem in breathing, then he would have recommended Yantra Yoga or Vajra dance, because there are many interventions which are about the body. So if you don't attend to your situation and allow it to reveal itself for you, all you're doing is shifting templates. I'm this kind of a person, and this is the Dharma that my teacher says is good for me. So you shift your frame of reference, in the process of which you can lose the finesse, the fine-tuning of yourself. Okay, should we take a break and then we come back and go on with the text? Okay, could we come together, please? We have a new book, the first book in Hungarian, and it's a very nicely made book with Hungarian language and English, with pictures in the middle. So I'll leave my copy on the table and you can have a look at it if you would like to.
Very nice. And what's the book? What is the book? Tell us.
Second book.
What does it tell you?
No, it sparks, isn't it? You didn't say which book it is.
It's a compilation
I'll write it.
of short teachings,
I'll write it.
and they're done in relation to the photos.
Oh, so
So
it's completely
like
new.
when you wake in the morning, you open the book. Really? Just when I opened it, in the general Buddhist path, we spend a lot of time trying to rearrange the furniture of our mind.
Who said that? Does it say
My doppelganger. Right. So we should continue with the text a little bit. So what we were looking at just before the break is it's very helpful to have some of the traditional texts and to study them, but in a sense, you don't want to learn too much because it fills the space with your own projections. And so you can develop knowledge about, which is still a dualistic formulation rather than direct insight into. So if you inquire and you study at the same time, you get a dialogue going between the traditional formulation, which is usually a bit kind of strange. It's a bit kind of pseudo-academic, abstract. And then you have your own lived experience. And having a sense of these two, they become mutually rectifying. So, we ended up, I don't know if you have the same page, page 2, if you have this text, you may not have it. Saying non-distraction is the path of all the Buddhas. So we looked at that. This is known as mind isolated. So that's what we looked at this morning. When it says mind here, it means the mind itself, or the true nature of the mind. That's why reading these texts is quite tricky, because as Wittgenstein said, the meaning of a word will not be found in a dictionary. The meaning of the word is found in its usage, and different writers will use words like Rigpa, awareness, in different ways. It can have very low, well, very ordinary general meanings, or very specific meanings. So we always have to be attentive to the reading. So when he's saying the mind is isolated, it doesn't mean cut off. It means more like, in Dzogchen, we say that the mind itself is kada, is pure from the very beginning. Pure from the very beginning means it's not touched, it's not contaminated by anything else. So, what is contamination? Where you have one thing and something else comes in contact with it and alters it, in particular defines it. So in England now we find that the water companies have been endlessly pumping sewage into the rivers. And swimming in open rivers in England is now a very dangerous activity. Not just E. coli, but all kinds of pollutants are there. Because the water companies don't care at all. Most of them are not owned by British people anyway, since we sold everything. So the pollution arises because you have water, and the water, if it's fresh and clear, will allow the fish to come and all kind of helpful creatures and plants to grow. But when heavy doses of sewage come in, when the farmers take all their piles of liquid cow shit and they allow them to slip into the river, then you get real problems. So that's the meaning of contamination. This and that shouldn't come together. We have to keep them separate. Now, he's not meaning this here, because when we say the mind is pure from the very beginning, it means nothing has ever touched it. Okay? Now, yesterday, we looked at the image of the crystal ball put on the red cloth and the green cloth. They take on a tinge of that color. They're slightly pervaded by that. So it is as if the simple clarity of the crystal ball is now contaminated, altered, influenced, suffused by this coloration. But it is an illusion. So that's one way of looking at the juxtaposition. But for us, interested in the non-dual view, the mind is infinite. There is no factory outside the mind. The ground, the source, is the ground of everything, of samsara and nirvana. Out of this unborn open emptiness, all possible forms arise within it. The reflection doesn't contaminate the mirror. So when he's talking about isolation, he's not talking about, in the old days with infectious diseases, you had these hospitals where people would be put there in isolation so that the disease wouldn't spread. It's not about putting a kind of buffer zone, a cordon sanitaire, in between you and what's there, which would be the Theravadan approach, that you should avoid busy cities, that you should look at the ground when you walk so that you don't get erotic fantasies about people you see and so on. It's a separative thing. But this is talking about the intrinsic separation of awareness, which means nothing touches it because everything is within it. We looked before at the here and now, that the three times, past, present, and future, are always within the here and now. They have nowhere else to be. And so if they're in the here and now, the past isn't contaminating the present, the future isn't contaminating the present. They are arising in that space and dissolving in that space. So that's what isolation means. That no artificial isolation is required because the mind is Vajra. Well, Vajra is a word we see a lot. In the Tantric tradition, we have a Vajra and a bell. And the Vajra represents indestructibility. One story about the Vajra is it originated from somebody who had practiced patience for thousands and thousands of lifetimes, and his patience was such that He was completely non-reactive to what was going on, and so that when he died, his bones became indestructible, and one of these bones became the first Vajra. So it means indestructible and uncontaminatable. Our ego is not like that. This is the meaning of enlightenment or liberation or freedom, is without changing country, without changing occupation, without changing gender, in your own place as you are, you can just gently shift from being within the flow of experience in the mind, which is I, me, myself. I am this feeling, I am this thought, this memory, this is me. I am an occurrence, but I'm a self-cheating occurrence because I just say I am. I'm not dynamic, I am. And this stupidity blocks us seeing the dynamic nature of the becoming of I am. It's not a being, it's a becoming, and it becomes in conversation, in dialogue with all the events which are also moving in the field, because the ego is a field phenomena. It belongs in the field of experience. Awareness is not a field experience. Awareness is the field within which all experience occurs. So it's already there. Your dualistic consciousness is already within the sphere or the field or the openness of awareness, but because of its movement, its intoxication, it doesn't see where it is. It's a delusion based on movement. The traditional example for this is if you were outside on a dark night and you had a fire, if you took a piece of wood out of the fire and you turned it around your head, you would see a ring of fire, or at least a glowing ring. What you have is one point moving round, but because of the speed at which it's moving, it creates the illusion of a ring, just as the moving images in a cinema create the illusion of a continuous situation. So movement can be self-deceiving. So the isolation is to release, as we did just before the break, we release ourselves from identification with the movement. When I say we release ourselves, we stop investing in. Now, who is doing this? Ideally, no one is doing it, but for us, on the level of beginning practice, we mobilize our ego agency to engage in the practice, which will directly demonstrate to us the illusory nature of the ego. So it's a kind of self-deconstruction of the ego as an autonomous identity. So that's the meaning of isolation here. Then he says, this is also, this state of non-distraction is also called the mind not moving. The mind itself doesn't move, but all movement is within the mind. So the ego is a movement within the mind. The mind is not a movement. Now, because the mind doesn't move, we have to think, well, what kind of a thing is it? If everything's moving and it's not moving, oh, maybe it's not a thing. Maybe my mind is not a thing. So my mind is the space of awareness. So that's what the not moving is. It's the space in which movement occurs. So this, if you are not dead, if you are sitting here and you are having some mental experience, your awareness is very, very close to you. very, very gently close to you. You don't have to look far away to get it. It's not a thing. It is already the medium that you're in. Like we had the example the other day, it's like a fish in water. We don't know, but we imagine that the fish doesn't know it's in water. It's just in that. That's its medium. And the medium of ego, the medium of dualistic consciousness, is non-dual awareness. But because it is fixated on movement and the awareness doesn't move, it doesn't have a means of registering. Because dualistic consciousness, as we spent some time looking, is consciousness of things. And because the mind is not a thing, you can't know it. You cannot know your own awareness. You can be it, but in a gentle way, not the way you have being yourself. Being there means more like presence. You open to the open, and you're just open, and you see that there is no separation between what looks like subject side and object side. Object side is just infinite open emptiness. Subject side is awareness, which is also without any limit, and they are inseparable. They're not merged and fused as one thing, because it's non-dual. It's always non-dual. Don't collapse one category into another. Otherwise you homogenize and you make some kind of standard issue. It's not like that. Variations occur. So then it says, mind at rest, whatever occurs. So he's saying this, many names are given to this, and it's always the same thing. Movement is unceasing. So one of the traditional formulations is unborn and unstopped or unceased. So the mind is not born, it's not a thing, it's an openness. And simultaneously it is unceasing in the movement. So on the level of the path, trying to get closer to the experience, we're making a false separation between the mind itself and the mind. They're actually not two different things. The mind is the movement, and the mind itself is the stillness or the unchanging. So, to say the mind at rest, whatever occurs, is the non-opposition between the resting, spacious, unmoving mind and all the different forms of movement. They are not in contradiction. You don't have to make the mind peaceful in order to see that all movement is the mind. That's why we have wrathful deities. That's why we have energetic practices or yoga practices, breathing practices of different kinds, which disrupt the continuity of thought, like saying, and when you do that, you get a gap, a hiatus, and in that gap you can, just for a tiny, tiny fraction of a second, it's just nothing at all, and then the flow continues. You can see, oh, the flow and the empty ground are not two things. Or another way of saying it is that the flow is the radiance of the Dharmakaya. There are many different ways of expressing it. But you don't have to still the mind by doing a lot of shamatha and living in an isolated way and avoid disturbance in order to do the practice. If you live in a city, it's always an ideal place for practice. If you have children, it's fantastic. Because they will interrupt whatever you plan to do. And then you see your attachment. Why shouldn't I do what they want? They want me to play, but I need to do this. What is I need to do this? I'm attributing a status to a set of activities which they are not concerned with. So they are self-referential. But I'm also self-referential. Listen, I need to cook the food. You're hungry, you want to eat, I need to cook the food. But I want you to play. This often happens in families. This is a conflict between thought patterns, and how can you accommodate both of these? These are both movements. Neither is true. It's just that we live as ourselves, as a self, as a manifestation. We live in time, past, present, and future. Although the actuality of past, present, and future is it's always in the here and now. So the linear movement from past to future, the geographical movement from here to there, is how we talk about our lives. We say, you know, after you have your nap in the afternoon, we'll go to the park and you can play on the swings. So we're going from our flat to the park, you go on the swings after your nap. So time and space are being mapped out, and the child gets a sense of what's going to happen. Each of these events is only here and now. It couldn't occur anywhere else. So the site of occurrence is here and now. It's exactly on the point. It doesn't deviate from that. And yet, the organizational narrative that keeps that flow of experience is set out in a linear formation. So that's the difference. When we're sitting in the practice, we have all at onceness. And then when we start to talk, we have linear progression. One word, one word, one word, one word, one word. So everything's coming in a chain of signifiers, but our experience is holistic and all at once. So, mind at rest, whatever occurs, not getting involved. Then he quotes a quote given by Nagarjuna, powerful one, mindfulness, including of the body, is carefully taught as the one path traveled by all the Sugatas. Sugata means Buddha, means the happy ones. Keep to it and carefully protect it, for if mindfulness declines, then all Dharma will be ruined. Now, you can interpret this in various ways. You can interpret this in a dualistic way. You should be aware of the breath, or doing this slow, mindful walking that Theravada monks do a lot. Mind, you know, you have the text, the 4 foundations of mindfulness, in which you are mindful of something. But in this text, he's referring more to mindfulness of the space of becoming, mindfulness of the mind itself. The Tibetan word for mindfulness here is dremba, which also means memory or recollection. We might call it holding in mind. You hold the mind in mind. So you hold the space of the mind in mind. So in mind means that's you're kind of stretching your conceptually based self to have a sense of this. It's still a bit artificial, but it's more spacious. And then many different things are occurring. And the more you realize the strangeness of your existence, the more you realize, I'm not in charge, and the mind is flowing. So mindfulness of the moving events of the mind. You look troubled, my dear. Yes, yes, you feel troubled, and I think you look troubled, so that's wonderful conjunction. It's simply meaning that in order to do the practice, we have to have some kind of intention. And an intention acts on the emergent field. So we're introducing some agenda which brings a trajectory which cuts across the happenstance of experience. So there's a kind of contradiction or conflict in this. So in the text they just relax and be open. Now I'm trying to relax and be open. So you're having to move from artificiality to naturalness. Now this is different from a learned competence. So when the actor gets the script and they read it through and they see their lines and they start to try to memorize them, and then they meet together with the other members of the cast and they sit in a circle and they do a reading of the text together, and they get more into role, and then they do embodied rehearsals, and then they do dress rehearsals, and it's moving towards performance in which this character should be manifesting through the embodied presence of the actor. That is a learned and developed competence. It's not talking about that at all. It's saying that there is natural freedom, or the intrinsic is self-freeing, but we are caught up in reliance on artificiality. And because we are caught up in artificiality, it has become normal for us. And because it seems normal, we don't quite see that it's artificial. So we're busy doing all these things, but they ring true. They seem to validate our sense of self. Yeah?
Can all Dharma be ruined?
Ruined.
That's what Nagarjuna says, that all Dharma can be ruined.
Excuse me, if you ask questions, please take the microphone. So
Okay.
when it's already recorded.
Okay.
My question is, can all Dharma be ruined, as Nagarjuna says?
Yeah, ruined, I think here, I would understand ruined here as meaning is just, as Siya Lama would have said, blah, blah. So you have a lot of empty talk about Dharma, but if it's not lived, if it's not made present in your existence moment by moment, then it's ruined, because it's just become another edifice of conceptualization. But Dharma itself, Dharma which means the Dharma Dhatu, the Dharmata, that cannot be ruined. But our relationship with it can be ruined. So, then he says, thus mindfulness is non-distraction. If I had written that in a sentence at school, my teacher would not have been happy, because it's not proven in any way, it's just a statement. But mindfulness, you have two forms of mindfulness. You have mindfulness on the object, and you have mindfulness of the field. Mindfulness of the field means that whatever is arising is attended to, and attended to with an equal attention. If you have that, then you truly have non-distraction, because whatever occurs is within the field of mindfulness. But if you choose a specific object for mindfulness, you experience distraction. Here you are just sitting, time's going by, it's quite warm, not so bad being here. And then we sit and we say, now we do shamatha. So I want you to bring your attention to your nostrils and focus on that subtle sensation. Now we're doing that, and of course we're all over the place. We're distracted and thinking of this and thinking of that, because the focus brings about the evil twin, which is distraction. Intentional focus and distraction, they're bound together. So that's why we have the Mahayana path, because these people were doing these practices and thinking, hang on a minute, either you wipe yourself out so that you're not aware of anything happening, or you're in reactivity. Because if mindfulness of an object, when the object is unstable, cannot be maintained if the factors around you increase. Because you're called into reactivity. So in the Mahayana tradition, when we talk of wisdom and compassion, compassion means don't make responding a negative. When you respond, you're taken out of yourself. You're mobilizing yourself for the other. If you're inviting someone to eat, nowadays you have to ask them, what kind of food do you like? You can't assume that everyone's going to eat what they ate in the 1950s. You have to work out that they're vegan or they're this or they're that. And therefore you prepare the food for them. So that's the nature of kindness, that you move yourself in order to meet them as they are. In a patriarchal, hierarchical system, you would say, oi, this is how it is, you fit in here. You do what we do, because what we do is right. And I don't want to hear anything else. Don't be a troublemaker. So that's quite, we all have some background experience of that kind of controlling system. But if real compassion means, I will be flexible. When we take the Bodhisattva vow, we say, may I become whatever is required for the benefit of beings. And it says the Nirmanakaya can manifest as a bridge to help people cross the river, or a tree in the desert to provide shade. We manifest in these different forms for the other. Why? Because meeting and contact is life. We are most fully alive when we have full eye contact. We have a sense the other person is there. And here we are. It's enlivening, and we feel free to express ourselves because we have the sense we're not going to be judged. There is a welcome, there is space in the other, and so I can respond as I am. And when two people are doing this, then we have a very beautiful conjunction. But when we have our self-referential preoccupation, we are unavailable for that. So in the Mahayana tradition, mindfulness is also the meeting point of the wisdom of emptiness, like we see in the Heart Sutra, and the kindness of being for the other. Being for the other means I will do what is required for the other. Now, this is a very nice idea, but it is almost impossible to do because of efficiency. When the Ford production of motor cars started, and they had all these efficiency, time and motion experts in there, they're regularizing the process of car production again and again to make it efficient. Efficient for car production, efficient for generating profit, efficient for the well-being of the shareholders, and shit for the workers, because the workers are on a conveyor belt which doesn't stop. Some of you may have worked in a factory, and when you work with a fucking conveyor belt and it just keeps going and you've got to be there, you are the slave of the machine. And that's what this kind of entrainment can mean. There's no negotiation, there's no let's discuss this, nothing. You just have to fit in. So efficiency is one of the great dominating factors in our life. Now it's coming in with artificial intelligence. It's going to be so efficient, it's going to completely transform our lives and will make millions and millions of people unemployed. This is tragic, because being a productive worker brings meaning to life, especially for people who are ego-based. Otherwise, how are they going to get any sense of dignity, of agency, of potency, of being able to take care of their family and so on? Oh, don't worry, because the efficiency will increase the money in the state, and the state will be able to support people who are not working. That's a terrible, terrible gift. That's a poisonous gift. Because what it says is, you are irrelevant. We don't need you. Now, from the Mahayana point of view, we need everyone, because everyone is a potential Buddha, and we need more Buddhas. More Buddhas is a good idea, so may more people wake up when there was this whole discussion about the two karmapas, one validated by the Tibetan government in Dharamsala and the other more validated by the Chinese government. There was a discussion and someone went to see this Lama who is in England, Lama Chimi, and said, but which one is the right one? And he said, I don't know, I don't care. We need more karmapas. If we can have 10 karmapas or 100 karmapas, it's wonderful. And that's a very beautiful attitude. Rather than making it tight and into boxes, open to the potential and work with that. So, mindfulness of kindness means you are mindful of how the person is in their embodiment and you respond to their situation. So, if you have had small babies, they make a lot of noises, they make noises indicating distress. And then you have to find a way to be able to read, to get a sense of what this cry means. Is it a profound distress? Do I need to take them to the hospital? Or is it some kind of wind? You know, so you start to discern different kinds of cries because the baby is showing different levels of distress. So this is what this mindfulness in terms of kindness means. You tune into the nuanced manifestation of each person and you try to respond to that. So here we have a wonderful opportunity to practice this. We meet different people with different qualities, different interests, and you can find a way of making contact. Receive, respond. It's always like that. Receive the other. Optimal sense of how they are in their embodiment, their breathing, what they say, and then responding into that. So mindfulness can have many different meanings. Then he says, as it says in the Abhidharma, and the Abhidharma can be both Hinayana or Theravada and Mahayana. Mindfulness is not forgetting the thing you're becoming familiar with. Now, that thing could be anything. It could be the nature of your mind, a space. So you're mindful of the open spaciousness of your mind. So when you slip into an identification with a particular thought formation or an emotion, you're mindful that you've lost it and you simply gently return, just as you would with the sensation at the nostrils if you were doing general shamatha. So the key thing then is, what is the thing I'm trying to be familiar with? So if you were doing a deity practice, you want to maintain the recollection of the deity at all times. You might imagine them on the crown of your head or in your heart. You might keep the mantra going inside your mind or just under your breath. These are all ways of maintaining the sense of connection with the thing. The difference between Mahamudra and Dzogchen and the tantric practice is Tantra is based on activity, because you have to visualize and you have to develop things. Like it starts with the developmental stage and then the concluding stage, and both of these are concerned with movement. In Mahamudra and Dzogchen, we are not. We are resting in the intrinsic openness. So it's very important, whichever level of practice you're doing, you do it in accordance with the logic of that practice. So you might pray to Padmasambhava or to Tara in a helpless, childlike way. Some tragedy is coming in your life. Tears could be flowing out of your eyes. Or you could feel terrible guilt at something you've done, and then you engage with Vajrasattva in order to do the purification. You need to know what you're doing and why you're doing it. It doesn't matter really what you do, as long as you do it with the clarity where you have the view, the meditation, the activity, and the result. As long as these four aspects are aligned, it's very clear. But when you jump around and then you're not sure, so you might think, well, I'm doing Dzogchen, so why would I do prostrations? You can do prostrations in a Dzogchen way. There's all sorts of things you can do, as long as the view is clear, which means, what am I doing? Why am I doing it? What is the logic of this practice? The logic of Dzogchen is the mind is unborn, pure from the very beginning. So that's the starting point, and from that, all the different practices spread out. The Theravadan thing starts from the assumption, I'm in samsara, I have bad karma, I am susceptible to being distracted, therefore I have to be very careful in everything I do, in my body, my voice and mind. That is absolutely harmonious with the axioms, with the starting assumption. So now we come on to the main part of his text. And this has two aspects, the ordinary practice and the extraordinary practice. You will find this structure very, very often in Tibetan texts, because they're always trying to organize it in a sequential way, although things arise as happenstance. So when you sit with your mind and it says, don't do anything, let the mind come as it comes, it's non-sequential. It's just woof, woof, this and this and this and this. But the practice cuts across that. So generally speaking, the ordinary practice is to try to impose some order on the seeming chaos of occurrence. And the more extraordinary practice is to work with circumstances as they arise. So then he says, the ordinary practice has two aspects. Firstly, one seeks to practice the root of meditation, which is tranquility. This tranquility is shamatha. And then one meditates in the yoga of one-pointedness. And I've translated it as meditates in the yoga. You could also say on the yoga, but you meditate inside the yoga. The yoga is a kind of mode of experience. So you enter into that mode of experience, just as you would enter into the view of the particular practice, and then you proceed from that. Secondly, having examined the root of abiding and moving and gaining true seeing or insight, or vipassana or laton, one meditates in the yoga of freedom from interpretation or conceptual elaboration. So these are the first two of the four stages of this progressive Mahamudra. So he just set out the general thing. So then he says, firstly, one seeks to practice the root of meditation, which is tranquility, and then meditates on the yoga of one-pointedness. The development of tranquility, the basis of meditation, from first taste to the full experience of one-pointedness, can be practiced with or without reliance on supports. Supports means things that if for example, if you're doing this shamatha, which in Tibetan is shine, it means staying peacefully. A support would be a pebble, a smooth pebble, or a small statue of the Buddha, or a circle of clay. The clay is pressed into a circle and attached to a stick. Sometimes a circle is painted in concentric circles, or it could be a white letter R surrounded by rainbow-colored light, again on a stick which you put in front of you. But it means the support is the object that you are going to focus your attention on. It could also be the sensation of the breath. you could use any kind of object. If you were by a river in the mountains and the water's going down and it's going over the rocks, it's kind of gurgling. You could take that gurgling noise as the focus of your attention. And it's sort of regular and sort of irregular because the wind blows over the river. And that's a very useful support if you have some degree of non-distraction. By increasing the unreliability or the unpredictability of the object, you have to be more spacious and more connected, both going together. So now he's going to give us the instruction and then we'll do it. It gets quite warm in this house, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Should we open these walls a little bit? Would that help or not? What do you think?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah? Is it easy to do? Are they all tied up with string or something? Because I think if it gets very hot, it will be quite difficult to focus. So maybe we need to pull it. Oh, but you might need to stop the light coming in. It's maybe a bit bright otherwise. So now he says, the use of supports may be without breath control or with breath control. He's going to show us both. Very good. Now we get more of a cross breeze, hopefully.
James, shall we turn off your heating?
No, I'm not. My bum is at regular temperature.
It's not true.
You get cooked.
Cooked. Okay, so he says practices without breath control may involve the use of common objects such as small stones or wooden objects, or reliance on holy images, books, or stupas representing the body, speech, and mind of the Buddha. You can use a neutral object, like a small stone. Particularly, it's recommended a smooth pebble, so that it's less interesting. The more bland the object, the more you have to focus your attention. But if you find that you're easily distracted, and you also have some devotion to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, by using one of the symbols of these as the object of your attention, it provides a kind of hook to keep your attention, because you don't want to stray from this holy object. So again, it's about how you are and what helps you to do the practice. It's very important that there are these choices to be made. Otherwise, you're simply forced into a kind of alignment. But here it's saying, how are you? These are the options. How do you respond? So it's like when you have a buffet lunch, you can choose what you take, how much you take, and so on. What's going to work for you? So he says, if you choose an object, so if we are sitting here for our purposes, maybe we should use the sensation of the breath on the nostrils. But if you want to do the practice outside, you select a suitable object. You could even select a small flower, something which is relatively stable and won't be moving in the wind too much. And you let your attention settle onto the object. It's not like you're staring out at the object, but you have attention. And you gather your attention and you just, as it were, drop it onto the object. You lock onto the object. So he says, do not let your attention stray from this object. So you decide, this is what I'm going to focus on. You decide, I'm not going to let my mind stray. So you're setting up a kind of funnel, as if you were pouring water into a bottle and you put in a little funnel to catch it. You're gathering your attention so that it will flow in an organized way. So keep your attention on the object. Don't have it either spreading outside or merging inside with a mental occurrence. So it means don't go merge into a thought or a feeling or a recollection, and don't get distracted by a dog barking or a car going by or some kind of movement in the field. You're simply setting this. This is sole concern. When Milarepa came to see Marpa, before he had these intense tasks given to him by Marpa, one of the first things he said is, I want you to meditate and maintain your focused attention. And the way I want you to do it is you're going to sit, and I'm going to put a butter lamp on the top of your head, and I don't want you to move so that this goes out. And Marpa, being a very cunning person, had put a very thin wick in the butter lamp, so it burned for 36 hours. So Milarepa was sitting there all day, all night, not moving. That was Milarepa. We are probably not going to manage that. But it gives you a sense of one of the aspects that runs through Dharma, which is maybe not very apparent in our Western approach, which is this is very serious. Every day, if the weather's like this, there will be rubber boats going from the French coast to cross the Channel to get to England. People are paying a lot of money. They know that people drown. They know that the smugglers don't care about them, and they'll pack more people into the boat. But they are determined to get to England. And so they do all sorts of things to do that. That is a one-pointed intention. Because they think, I can't be here. This is a terrible place. I need to get there. Now, if you applied that to thinking about samsara, and you thought, I need to get out of here. I'm desperate. I could be reborn in some hellish country, even if I'm born as a human being. I could be born in the Congo. I could be born in a village where the militias are coming and they're chopping off hands. I could be enslaved to work in one of these terrible open copper mines. There are many, many hellish places to be born. If you're lucky enough to be a human, or you're born as an animal and you have very little insight, very little capacity. As the texts say, even if you say to a cow, "O mani peme hungry," the cow can't say it even once. The cow's in the field, all it can do is eat grass, piss and shit, eat grass, piss and shit, wait for the abattoir. There are many cul-de-sacs, many dead ends in samsara, dead ends in the sense that they are not sites where the door of freedom is available. But we have this as human beings with what we looked at earlier, a precious human birth. The Buddha has taught the Dharma is available. So this is a rare and precious opportunity. Something is at stake. If I keep getting lost, when I die, we could maybe look at the bardo a bit later, but when I die, I enter a force field of possibilities. How will I orient myself there if I've been living just in a happy-go-lucky way? It'll be fine, it'll be okay, never mind. When the big storm comes, very difficult. We remember the story of the 3 little piggies. Piggy number 1, oh, the sun is shining, I like to play, I like to have a nice time. And piggy number 3, the serious one, says, oh, but don't you want to prepare for the winter? Piggy number 1 says, straw's enough, straw is quite warm, I have a straw house, I just get the grass and fall asleep. Piggy number 2 hears what piggy number 3 said, maybe I should do something for the winter. Straw's not enough, but oh, he's so hardworking, number 3. I'll just get some sticks, and he builds a little stick hut. Piggy number 3, up early in the morning into the forest collecting mushrooms, put them in the wheelbarrow, walk on his hind legs into the market, sell the mushrooms, buy some bricks, come back. And slowly all summer long he's building this brick house. Then in the autumn it starts to get cold. And at night time, oh, the wolf is coming. Not so nice. Piggy number 1 shivering. Says, Piggy number 2, can I come in your wooden house? Piggy number 2 said, okay. So 2 of them snuggled in together. But that night again, oh, then they go together in the middle of the night knocking on the door of the brick house. Piggy number 3 says, yes. Hello, do I know you? Oh, please, please, we also are little piggies. You are a piggy, we are piggies. Okay. So they go and live inside the house. And the wolf comes. Piggy number 3 has also bought a big cauldron. And he lights a fire and is cooking this up. And the wolf is trying to come in through the chimney because he can't get through the walls, he can't get through the door. And as he comes in the chimney, he falls into the cauldron. And he's boiled. And the piggies enjoy wolf soup for many days. So, if you don't have piggy number 3 in your life, you have to become piggy number 3. You have to remember death will come, danger will come. And although the sun is shining, although you're healthy today and things seem to go well, this will not last. That's not a negative prediction. That's just how it is. So we have to prepare. You can enjoy life, but you have to prepare for managing difficulties. So he's saying, don't follow after things outside, don't merge into mental occurrences. Look one-pointedly at only the chosen item. So if you were going to focus on the breath, you would do that. Now what he says next is not the general Buddhist teaching on shamatha. So you decide, I'm going to keep my attention on my breath. So he says then, imagine that your guru is above the crown of your head. Believe that he or she is the actual Buddha. Pray to him with the verse, all my mothers equaling space. All my mothers equaling space means all sentient beings, or any other verse that you know that increases your devotion. Probably we would say the 7-line prayer, asking the Guru in the form of Padma Sambhava to strengthen our blessing, strengthen our resolve to stay settled in the practice. So he says, pray for his blessing that you will gain the supreme accomplishment of Mahamudra. So that's your goal. And this mindfulness is the beginning stage of that. Requesting this accomplishment, imagine that he or she dissolves in you and that your mind is merged with his. Rest for as long as you can with as much equipoise as you can. For whatever occurrence that arises that could separate you from this state of mind, pray to your Guru and then meditate. So here he's saying, you want to do the mindfulness inside the experience of non-duality, in which you pray to the Guru and the Guru dissolves in you, you dissolve in the Guru, and in this non-separated, fused state, you awaken to the non-duality, and therefore, if you're tracking the breath, the person tracking the breath and the breath itself are not two things. This is a co-emergent pulsation. So the attention and the object, the attention and the object, they're just arising together.
James, I have a question. Share the microphone.
Einschalten.
Danke, danke. So, as if I understand rightly, you start with intentionality of focusing on the flower or whatever, what happens to this intentionality? Does that dissolve by itself, or does one give it up intentionally?
Okay, so the intention you have at first is you are piggy number 1. I want to be happy. Then you pray to the Guru. Guru is piggy number 3, very wise. Then piggy number 1 and piggy number 3 merge together. And in that state, the intentionality is embedded in the non-dual attention.
What if I just do intend to stay with the flower, with that kind of mindfulness?
Yeah.
Where does piggy number 3 come in?
You don't have piggy number 3.
So you just...
Piggy number 3 is always available, but he's very well educated and will only come if he's invited. It's true. If you don't have devotion, you never meet the true Guru. You never meet the true forms of your own mind. You have to invite this in.
So there's not a continuous path from staying with the flower or whatever to piggy number 3.
No.
So intentionality gets you this far, and then devotion needs to somehow replace
Then you
that.
have non-dual intentionality, if you like.
Right.
So my intention is arising from all kind of things, from my karmic traits, from my habitual dispositions, my tendencies, from the nature of the practice, from my desire to awaken. Now, in the Theravada practice, I want to awaken because I don't want to stay trapped in samsara. So, from the Mahayana point of view, they say that's a very thin soup. There's not much juice there. So if you say, I want to awaken for the sake of all sentient beings, you bring this huge commitment in as a reinforcement. I have promised to be available for all sentient beings, but here I am sitting, being distracted, going here and there. I have made a vow, and I'm breaking my vow because I'm lazy and distracted. So there's a kind of crank going on here. It's winding it up. It's getting a little bit tighter. There's more at stake. It's not just up to me. It's not just for me. I'm doing the practice for the benefit of others. And so here he's taking that another step, which is in order to really do the practice and sustain it, I want to be aware of the illusory nature of both aspects, the one who intends and the object of the intention. So that's what the dissolving does.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is written for Tibetans who are very used to doing these visualization practices, and they have a whole text. That's not really our issue at the moment. So what we can do is we begin with the Theravadan orientation of just I'm going to fix my attention on the breath, and then we'll add something into that to deepen the practice. So you just sit in a comfortable way with your skeleton holding your weight. When you pay attention, you start to notice this subtle sensation at the bottom of your nostrils as the breath goes in and out. So you have to be present even to identify this, and you have to stay with it because it's so subtle. It's a way of helping you to fine-tune your attention. So again, if you're wanting to do this practice and you're not doing very well in your life, you have a lot of problems, don't focus on the breath. It's too subtle. Use an external object. If you're clear about my aim is to give myself more capacity for non-distractedness, and my mind is all over the place, then I need more support. So the visual support of the circle or the stone or the Buddha statue is very helpful. If I'm more relaxed and at ease, I can operate in a more subtle way. You have to make the decision as to what's good for you. We're not living in a monastery. We're not all doing exactly the same thing together. But for our purposes just now, we're just going to focus on the breath. So you could make one big out breath through the nostrils just to get the sensation, and then settle your attention on that. And usually for this kind of practice, we do this sevenfold posture of Vairochana that he described in some detail yesterday. We're looking down the line of the nose. The mouth is slightly open with the tongue on the upper palate. Okay, so this is a very simple, straightforward practice. It's very useful to do. It develops the kind of muscle of focused attention. You can do it by yourself, gradually build up to sitting for an hour at a time. To be distracted is to be vulnerable. Nowadays, in all European countries, they have a lot of rules about alcohol and driving a car. A long time ago, people would be drinking out in the country pub and then they drive home. And now, if you're going to drive, don't drink. Because when you're drunk, you think you're a good driver, but you're not actually a good driver. So this is the same for us. When you're distracted, and your mind's all over the place, you're like a drunken driver. You follow this thought, you follow that thought, you're weaving, you're swerving. You have to bring yourself back and say, distraction, the habit of distraction is like alcohol. I am intoxicated by these unpredictable objects, and I consume them, and it makes me more chaotic. So that's why I'm going to focus my attention and hold on to this one object. So this is very similar to what we looked at with the more Mahamudra meditation before. It says, for the purposes of this practice, the only important thing is your breath. Because of that, you get an immediate recategorization of everything else. All the memories and thoughts and feelings that would ordinarily be of interest to you, be harmonious with your history, your personality, and so on, they are now reframed as objects. Objects which are disturbing, objects which cannot be used. So the setting determines the value. I am a long time drinker of red wine. And the doctor has said to me, no more alcohol. So what was my good friend, my companion in life, is now redesignated as an enemy which could cause a lot of problems and a difficult death. So that's a reframe, a radical reframe. It hasn't to do with the alcohol per se. Alcohol is alcohol. It has to do with my capacity to deal with the alcohol, which is diminished due to my poor, tired liver. It's exactly the same in your mind. You're redetermining that distraction, which is ordinarily interesting. Oh, I was thinking today about this. It's really good. Perhaps I should do that. Thoughts link and all kind of potentials arise. Inside this frame, no. This is negative, this is unhelpful, this is damaging, this is dangerous. And you hold to this redefinition, and it's very protective then. This is the only thing that matters. So you can do this practice. There's some time in the afternoon before the movement and so on. But in relation to what he was describing, when it says you imagine your teacher or the Buddha, you can as either Buddha or Padmasambhava Tara on the crown of your head. So the site of blessing is very close to you. So pray for the blessing that you will gain the supreme accomplishment of Mahamudra. The simplest prayer for this is Lama Keno. Lama means guru or teacher. Keno means know me, be close to me, keep me close to you. Know is a kind of emphasis. So Khenpa means to know, but to know in the sense that a mother knows a child. The mother is always including how the child is doing in her sense of self. So we believe that Padmasambhava has all of us as his children, and he is interested in us. So we say, know about me, be with me, connect with me. You're not just some abstract idea or some painting on a tanka. You are the living presence of enlightenment. And enlightenment, as with everything else, is pulsatory. It's pulsing between these 2 points. The enlightened form of Padmasambhava, which is the, as it were, the fruition of your potential. So when you pray to, if you're going to follow Padmasambhava, when you pray to Padmasambhava, you're praying to the heart potential inside you. This is what you can become, an enlightened being working for the benefit of others. And it's also, as it were, praying into your future of what you will become. So in the 7th line prayer we say, Keki Jesu Datruki, I will follow after you. I want to be like you. And then he says, bless me so that I become like you. So we're imagining ourselves free of limitation and then merging ourselves with the form of ourselves free of limitation so that our limited self, or rather the self that we have that believes that our limitations are accurate and true and definitional, this is dissolved. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So the function of Tantra is to transform limitation into freedom. So we can just say together, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, Lama Keno. Just like a small child says, Mom, Mom, Mom. And they keep going until they get a response. So we all say, Lama Keno, Lama Keno, Lama Keno. You can do it with whatever emotion you have. You could be weeping and sad and feeling despair. You could do it as a kind of anger. Where the fuck are you? You promised you would help us. This is the exact teaching of Siya Lama. He said, Padmasambhava made a vow. He is not a liar. He is not a cheat. If you pray, you will get the blessing. Don't doubt. It was very clear like that. This is not like, dear God in heaven, if you could, if you've got a space, please remember me, and if you could, help the harvest grow. Fuck off. We don't need some unreliable God who maybe. Padmasambhava made a vow, I will help all those who pray to me. He said, I will come in the morning with the rising sun. I will come in the evening with the setting sun. So when we say Lama Keno, we're calling like a child, Mom, Mom. Mom's going to reply. Mom doesn't have a choice. I'm your mom. What else could I do? I have to go. I have to go.
Very sweet.
Very sweet. Very sweet. Very powerful. So when we say Lama Keno, you can bring all your heart longing, all the sadness, all the loneliness in your life, all the troubles that you have, difficulties with parents, with children, with lovers, with work situations, everything that seems complicated. Just say, I need your blessing. I get distracted. And which is the most important part of this is to say, I cannot do it on my own. Because what is the beginning of samsara? It's the arising of unawareness of the ground. When we are unaware of the ground, we become attentive to ourselves. I am me. So, I am me, I'm just me, I am autonomous, I am independent, I have to take care of my own life, it's all up to me. So there you have the burden of separation. This separation is an illusion. So when you think, I have to do it all by myself, it doesn't work. When Milarepa was in his cave for many, many years, he was in the cave with Marpa. Of course, Marpa wasn't there. Marpa was at home, having a nice time. But for Milarepa, Marpa was with him wherever he went. And this is the meaning, that we are live in a dialogue, breathing in, breathing out. You put your fingers on your wrist, pum pum, pum pum, pum pum, systolic, diastolic, systolic, diastolic. Pulse, 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 self, other. Padmasambhava, me. Padmasambhava, me. Rays of light come into me, I merge into Padmasambhava. It's always about the dissolving of separation. So, when the child cries out to his mother, Mama, it's feeling lonely, it's feeling sad, it's feeling upset, it wants attention. I need to know that you're with me. Mom, Mom. And then they tell you, I need you to know. Because the child is aware that isolation is shit. In the old days, people say, go to your room. Poor child sitting in the room all by itself. No little electronic toys to amuse. And that's a punishment. We say solitary confinement is a punishment. What does it mean? Being on your own, not having contact. Contact is life. In Gestalt therapy, they talk about working at the contact boundary. Means I'm going to be present, available for contact. That's the commitment or the vow of the therapist. I'm not going to get distracted. I'm not going to be thinking about theory. I'm going to be here in my embodied present with you. I am available for contact. How the contact develops depends on what moves between the people. But the goal of the therapist is to release themselves from neurotic preoccupations in order to be fully available. And available means responsive. I will respond as required. So this is something very similar. And this is Padmasambhava's position to us. He will respond. So we pray. And then be clear what this text says, because there are many different ways of doing this. It says, requesting this accomplishment, imagine that he or she dissolves in you and that your mind is merged with his. So if you're focusing on Padmasambhava, he's on the crown of your head. Padmasambhava's body is a body of light. He's insubstantial. He's like a rainbow, like a mirage. Remember, this is a formation. This is a formation of emptiness. He dissolves from the top down and the feet up, becoming like a ball of light. He goes down your central channel into your heart. You then dissolve into him till there's just one ball of light. This ball gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes. As it's getting smaller, you're not apart from it, looking at it, you are that ball of light. So it's an ontological dissolving. There is nothing but this ball of light, and it's shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and then it vanishes. And then there's nothing. This is the unborn open ground. You rest in that open ground, and then you arise from it, and then you can go into this focused attention practice. Of course, you could just stay in the state of openness, but what he's doing here is saying that you can take the view of non-duality into the practice of focused attention. You can take the view of Dzogchen into any kind of practice, lighting butter lamps, anything, going on pilgrimage, any kind of activity can be integrated with the view of Dzogchen. Here's saying the view of Tantra is the means of awakening to non-duality. You open, you have this experience of nothing at all, and then arising from that, here you are with your object of attention, a stone or your breath. And then you focus on that. It's not about going higher and lower, it's just incorporating everything into the practice. Actually, everything is always in the practice, but our tendency is to split and project and divide. So you can do this on your own if you're outside. It's very nice to do, especially a place like this, because it could be that you carry inside yourself some intense emotions of despair, of despondency. Go to a quiet place in the field, you can cry, you can roll around on the ground. Make it authentic for you. It doesn't matter what the fuck other people think. You're here meeting people for a while, they're going to vanish. What matters is you in relation to yourself. Most of our culture says cover up. Cover up, lie, deceit. This is what we experience when politicians tell us about the state of the economy and so on. It's bullshit. It's just blah, blah. We know our own state. Only we know what it's like in our distraction, in our confusion, in our misery. So if you allow this to become present for you, you're bringing the unformed into formation. And that's very helpful. So sometimes it's also useful to write down the charge sheet against yourself, as if you've been arrested by the Dharma police and you're going to court and they're writing down all the crimes you are guilty of. Laziness, this, that, the other. You write it all down. It's very long, indeed, very, very long. And then what you're doing is you're making yourself conscious of limitations. If you suck this in and you make it personal, then it becomes toxic and distorting. Rather we say, oh, this is how I get lost. So rather than making it a personal fault, something's wrong with me, this is how I get lost. Different people will get lost in different ways. So if you know how you get lost, you can start to work with your own tendencies. And then you're in a real Dharma practice. Because the obstacle to awakening is always yourself. It's not external factors. And just as a last thing, I remember an old Bonpo Lama telling me about how he had some friend, he had escaped in the early days of the Chinese invasion, but some friends of his had been caught, and they'd been in prison for many, many years with many brutal tortures, many great difficulties. And one of the lamas who had been caught, he was saying, you know, at first it was very difficult because we couldn't do any of the rituals that we normally do. Bonpo had many, many rituals, namkam, things for catching the spirits, many, many ways of working with the five elements. So he couldn't do any of that. Also, if the guards saw us reciting mantras or even our lips moving, we would get beaten. So we couldn't do any of that practice. So in the end, what we did was Dzogchen. Bonpo have a strong lineage of Dzogchen. Dzogchen is invisible. Nobody can tell you're doing it. So outside you look like an ordinary prisoner, very sad, having to break stones, in very rough conditions, poor food. Inside you're dissolving yourself into unborn openness. And what was very interesting was that the Lama who'd been in India, when he heard that, he thought, oh, from now on I'm only going to teach Dzogchen, which he does. Because that is the best. If you can work directly with your own condition, there's the door to liberation. If you're working with external things like trying to balance the 5 elements and organize different forces in the world, at any moment you can be caught and all that power is wiped out. But the inner power, the power of the heart to remain open whatever happens, nobody can take that from you. So this is what he's saying here. This is a transitional way, praying to the Guru and bringing the light into yourself, dissolving. This brings enlightenment into the palm of your hand. It's not dependent on anyone else. You have your limitations, your distractions. They're yours. You work with them. You work with your neurosis. You work with your physical ailments. This is your life. So rather than imagining an ideal life and saying, oh, these are problems, these are impediments, these are the ingredients of this is it for you. So if you get to know with this patterning, then there's always something to engage in. And the key thing is always dissolving the seeming otherness and the reality of what seems to afflict you, because what afflicts you, is a movement of your mind. So if you can keep the movement of the mind inseparable from the unborn ground, it dissolves. This is the heart of our practice. So now we have a break for lunch, and then there is movement in the afternoon. Okay. So there's one thing I'd like to clarify. We talked of consciousness as a dualistic form of knowing. By dualistic we mean this and that, subject and object. I know something about something else. That is not in itself a bad function. It's a necessary function. But where it becomes problematic is when our habit of self-reference, our ego formation, our self-formation operates as something demanding control, then it's almost like a dark planet. And as the movement of consciousness, which is knowing and clarifying and organizing information, as it comes near the ego, it gets bent and distorted, just as light gets bent around very big planets by the force of the gravity of the density of the planet. So, for example, in the COVID regime, there were always these two vectors operating together. There was the scientific vector, which was looking at the statistics of people who were diagnosed with COVID, people who had died of COVID, and so on. And then the other vector was the political vector, which was to do with the reputation of the government for the management of COVID. And there was often a lot of conflict between the two. And the desire of the political vector or force field was to bend the scientific information to make the country look better. So when there was endless discussion about, well, what is the source of COVID? And then they were thinking it was this market where wild animals were sold for eating, monkeys and so on. Some people thought it came from there, some people thought it came from a laboratory, but it was impossible for outside investigators to get in and get access to the actual source. So you had a lot of speculation, which then the Chinese could say, well, there's no basis for all these ideas, while at the same time denying access to the places where they might prove it. Because the Chinese certainly didn't want to be seen as the cause of a virus spreading through the world and causing mayhem. So these two factors operate. Politically, a government maintaining the status of the state is, if you like, the external formation of our internal ego. the ego wants to feel good about itself, wants to present itself as viable, as useful, and so on. And this formation tends to distort the clarity of the situation. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I would invite you to talk with a neighbor or in small groups and discuss how your own ego sensibility distorts your relationship with truth.
It doesn't. What a
Okay, so see if you have any examples you could share. I continue.
It would be a lie anyway.
Oh,
Oh, she listened.
okay, I give you an example from Holy Guru.
Yeah.
When I was living with Siya Lama in India, and one day somebody asked him about homosexuality, and he didn't know what it meant, so they explained. He said, Gelugpa do that.
Isn't this correct?
Secret. Alternative facts.
Because it's one thing, to do a Dzogchen practice and confess or open up to the ways in which you have upheld a distorted vision that has put yourself in a good light. Or it could be the other way. You might be self-hating and you have a tendency to exaggerate the negative so that you think, I'm a useless person, I fuck up everything I do. So these kind of distortions are very powerful. And they're understandable because, as we've touched on before, we have a tendency to come to conclusions. Although we are living in this ceaseless flow of experience where movement is always the case, at a certain point a full stop can be inserted or a new chapter opened, and then it's as if there is some final position. So there was this referendum in Australia, I think last year, about whether the indigenous Aboriginal people should have a special voice in the parliament reserved for them. They should have an entitlement to speak on what was affecting Australia. And there were many people who were talking in favor of it and saying, we came here, we stole their land, we've insulted them, and so on. But when it came to the vote, it was rejected, and by quite a high percentage. Because if you come to a conclusion, we have wronged these people, and then that becomes a final conclusion, then of course it can be manipulated politically. And politicians never want to be boxed into a corner. They always want room to maneuver. And so many things which could be owned up to, if they were part of an ongoing conversation, and if both sides were able to say that they had behaved in not the best way, then you might get some ongoing dialogue about how easy it is to get lost, which of course is our interest, because we all get lost. And if we take the shame out of getting lost, the guilt out of getting lost, if we imagine that we are the only ones who get distracted, then it's impossible to speak. So without adding an extra level of error or fault, we can just see these things happen. But of course you could bump that more to the edge. Oh, these things happen, never mind. We all do that. Which would be to make too light of it. So you can make too heavy of it or too light of it. But we come into positions. And these positions exert a force. And that force impacts whatever else is arising in the field at the same time. And it may be unwise to publicly express your feelings about your actual situation because you're maintaining an image, which is the case in America, like with Joe Biden. He is quite old. I'm quite old. I'm tired this afternoon. I would not like to be the president of anything. Okay, you're getting the body one foot, that's enough for me. But the idea that you should be that responsible for everything, able to declare war, have nuclear weapons, why would you want to have that? Because you get used to being special. We had this, in England, this old queen, and she would not resign. She just wouldn't let go. And so her son is waiting and waiting and waiting. You know, because she is the queen. But she was not the queen. She was the princess, then she was made the queen, and she could have got out of being the queen again. It's a conventional title. But when it gets pulled in and it becomes intrinsic, then the self-deception starts to increase. When America claims to be the protector of the free world, it's quite a small free world. It's a bunch of billionaires in New York and Washington. It's not poor people in America who are not getting proper medical care. It's not the immigrants. It's not the state schools. It's certainly not other countries in South America, because America lay behind many, many coups supporting dictators and so on, like General Pinochet. The list of errors and malicious actions and selfish actions is so long. And on the other side, there's an assertion, we are the defenders of freedom. That's how the world works. But as I try to highlight again and again, whatever is happening outside is also happening inside. We have these tendencies that we want to maintain a self-image. And that self-image, to be protected, moves from being the actuality of our phenomenal engagement in the world, in which we expand and contract, we feel happy, we feel sad. That's a field of fluctuation and instability and vitality. But maintaining a sense of self is like a mask. You have an image, you defend the image and you hold the mask in front of yourself. And because of that, you end up in bad faith, because the movement is behind, and it's as if moving people are unreliable. I am reliable. And so anything in my history that would make me unreliable has to be etched out. That's what big countries do. They are determined to have their place in the sun. I was reading that when there was the German surrender at the end of the Second World War, the Americans were there, Stalin was there, and so on. And the French came as well. And the general, I forget his name, the German general who made the surrender, looked at the French contingent arriving and said, "Oh God, not the French as well." Because they hadn't really been in the fighting. But General de Gaulle was so determined to assert the validity of the French. So that when they had the victory parade in Paris, they didn't have the North African troops, the Senegalese troops, marching near the front. Because they wanted to maintain white people, freed white people. And it's the same in Britain. When they had the victory march, the Polish soldiers were not allowed to march. Because we did it. This is lying and deception, and it happens on so many levels. Because there is an image, like a mask, a national mask, an ethnic mask, a religious mask, which is held in place. And behind that, all sorts of things are going on. And so, the dynamics of being alive is covered over by image and identity. And the real enemy for us as meditation people is that we fixate on an identity. Because an identity is something you can affirm again and again and again. It's like having a passport. You hand it over and you say, this is me. So the passport is like a mask. This is me. This bit of paper is me. You have your identity card in Germany. This is me. Of course, it's not you. It's a state-validated representation which stands in the place of you. And the document doesn't change nearly as fast as you do because your mind's going all the time. So this is where we see the meditation teaching says, look at your mind. The mind itself, the openness, the awareness, which has no fixed content of its own, this is stable, this is reliable. When you enter into the movement of the mind, the patterning of the energy of the mind, this is shifting, changing, unreliable, dialogic, interactive. So what could your identity be? My identity is emptiness. My identity is the Dharmakaya. For Tibetan Lamas, particularly in the past, but still, there was a lot of pressure on performing miracles. Because Tibetan culture was a bit like our Middle Ages. People who had spiritual power were deemed to have supernatural power as well. So, for example, Jan kindly brought me some water from Bhutan, from a pilgrimage place where Padma had been, and he rested into the rock and left a whole body image. And you can see the footprints of Padma in lots of places, the handprints, where he's put his hand into the stone. And for Tibetans, these are very, very important. And I remember concerning Sia Lama, when he had gone to visit Tibet, they had made a big stupa in a nearby village, and they invited him to be part of the consecration of it. And he said, I called on all my Dharma protectors. I brought them to me, and I took the kata, and they said, you must do this. And they threw the kata in the air, and it floated up and landed on a high ledge on the stupa. Wow, amazing. So that's a discourse. We in the West, we're much more pragmatic nowadays. We wouldn't be so impressed with that kind of thing. But in that world, that was very important, because that is the identity. That the identity of the Lama is performative, is somebody who impacts the world. So it's very important for us to see that the rationale, the organization of the hierarchy of values of what is important in different cultures is very, very different. Very, very different. Many of the things which concern Tibetans don't really concern us in this world. And as Dharma moves into the West, new formations will arise which are more pertinent, which fit better with the patterns of our cultural way of being, our allowed personalities and so on.
May I ask a question?
Surely.
with our skepticism, wouldn't be even more impressed if a Lama performs a miracle, because we usually tend to say this is just bollocks, this is just fantasy. And if somebody really shows something that is not natural or not easily understood, I guess we would be very impressed.
Yeah, I think that's true. We're still waiting for the first video of the rainbow body. It could well be that these are cultural myths. Some speaker for there.
You can keep the mic.
A remark about that is also a remark about what you said is that when my teacher died, he performed a miracle because suddenly in the sky at his cremation there were rainbows coming up and all kinds of colors, and the press said we were cheating. It was just a show of some gunpowder and whatnot. That can also happen.
Yeah, that also happens, yeah. So it comes back to the issue of proof. And generally speaking, in the tradition, they say whether your teacher is a good person or a bad person, a monk or a robber, a selfish, greedy businessman or somebody who feeds the poor, whatever they do is perfect. Now, we have to think what this is saying is, leave your capacity to compare and contrast at the door and enter into an open response to how the person is. Because if every form is always a form of the energy of the ground, it has only come from the source. We are not Manichaean. We don't believe in some primordial battle between good and evil, between light and dark. Everything has the pure source. Then the formations of this world are pure in themselves. And this is very radical. So at first it's difficult to understand that, and so it's cited on the Lama that he is good by definition. Whatever he does is good because he is good. That's semi-logical progression. And because everything he does is good, it is beyond understanding. It's certainly beyond understanding of a sequential consciousness that wants to make sense of things. That is to say, if you are the center of your world and you evaluate according to your own criteria, most often criteria we're not quite even aware of, and you judge this person to be good and this person to be bad, you are the limit of your world. Because only what makes sense to me is relevant to me, and therefore I reject that. So it's when we step over our own security about what something means that something new begins. I remember when I was in Sarnath, when it was maybe 1970, and the Karmapa came there, and people were going in to see him, and I looked in the door of the temple, and everybody's making prostrations. And I thought, I'm not making prostrations to anyone, I'm a Scottish Protestant. Then I'm looking in the door, and I see the Karmapa, and it's like shining and radiant, and I had this impulse to go in, but so you get this internal battle. Why should I do this? All these thoughts. And then I went in and suddenly I'm making these prostrations. And it's like that. You go over a threshold in which you directly experience that my frame of reference, my egocentric, my self-referential frame of reference strengthens my ego competence in the world, but it's actually a kind of prison. Because it's almost like being in a room of mirrors. Everything reflects back onto yourself. And it's when you step out of that and enter in a sense, to a mythical world, a world in which ideas are not tethered to pseudoscientific proof, to testing, but they are allowed to take on a life of their own, that can take us very far. Like, why would we pray to Padma been dead a long time? Tibetans will say he never died, he's living in Sanctopari. You can still have this contact. So to enter into that is to enter into a realm of belief, a belief which is not self-referential, a belief which is linking you out to something other than your own structure, greater than your own structure, and in fact a doorway to your true structure. So then you start to see Padmasambhava is the door to myself. Because in the middle of the castle of my ego self, there's a little door, and if you open the door, there's a tunnel, and Padmasambhava comes in that tunnel and takes you out. And that's like when you do the dissolving Padmasambhava on the crown of your head, in light, into your heart, you melt into him. The light is getting smaller and smaller. This little point of light, that's all there is. And then you are in infinite nothingness. Nothing at all. And then gradually sensations, memories and so on arise, and they arise within emptiness. So that's the function of the practice. But our ego self operates as a different kind of paradigm. And so miracles like the ones you experience can be very helpful because they shock us. Because you can explain it away as cheating and fireworks, but if we say, but I saw that, that was actually there. I personally, I saw many things just on a general level. Went down from Darjeeling to the Tista River, which is halfway to Kalimpong on the other side, is the bottom of a big valley. And we were waiting there, I think 4 Western people, for the Karmapa to come. And Jeep arrived with 4 Bhutanese soldiers with submachine guns, looking around very suspiciously. And then this big car drove up, and the window came down, and there's a Karmapa, and he's looking out, smiling very nice. And suddenly swarms and swarms of butterflies arrived. And they settled all over the car, and they settled over us. Just standing there, just then he's smiling. Then they drive away, all the butterflies went. I was there, I experienced that. I have no idea why that happened. I had many experiences like that. And it's not to make something special or not special. If we take these experiences close to ourselves, they show there is a vastness of potential beyond my understanding. So if I stay in my pseudo-rational, working things out, judging everything, that field of endeavor will restrict me greatly. So I have to step out. How do I step out? By believing something which doesn't make sense. And this is very interesting, because what do we mean when we make sense of something? We can join the dots, we can see a pattern, and we could speak to other people and explain why it's a pattern. How many minutes should you boil an egg for? Probably 4.5 minutes if you like it very soft, 6 minutes if you want it to be quite hard.
Yeah, you have to ask.
So we have
Sorry, you have to ask Loriot.
Look, exactly.
Yeah, there's a good video about it.
Oh,
How to boil an egg.
perfect.
His wife boiled it wrong.
So there is an issue with technical knowledge as our competence, but the realm of awareness doesn't fit in that. It's beyond technique. It's a quality of opening ourselves to being, and being is always together with becoming. So being, if you like, pure being is kada, is primordial purity, open from the very beginning, ungraspable. It's not an identity, it's just a presence. We're just here. And in this just here-ness, there is the movement of experience, and that's the becoming. So being and becoming are two sides of the same coin. Although being never moves, becoming is ceaseless. Because things are moving, it doesn't mean that there is nothing stable, because what is stable is undoubtedly so, but it's not a thing. So it's quite important to, reflect on what you learned in school, according to your culture, if you're German or whatever, and you see different countries have different histories of the last 100 years, of the role of the country in the development of peace. In how long should the burden of the past continue? So there are terrible things that happened in the Second World War. Second World War is over. It's been over for a very long time. Who is responsible? Great-granddad is dead. Even granddad is dying. Dad wasn't in the war. You went to school. Are you responsible? You're a German. You must be responsible. Point the finger at someone. If you're German, you still carry this guilt. Why? Why? Does it belong to you? So these things are very difficult. It goes back to the political thing, that part of German identity, to show we're not bad guys anymore, is to kind of wear this Holocaust hair shirt so that you're endlessly scratching and never at ease because we did this. So who is the we? The people who did it, actually, most of them got away with it. Some of them were in Adenauer's government. Many of them got very good jobs after the war. They became judges and so on. They escaped to South America. There was a trail that went from Austria through Rome, through the Vatican to South America. So who's bad, who's good? The Pope. Which Pope? Oh, that Pope's dead. Now this Pope's very different. See, when you try to grasp things and signifiers and attribute some definite identity, it kind of fades away. But the creation of these myths of identity, not myths of liberation or formations that open the path to liberation, but myths of identity which become something that can be asserted, they create a possibility of something definite which stops a real examination of what does it mean to be guilty? What does it mean to be guilty? Because if the Germans are always bad because of the Holocaust, and the Jews are always victims because of the Holocaust, then who's killing all the Palestinians? I think it must be Germans.
Oh no.
No, the Jews are victims. They couldn't possibly be persecutors. It's not possible. This is a theater. Come on, you have persecutor, victim, rescuer. This drama triangle of Kaufman. So who's doing the bad things? Victims don't? No. This happens to us. We couldn't do anything else. We need to see the dynamics of that and understand that identity is never stable. It's always a power game about asserting identity.
We might not always be reborn as Germans.
Exactly.
I could be Jewish in my past life, you never know.
Indeed you could. You could. You could have been a rabbi. You could have been an Orthodox Jew with long ringlets and a big hat. We don't know. Life after life, we take on different forms. So the over-identification with your culture, with your gender, with these formations, they're a kind of condensation, like boiling milk. evaporating the water so it becomes more thick, more dense, and then you're trapped inside this formation. So it's very important to see that not only is the mind itself ungraspable, not only are your own thoughts and feelings ungraspable, as you can experience in the meditation, because they're there and gone, there and gone, but actually being in the world with others is ungraspable. Whatever conclusion you come to about the other is probably about 80% a reflection of yourself. That you show your constellation in the very act of defining your sense of the constellation of the other person. Do you think that might be true? So, therefore, all kinds of reification, that is to say, making something real and separate and knowable, must remain suspect for us. And that when we're talking about compassion or kindness, we're talking about an interface, a meeting of energies, of the other person's energy and our energy, in order to meet them so that they don't kind of float away in lostness, and invite them to participate in mutual adaptation. Because it's only through that that we come to see I am constantly imagining different formations of myself. I am an imaginal being. So, to be a Buddhist, why bother? What does it mean to be a Buddhist? It's up for grabs. It doesn't exist in the culture. And what does it mean for you? I am a Buddhist. Tibetans don't have Buddhists, they have Nangpa and Chipa. They have insiders and outsiders. Buddhists are insiders and everyone else is an outsider. It's a very different kind of language. Buddhist gives you a sense of something you can be. You can become more Buddhist. You can go to the hospital, get a blood test, see what is the level of your Buddhism. We have to be careful about the language we use so that we don't create pseudo entities out of what is actually movement. Because we know that our capacity to meditate, our focus on Dharma fluctuates with the other events in our lives. Some people might not do any practice at all for a month or so, and then they come back into doing that. Yeah?
How do we make these teachings a living reality? How can we drop these, conceptions and ideas and this glued identity? It feels like very sticky to flow with this. It does make sense, but it feels like, how do I close the gap from feeling this to being this?
You could say that the basis of ethics is not knowing. Because as soon as I have a sense that I know you and I can locate you in some hierarchy of values, I've inducted you into my hierarchy of values. If I want to meet you, if I want to meet anyone, I have to be with them. They will reveal themselves to me, with me, according to circumstances. So if after being here for a week we think we have got some idea of how other people are, you have an idea of how they are in this place at this time with these circumstances. You can't project from that as some definite enduring truth about who they are. So part of that is stepping very lightly, almost as if you're walking on eggshells, because you want to be more light and more responsive, more fluid, more pliable if you, the list of this, now I'm too old, but there's a list of these qualities of the Bodhisattva's body. I think it's 9, but included in that is pliable. So the body of Tara, it bends, it moves, it's ready to express. She's sitting there with her foot out. She's ready to go. She's going to engage. And when she engages, she will alter through the engagement. And that's the key thing, that if we see that we alter in different situations, like you having a conversation with someone and they say things and you don't like it, what they say, it's very easy to come to a conclusion, well, I don't like them. I don't want to talk with them. Full stop. I know what they're like. They've said a few sentences and on that create a whole definitive image of how the person is. And we don't know why they're speaking in that way today. They could have woken up and had a terrible fight with their partner. They could have had difficulty getting their kid to school. They could have been told that their child has been beating up other children in the school and they're just completely at, fuck, why you do that? And then they have a conversation with us and they're throwing big ideas around. So we don't know. We are constructing these notions of who people are. So this takes us right back to the 5 skandhas, the Theravadan analysis of a Pudgala, of a person. And so we have the teaching of Pudgala Anatma Drishti. There is no inherent existence, no Atman self holding these 5 skandha factors together. And because they're not held together, they're moving parts. So form, that means shape and color, that alters with how we're feeling. The shape of our body, I feel fairly slouched today, so I'm not sitting so straight, I keep collapsing a little bit. So this is altered by not sleeping very well last night. Many different factors operate. And then the next is feeling. Feeling is positive, neutral, and negative. So I had some different dish prepared for my lunch because I shouldn't have any chilies, and it was a very nice kind of ratatouille of different vegetables. And my sad story, when I went in the kitchen to get it, there was a pot with this ratatouille, a big fucking pot. Now, I ate a bowl of it. Then I thought, oh, we shouldn't waste the food. So I went back in, got another big bowl. I'm eating this. Because I do my duty. I listen to my mother. Don't leave food on the plate, you know. Don't leave food on the plate. I'm still under my poor mum. Grow up, Mr. Lowe. So these thought patterns move through us and they influence how we react to situations. And then we find ourselves, oh, I ate too much. Because I wasn't paying attention to my body and what the body needed. I was attending to an idea. And that often happens. Because aligning body, speech and mind is often very difficult. What would be good for the body is often exercise. And the mind says, I'd rather watch the football on the television. And if I'm watching the football, I need to have a beer. And if I'm having a beer, I need some pretzels or something. So in that way, we are all vulnerable. And this is I think the key thing to understand for meditators. The 5 skandhas mean instability of structure. So the advantage of that is however stuck you are from the formative forces of your life, there's still some leeway. You can loosen up the joints and you can enter into new formations. However, there will never be a point where your body is perfect for you. Because actually, according to the teachings, the body is for the other. The body is the manifestation into the world of other manifestation. It's the Nirmanakaya. And so how the Nirmanakaya can be is to be for the other person as required for them. So, in terms of practice, when he was talking earlier in the text, he was talking about these 5 winds. And there are inner winds in the body, these famous 5, but there are also the outer winds. There are cultural winds, a German wind, an Argentinian wind. There are all kinds of formations that blow through us that carry expectations and demands and so on. There's gender winds. There's age-related things, because at my age, I grew up in a culture which doesn't exist anymore. It's vanished. The Britain that's there is not, for me, my Britain, because my Britain vanished. So I'm a kind of refugee from the land of my past.
You can stay here.
So how do we work with this? Lightly, very lightly, making strong, definitive statements, arriving at the truth. You see, the truth is deadly. Truth is very, very deadly. In Buddhism, we have this notion of the 2 truths. So we have relative truth and absolute truth. And there are 2 aspects of relative truth. There's impure relative truth and pure relative truth. So relative truth, which is sometimes translated as fictional truth, which is a more helpful idea. It's fiction, like a novel. It's invented. The impure relative truth is the truth: I exist, I am like this in these circumstances, but it's infected by and inflected by, it gets tilted by the 5 poisons. So that's what makes it impure. So I exist, and these winds of the 5 poisons of self-identity or mental formations or stupidity. In Tibetan is a timuk, which means a kind of mental dullness, which doesn't mean nothing at all. It means more the dullness that comes from the certainty that you know what's going on. Because you settle into what you're sure is the truth. This is how it is. Who does that stuff?
I've heard about it.
So that's a kind of certainty. We don't do that, they do that. In England, when syphilis first arose, they called it the French pox. Always someone else to blame. So, in these formations, when the 5 poisons are operating, this mental dullness, which is linked with reification, with making things real, because when you make them real, you make them impenetrable. It is as if they have some inner defining essence, and so their transparency or their motility or their possibility of moving in different ways is not activated, because we know what you're like. We know what these native people are like. They should be driven off the land. They're not even human. They're not human. Shooting them is okay. There used to be rewards for scalps. So these settlers in America were scalping Indians and then selling the scalps to the trading post with the cavalry. It used to be the case in Australia that you could bring the head of an Aborigine in and the government would give you money. Because these are subhuman. We don't need these people. So these kind of definitions are in the service of a particular notion of identity. That's why stupidity, the settling into I have the truth, is very difficult. And then that gets moved by these 2 pulsations of desire, I want more, this is important, and aversion or anger, I don't want this, get rid of this, stay far away from me. So these 2 are pulsing, and then we have pride, which means I take up a position I don't want to move from, and jealousy, which means I have an anxiety that the stability of what I've tried to establish, in particular with one person, one special person, is now put into question by the arrival of the third. So jealousy is always concerned with the third, so that the folie à deux, the collapsing into a little cocoon, why is she looking at him? I thought you were with me. Every time we go out, you're always checking out other people. Why do you do that? Jealousy is a terrible, terrible thing. I've worked with people who have this particular kind of psychotic jealousy, and they're in high risk of killing their partner. High risk. They put cameras in every room, they put trackers on the person's clothing and so on. They need to have absolute control, because you could behave in a way that would upset me. But, sweetheart, you're already upset. You're not very at ease. Why don't you just trust me? Why should I trust you? I can't trust you. I've seen what you do. Terrible. So jealousy is a very disruptive force. So this is the force field of impure relative truth, in which we see things, we identify entities, situations, but we we bring the coloration of our own distortions, our own five poisons, into our reading of the other person. Then you have pure relative truth, which is to see real entities, but without the affective pressure of the five poisons. So you just note that there are people, and this is how they are. Yeah?
Sorry, James, what are the five poisons?
Okay, so we say stupidity, desire, anger, pride, and jealousy. But that's what I was trying to explain about stupidity. It's not like a cognitive stupidity. It's more a mental dullness that settles into a formulation which it takes to be the truth. So it's linked with a lack of curiosity.
Ignorance.
Hmm?
Will be translated as ignorance.
As ignorance, yeah. You could do. But it's, I mean, ignorance also can give the idea that, you're ignorant. It could be kind of pejorative. It's actually, you could be very, very successful in the world. You could know many, many things. It's not just that you don't know the ever open ground. It's that you're complacent. Complacent, what would that be in German?
Bequemlich.
Was? Selbstzufrieden.
So it's a sort of, you settle, it's okay, I know what it is, it's like that. And so it's kind of like petit bourgeois quality. Oh, we're fine, we're right, we know what's what. So that's the kind of quality it has to it. So pure relative truth is not entangled with this. What does that mean? It means you can develop some sense of the emptiness of phenomena, but it's still based on cognitions. So you have moments of illumination arising when you get moments of insight, but then they slip back and it gets a little bit solid again. You develop some kind of compassion, but it's often on the relative level of, I want to help all sentient beings.
Can I say, can I say relative? Oh, sorry. Schalter nach oben.
You cannot say. The gods forbid.
Männer und Technik.
Okay. Can I say relative truth is emptiness is form? Is it the same?
No. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form would be...
No, emptiness is form, this part.
Just the emptiness is form.
Is it the same?
No, that's illuminating the structure of relative truth. But in relative truth, form is form. And it has we impute to it inherent existence.
Yeah.
It is something, and we don't see the emptiness. Or we arrive at the emptiness through an analysis. For example, you study dependent origination, and you see on the basis of this that arises, you see a chain of signifiers that generate a particular image, and you realize, oh, it's not an intrinsic truth, it's not a self-existing truth, it's a constructed truth, which, because it's reliant on causes and conditions, will be inherently unstable. So then you have what's called absolute truth, Don Dan Gidemba. Don means meaning, Dam means kind of, it can mean holy, but it means sort of like it's a given, it's just this. So it's the truth that just is. So it's intrinsic or inherent. So it's the truth that sees how things are without needing interpretation. You might call it also a kind of revealed truth. It's not a constructed truth, it's not artificial, it's not something you're building up on the basis of analysis or fixation on possibilities, some formation you want. It just is. So when you do the thing of, again, Padma or whatever deity dissolving into you, you dissolve into them, and there's nothing, there you get a moment of this absolute truth. It's just open. Now, if it was only this, it would be no liberation at all. It would be some kind of Theravadan, self-enlightened Buddha floats in the middle of nowhere forever and ever, amen, goodbye. But if we call them Pratika Buddhas. But if we want to relate to other people, we need to have this spaciousness as a spaciousness within which the transient illusory formations of self and other arise. It's not that self as a linking or connective part of the field is a problem. The problem with the self is when we take self to be my isolation, my difference from you. I know that I'm me because I'm not you. So whatever you guys are, I'm not you, I'm just me. So we're always saying, keep your distance, don't be like me, because I want to be special. I don't know myself in this life, but I have heard that for many women, if they go to a party and they're wearing a beautiful new red dress, and there's some other bitch wearing the same dress, this is very upsetting. Because it's my special dress on my special occasion. I beg your pardon?
Sorry. Oh, she has just such a good taste like me.
Oh, yeah, bravo.
One more ego.
So, in the absolute truth, which is we can call the Dharmakaya, this is the mind of the Buddha. There is nothing there which is definitive of something or someone. The mind, the Dharmakaya of all the Buddhas is the same, but they manifest in different ways. Now, we also, of course, have statues of Kuntuzampo, of Dorji Chang, who are the Dharmakaya formation, but this is to help people who want to have symbols. Actually, the Dharmakaya has no color, no shape, no form, no formation. So, Dorji Chang is a way of signifying to yourself the Dharmakaya inside the tantric system, where they're always using symbols as a basis of transformation. But in Mahamudra, we say Dharmakaya is like the sky. You look in the sky itself has no shape, no essence. It's everywhere. It manifests all kind of things in all directions. So this is like the Dharmakaya. And if the Dharmakaya is present, then the movement of the potential of the Dharmakaya is continuous, which is to say, the lucidity or the luminosity, which is the arising of formations of experience clearly without any substance. So this would be like you look in the mirror and you see, oh, that's me. Then you read a little bit about mirrors. You look at paintings and you see that paintings are different from mirrors. And then you look at the mirror and say, that is a reflection of me. That is not me. When I take that to be me, I make the reflection into something, but it's not. So the Sambhogakaya is like the level of reflections that all kind of, not like, it's difficult for us to describe because they are not reified, they are not taken as real, they're not taken as substance. They are the insubstantial display of the potential of the mind. And then when this manifests into the world, this becomes the Nirmanakaya, which is also an illusory formation. Our body is an illusion. So illusion means there is no fixed essence to our body. Our body is a site of communication, internal communication and external communication. We're breathing, we're drinking, we're sweating. So there's a conversation between the skin, the fabric of the world, there is the movement of the senses, and then there's all the communication that is there. Now, as modern medical science continues its exploration, we find that things that used to be thought of as just stuff is amazing. In the last 50 years, the understanding of the function of the brain has been completely transformed. Bone marrow, now understand what is going on in the bones and these incredible transformations. And we can make use of this fresh energy which is in the bone structure. So the body is pulsations of connectivity. We can reify and say this is the liver, but the liver is plugged into everything else because everything in the body is connected. It wouldn't be there if it had no connection. And because it's connected, it's communicating, and because it's communicating, it's moving. And because it's moving, it's not a fixed thing. So our ordinary way of talking about our body, about our identity, is to impute, to imagine, to insert into this moving, communicative, unreliable, yet quite bright and shining potential. We impute into it some key knowability. Oh, do you know John? Yes, I saw him yesterday. How's he doing? Oh, not too bad. He's got some promotion. Blah, 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 blah. Stories, we know John. What do you fucking know about John? You're exchanging stories that are hovering in the air, shimmering. What is John? John is this pulsation within the field of pulsations. We are moving in a world of light. We look at the trees, and then we remember we did a little bit of science at school, and that the leaves are having a conversation. We are too deaf, we can't hear it, but they're involved with photosynthesis. There's communication going on. The roots of the tree are in communication. These tiny, tiny little tendrils that come out from the main root, they're in communication. The whole world is communication, connectivity. And this means nothing is fixed, Nothing is defined. And so the Nirmanakaya is the mode of participation into the moving field as movement with concern for the other. Because the other is not truly other, because actually all beings are moving within this field of movement. So that's when we see the in Malachi John to pass this sound thing back.
Can you explain now the perfection? We talk in Dzogchen with the perfected state. Does it refer to the nature of our mind?
No, it refers to
perfect world. You mentioned it.
No. The perfected state refers to bad grammar.
Okay.
It refers
complete.
to. It refers to.
Use also complete. This I
Yeah,
correct.
complete, but complete
but
is
what
different
does it
from
refer?
perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Not bad against good and so on. This I got. But you were talking today already about if my vision is beyond concepts, the world is completed. Oh, can you please talk a little bit about that? Because Dzogchen is very important.
And there's a lot of bad grammar in translations of Tibetan Buddhist texts.
Okay.
I find a lot of them absolutely upsetting, so I don't read them. How could you have a self-perfected state? It's tautological. It's meaningless. A self-perfected state. It perfected itself. I'm scratching my head. I'm scratching myself. I scratch myself. What's self-perfection? I perfected myself. It's very bad grammar. Makes for endless confusion. An awful lot of these terms are not very clear. It means inherently or intrinsically perfected. It's not done by anything. If you say self, it usually implies a kind of agency. Self-arisen, arisen by itself. So that kind of terminology is highly problematic. I think hopefully in the future people will review many of these translations and make it very much closer to the lived phenomenological experience. But the mind, when we have this moment, let's go through the tantric way, we dissolve and everything dissolves and there is nothing at all. This is the openness of the mind. This is the mind free of content. This doesn't last for very long. Why? Because the mind has content. So the mirror has reflections. The mirror and the reflection come together. If you've got a mirror, you have reflections. So if you have a mind, you have the movement of the mind. So the openness or the purity of the mind is, this is again very difficult to say in European languages. It is an awareness, but not an awareness that takes an object, a presence, but not the presence of something. It's just here, it's just open. So we have to go back and have these experiences again and again because they are beyond language. Every time we come into language, it creates a kind of confusion because language is a discourse about something. All languages are movement of signifiers inside patterns of the semiotic web, and they create the illusion of entities, of substances. When you open your mind to a domain where this doesn't pertain, where this is not what's going on, what you have is an experience you can't say. This is what the texts say. When the Buddha got enlightened in Bodh Gaya, he thought, no one will understand a word I say. So he walked up and down for 7 days. And then gradually people were aware, golden glow shining in the sky. Oh, so the gods started to arrive, and the highest Brahma gods arrived, and they showering him with flowers. Luckily, he didn't have hay fever. So and they beseech him, please say something. If I say something you misunderstand, please say something. So he says something. But it immediately starts to solidify what it is. And why is this? Because awakening is deconstructive. If you like, it's like the purest form of Derrida's deconstructive move, which was to look at the way consolidation, solidification is built up. So one of the techniques that they had in the deconstructive world was to take a word and put a line through the middle of it. So it was what they call barred. So enlightened, if you put a line through it, it sort of indicates that don't build on this. This is not solid ground. It's like having a marker in the wintertime on a lake, thin ice, don't go here. Because if you put weight on it, if you think there's something there, then you immediately start your accumulation building up. So what the Buddha was saying was actually very light and very easy, but through time we start to talk of it as if it's something. The 5 skandhas. We have a category. This is what constitutes the human existence. But actually, when we look, well, we have this feeling, liking, not liking, neutral. Then we have perception, which is dynamic and in the moment. Then we have associations, which are pattern creation and occurring and changing. And then we have consciousness, which is aware of all this movement. You can't really describe this as it is, because it's always slipping away. The Dharma is a representation. In your meditation, you want presentation. You want ontological immediacy, not representation. That's why in the Zen tradition, they always say, stumm, shut up. Don't speak, don't describe, don't elaborate, don't study. Because if you study, you'll create a carapace, a shell of pseudo-knowledge, and then direct experience will be more difficult. So this is what we have to accept, is that the Dharma that can be said is not the real Dharma, like they say about the Tao. If you express it, you're in the realm of representation, which is why in Dzogchen we pay attention to sound. So when we make the sound of ah, we're aware this is a vibration of air coming up from the lungs, and it has a minimal intervention in the throat, the ah, and then you have the variation of that, mama, papa, and from that you have all the words of the world, all the concepts of the world, all the identifications of the world. They are coming out of emptiness. So as Dzogchen, you use sound to see this is illusion. This is illusion. These are referring terms which have no actual referent except emptiness. It's always about emptiness. So if it seems to be about something, so then you get the luminosity of the mind. Oh, now we've had this idea, salva, luminosity. Yeah, we have to find this luminosity, something, some light shining inside me. Oh, no. It's not a thing. It's an experience which is so subtle. What is it? It's like if you just take your arm and you run your finger along it. What is this? You can do it just now. It's very nice. Very gently. Ooh. Sensation coming and going. What can you say about it? So the traditional example is, if somebody doesn't know what sweetness means, you try to explain, you try to explain, you try to explain. Eventually you give up explaining and you give them a spoon with some honey on it. Wow! Now do you know what sweetness is? Yes! Okay, tell me about it. It's like that. Experience, many experiences are inexpressible, but we, because we are addicted to concept, because we remain in the domain of consciousness, while wanting to be in the domain of awareness, we do something very difficult. We are like these people in the circus who stand on the back of two horses, which are galloping round and round. Now these horses have to be very well behaved. They have to be absolutely moving together, otherwise... So that's what happens. If you're using the formulations of dualistic consciousness as if they would illuminate the non-dual, you're deceiving yourself. They are suggestions. They are like metaphors. It's much better to enter into the practice, and through the practice you have an experience which you can't really say anything about. Okay, shall we take a break?
Yes. Yes.
James, I'd like to mention something, because before the break, it was something, I don't want to stand it alone. You said about Dzogchen and the unsayable something. But nevertheless, I personally like to go again and again and hear you, because I have the feeling that I need to get connected again and again with the view.
Yeah.
And if I not do so, perhaps I will develop crazy ideas about the view.
Yeah.
That's for sure, I guess.
Yeah.
And so, that was for me important. And perhaps you can say one or two words about the importance of the view, if you think it is important.
Okay. So the view is definitely very important. The view is our orientation. The view offers us a different axiom. Just as we have many different axioms, like we looked before, between 0 and 1 and 1 and 2, we have to believe this is the same kind of gap, the same that allows the movement of numbers from -1, -2, +1, +2, and so on. This is a basic belief, and without this basic belief, you can't proceed. So the view in the Theravada thing, this is samsara, it's a dangerous place, you can be reborn in many unpleasant situations. You need to learn to control your mind. It's a lot about controlling the mind, developing good qualities, because you don't want to have a difficult rebirth. The view in Mahamudra, well, do it another way. The view in the Mahayana approach is, I have been born many, many times. In each of these lives I had a mother. Because of the number of rebirths, all sentient beings have been my own mother at one time. Therefore, I start from a position of debt. I owe them something. And the text say it would be shameful and selfish if you worked only for your own benefit and not for the benefit of others. So that's the view that opens you up to say, may all beings be happy, and more than that, I will work for the benefit of all beings, and more than that, whenever I am happy, I will give all my happiness to others. whenever I am sad, I will take all the sadness of all beings into me. So that's the famous Tonglen exchange. That's very radical. That's very different from the Theravadan view. Then the Tantric view, due to the power of unawareness, I have mistaken my own situation. I have formulated my life around ideas of my identity and my function or my place in the world. This is incorrect. By receiving empowerment and doing the practice that comes from that, I am able to practice with devotion, align myself with the energy of the deity through reciting mantras, receive these lights into my body, white light into my forehead, red light into my throat, blue light into my heart from the Oma Hung on the body of the Guru. Then all the lights come together. Now my body is just light, and then we dissolve as we've looked before. And the purpose of this is that the body of light is a potential. It's not a finished deal. It's not a formulation. So we move away from limited identity to potential. And potential is very important in Mahamudra and in Dzogchen. That as we manifest in the world, the ground is the openness of the mind. Events arise in the mind, we can let them come and go. But when we get up from the cushion, we participate in the world because this body is part of the world. This body is made of the same kind of things as the trees and the grass. It's the different elements operating together. I'm not a part. I'm not something separate from this. The potential of this body and the potential of the world remains open. So, for example, if this village was in England, near London, the farmers would be getting many visits from builders offering to buy their land to build houses, because there are many, many commuters who want to go into the city. So the farmer has a view, my grandfather was farming here, this is what we do, I've had my son, I hope he'll be a farmer. And then the money man comes and says, listen, you get some headaches, look what the weather's been like. You didn't manage to do the planting when you wanted to. If the rain continues, so much is going to rot. I will give you money. And so you have a transformation of identity. So whatever you formulate as your identity will be vulnerable to the forces that are operating in the world. Some forces are benign, some are dangerous. Therefore, as we've looked already many times, fixity, the idea that I can stabilize my existence and make sure that tomorrow is the same as today, this is a delusion. We don't know what will happen. We don't know what forces will be operating on us. Therefore, the potential needs to come into the world at this moment. The past, the present, and the future are within the here and now. The here and now is now. The here and now is here. How is it? How is it? That's not a theoretical question. It's a phenomenological question. It's like, how is this registering? How is this manifesting? Because that is the potential of the moment. And we don't know how it will be, because it reveals itself in the moment of its arising. Therefore, big plans about what you're going to do, what you're not going to do, are often very problematic. We know this, like in engineering, building dams. So many dams were built in the 50s and 60s and so on. dams on the early waters of the Nile and so on, and they silt up. In South America, they have the same heavy silting, and then the dam breaks and you get flooding and people die. Because it seemed to be a good idea. Somebody had a marvelous idea, we can live in this way, and it doesn't work. Now, why doesn't it work? Because the engineer has to look at the factors that are operating in that situation and design the dam according to this analysis, working out how many steel rods need to be there, what quality of cement, what quality of sand, and so on. That requires having honest contractors who are going to supply exactly what's specified. But if the gatekeeper to the compound is getting some money to allow substandard ingredients to come in, then you get tragedy. These stories are everywhere. How's it like in Turkey when the big earthquake came? So many buildings were falling down. In Bangladesh, this happens so often. People build these houses and then they find actually the percentage of cement was like 10%, 15%. How is it possible? Because the agenda for the builder is different from the agenda of the government inspector, but the government inspector is getting some bakshish, and so it continues. So the view is very, very important. How we view things, how we make sense of them. And when we bring the Dzogchen view into samsara, we don't start with an assumption that people are ethical or just or well-behaved. We work with the circumstances of how it is, which means that we try to be authentic. And through that authenticity, through the reduction of artificiality in ourselves, more spontaneity, more intuitive connectivity, hopefully we will find a fresher relationship with other people. So there's a story about a yogi who was living in a cave, and every year his sponsor came to see him at the full moon day of that month, bring up some grain from the harvest and so on. And the yogi's living in the cave, he doesn't really bother very much. And they think, oh God, 2 days' time my sponsor's coming, I better tidy it up. So he starts brushing out the dirt. He looks at his altar, everything's covered in dust and dirty, so he cleans it all, he makes it all very nice. And then on the morning when the sponsor is due to come, he looks at it and says, why am I doing practice to be relaxed and natural when I'm trying to trick the sponsor into thinking I live in a clean cave? So he takes the ashes and he throws them all over the altar. Because it's like that, this is how I am, this is how I am. So it's very difficult for us to be honest in that unartificial way. But if we practice minimizing artifice, minimizing performativity, I want you to like me, therefore I will do these things that will make you happy. These games of power are all connected with identity. Because if you like me, who do you like? You don't know me. I don't know me. So if I don't know me, you don't know me. So whether you like or you don't like, that's your interpretation on the basis of little bits of information. It has to do with you, not to do with me. So why should we make ourselves anxious? In order to be the one that you like, I will have to put myself into that position. I will have to become the one that you like. Now, if I develop myself so that I become the one that you truly like, and you truly like me, you like the me who I am not. You like my facade, my creation, my perversion of myself. So, do you love me? You love the image I made for you. I'm in bad faith with you because I've cheated you, and I'm in bad faith with myself. This is the problem of artificiality. So in the Dzogchen tradition, the view is always to relax and not create any kind of identity or edifice, and allow the free flow of connectivity to form and dissolve as it does. I'm very happy not to have any Dharma centers or anything like that at all. I come here, other people, lovely, kind people, do all the organizing. I come in, I go out, gone. Very nice for me. I don't have to know any of the power plays inside, the issues about sponsors, difficulties with the local council, all the kind of things which go on with Dharma centers. Because a center has to be maintained. In particularly if you have shrines and prayer wheels and stupas, it's now holy and it would be terrible if we didn't sustain it. So I feel anxious that we're not getting the sponsorship we need. That's a lot of mental activity for a building. A building. Better to hire a church hall. The Christians are emptying their churches. So there are many halls that you can hire very, very cheaply. Do something and then you go. This makes sense. I told some of you the story of Siya Lama. When he came to India, he was around, he was living in Kalimpong area, doing some local sort of work, little, not very much. He didn't like to teach, so he wasn't doing teaching, but he was involved with his uncle on his mother's side, on his wife's side, who was involved in the border police, because the Indian had a lot of border police active at that time, looking for Chinese infiltrators who were coming from Tibet. Anyway, he was doing that. And then Dujun Rinpoche came from Tibet, quite a bit later than Siya Lama, and said to Siya Lama, listen, why don't you go to Pema? And there's a very nice little monastery there, you could live there, so place. And Siya Lama said, if I go there, the monastery will need money, we will need sponsors, I will have to be nice to the sponsors. Why would I do that? So he got a job in an Indian university where, fortunately, he didn't have to do very much. That's the truth, he didn't do very much. He had this wonderful job of reader in Indo-Tibetan studies, because he was involved in the translation back from Tibetan into early forms of Hindi and Bengali of the texts of the yogis of that time, the Dohas. But he didn't want to be located in a power position, because that kind of power is a kind of powerlessness. There's always complaints. So the building, the center, is like the ego. It's something which has to be maintained. Whereas the spontaneity of the mind doesn't have to be maintained, because it's arising moment by moment freshly from its own ground. The arts, the creative arts, dance, theater, and so on, are always plagued with conflicts in the performers, the need to get money, to get grants from the government, and so on. You believe in something, you believe there's high value in it, and so it takes you into negotiation or rapprochement with people who behave in ways that are difficult to understand, because they have completely different agendas. So for our purposes, we're alive now, we don't know how long we're going to be. We want to become awakened to the openness of our own ground, the Dharmakaya, to see the luminosity of these moments of experience arising as thoughts, feelings, memories. And we do that by not grasping at them, by not turning them into something, by not relying on the impermanent. The thought comes in your mind, oh my God, yes, I must do that. Thought's already gone. You're now formulating yourself into the future. So, if we are present here and now, we develop our life as is possible. Probably best to be fairly simple in how we do it. The more involved you get in many different projects, it means from your heart many threads are coming out which other people can pull, because you become responsible, you become liable, and you're pulled this way and that, and you have a conflicted situation. So the view is very important, and the view is the mind is unborn. It's not a thing, it hasn't come into existence. It's present, and this is just the basis of this experience. It's not anything that you experience, but it is the basis of the ground of the source of all experience. So your own mind itself, your pure Rigpa, is here and now, otherwise you wouldn't have any experience. It is the illumination, but because of our fixation on our ego identity, this bends the arising of the free energy and turns it towards a task. So we become intentional. We become people fixated on a means to an end. We use the possibilities, the utilities of the world to make something happen. Basically, the view says everything is an end in itself. It's Dzogpa Chenpo. Dzogpa means complete. It's the great completion, which means everything is complete in emptiness. Everything which occurs is an illusion unseparable from the unborn. Nothing is ever born, nothing manifests. So all the experiences we have, they're undeniably happening, but they're not something. So if we can take the toxin of somethingness out of our experience, we start to have more sense of this free play. That's why the view is very, very important, because we have complicated lives, we have different interests personally, we have different interests professionally. There are many hooks that can pull us into the formulation of structures. That's fine if we realize that subject is empty and illusory, object is empty and illusory, and they arise in a magic dance in which nothing is actually created. If we hold that, then it can be doing all kinds of things. That's why the text says, if the guru is a tradesperson and they're making a big profit and they treat their customers badly, that's fine. If they're a holy monk keeping all their vows, then that's fine. If they are very busy building hospitals and feeding the poor, that's fine. Because it's just energy. Remember this story we sometimes look at from Bodhidharma, who was an Indian Buddhist monk who went to China and is credited with the first formulation of the teaching of Chan Buddhism. And he was invited to see the Emperor of China. He went there, wonderful palace and so on, and the Emperor said to him, I'm supporting 20 monasteries. I have built 100 stupas. I am educating so many people. We have hospitals. I have created all of this. How much merit have I gained? And Bodhidharma says, none. And that's true. Because the accumulation of merit is a way of thinking which belongs to a yana. It belongs to a vehicle. It's not the truth. There is no such thing as merit. Because merit is empty. Everything is empty. But the emperor, the lord of everything, the master of everything, he wanted to get something. He wanted to be rewarded. I have built monasteries. I have built stupas. And now, tell me I'm a good boy. Pat me on the head. You know, you did it, you've done it. What more did you want? You want approval. So this comes back to this thing from Immanuel Kant. This is a means to an end. The emperor's motivation was self-referential. And so how could that generate any true merit? If you're building it really for the benefit of others, it's a free gift. You do it. Your time, your energy, your money. Do it for them. Is anybody happy? It doesn't matter. I'm happy to give that. But this back current, this pulling in, what is my profit? Like a fisherman, what have I caught from this? That's what makes it difficult. Okay, let's continue with the text a little bit. So we're at the bottom of page 3. He says, just repeat this bit, we looked on it yesterday. He says, after the dissolving of the Guru into yourself and you into emptiness, rest for as long as you can in as much equipoise as you can. Equipoise here means just balance, not going after past thoughts, not going after future thoughts, not saying this is good, this is bad, but just resting in evenness, whatever is occurring. He says, if you rest in that for as long as you can. Now that's a tricky sentence, because you can become artificial around that. So you're trying to balance that. You're doing your best not to get involved. That's not this. This is space opens. Don't disturb it by some volitional activity. Something will happen. A car will make a noise, a dog will bark, and you find yourself engaging and subject and object manifest again in this sphere of experience. But until that happens, just let it be as it is. So this is the equipoise. It means however it is, it's fine. And probably it doesn't last very long. It doesn't last very long. So when you think the mind is pure from the beginning, the mind is empty, it's not that, I don't know, if you have a container in your kitchen where you keep your rice, you go to the container and it's empty. Oh, I need to get more rice, and you buy rice and you fill it up. So it's filling and emptying like the lungs. It's not like that. The mind's emptiness is always there. It doesn't vanish. But it's the very emptiness of the mind that is the ground of all the experience that arises in and for the mind. So it's the movement of the mind within the mind. There is no contradiction between the movement of the mind and the stillness of the mind. Stillness of the mind is emptiness. The movement of the mind is whatever thoughts and feelings arise. You can't remove the stillness because the stillness is not touched. This morning we looked at this kada, primordial purity, not contaminated, not influenced. Non-reactivity. I react when something gets to me. I think we know what that's like. Something annoys us, it seems to impinge on us, and we have a reactive response. But imagine if you had no self, it would just be something. Just be something. So that's what he's saying. You have a gap where there is nothing at all, which is brief. Then you have a gap where the ego formation hasn't kind of come into its habitual impact on what's occurring. And that's the real gap we need to look at. Not the gap of emptiness, because that's so brief. But there is a moment when you're just relaxed and even, and things occur, and it's as if they're just happening. as if you're in the park and people are running around and they're doing things, and here's a family coming, and one of the children keeps hitting the other on the back of the head. Oh, people do that. They're not your children. Why are you involved? Oh, but they shouldn't do that. Shouldn't. I know best. So my own template takes me into interference. You have no status and no right to influence the family. Was it turn around and say, who the fuck are you? You tell me how to deal with my own children. You fuck off. Or I'm very sorry. Because what did you know? You know that you don't like to see children hitting each other. Has there ever been a family where the siblings didn't hit each other or bite each other or push each other over? It is, it's not great, but it's very normal. So in the example of in the park, it's not your children. It's not yours. You don't own anything. So we have this statue here of Kuntuzangpo, most probably. It's a strange statue. But naked. Kuntuzangpo is naked. He doesn't have any possessions. This indicates he doesn't have any pockets. He doesn't have things to gain. He doesn't have anything to lose. It's just naked and open, like the sky. So, when our mind is like that, whatever comes, comes. But when your ego formation arises and you identify with it, then you get pulled into involvement. So what is your ego? It feels like me. It is me. But it's arising. It wasn't there before. Because then you just open. Now the ego arises. Oh, this is me. I'm returned to myself. The meditation gave me a little holiday. And now I'm me again. This is bad news. So the ego is arising within the space of arisings, which includes whatever is out there, whatever we take to be the body, our speech, our thoughts and memories. It is a pattern of arisings. Patterns have their impact, like we looked at, turn a kaleidoscope and different patterns arise, each of them with its balancing of the colors and the shapes has an impact. But there's nothing there, it's an illusion. So when you feel you're back in my body, what is that? You didn't make your body, Mommy and Daddy did it. So, you might not want to know that really. So we're born out of our mother's body and we come into our existence in that separation. While the baby's in the womb, all kind of thoughts are there about what we'll do and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But when it comes out and it's in the world, it becomes someone. It has a name, we start speaking to it. We say all sorts of things to the baby that the baby doesn't understand, but we are compelled to bathe the baby. First we bathe them in water, then we bathe them in language. We wrap them in a blanket, we wrap them in language. We bathe them in emotions. And the baby gets used to this invitation to exist as someone. Of course there is a someone there, because this is a sentient being in samsara with a self-referential sense of self. But you can affirm that or not. Many things just happen. For example, when I was, I think about 6, I came home from school. I came in through the back door, and I came into the front, and there was someone there with my mum. I didn't recognize who it was, but it was an aunt who lived out somewhere else. And she saw me and she said, "Jimmy, what happened to your curls? You had lovely blonde curls." I was so shocked. I started crying and I ran out of the room. This is what happens to children. They get accused of something, of being something, being the wrong thing, doing the wrong thing. I didn't change my hair. It's just, it changed. It went from very blonde, curly, to sort of more flat, browny color. But it's like, what did you do? I'm just me. So it's very often, you know, children are there together, maybe on a car ride, two kids sitting in the back seat, and they start making a noise and telling a story and shouting some song. Will you guys be quiet? Can you not be quiet? We're not doing anything. And it's true. While they were doing what they were doing, they were just doing it. And it wasn't an object, it was a free expression of how they were. What shall we stop doing? We're just playing. So children encounter the demand of the world to be someone, to be reliable, and especially to fit in, to attune to the rhythm of the family dynamic, the school dynamic, and so on. So, in relation to the equipoise, we have many rhythms running through us, which bring this agitation of, will I be approved of? Will I be criticized? How should I behave? They belong to the past. They belong to situations which are gone. And yet somehow they still echo through us, and they still bring to us this anxiety. Am I okay? And that links back to what I was saying earlier about the artificiality. We start to be able to check out what you want me to be, and then we provide that. Hopefully, we have all done this very consciously in a job interview. Because the interview panel are looking for something, but you're not quite sure what they're looking for. So you're trying to imagine what they're looking for, and you're saying, hey, I think I'm the one you want. Look, I can do this, I can do that. They're thinking, bloody hell, this is a performing monkey. Because it's an anxiety-provoking situation. I want the promotion, or I want a new job, I want more money, I need this, I need this. There's a lot at stake. But will they choose me? We don't know. So a lot of our artificiality is manipulation to try to align ourselves with the desire of the world. So this goes back to the authenticity. So the yogi in the cave, he is able to think, the sponsor is free. The sponsor can think whatever they think of me. Oh, nice. It is what it is. This is how I am. I'm not a housewife. I'm not required to keep my cave very neat and tidy. If you don't like it, that's fine. You won't be sponsoring any food for me in the future. I'll do something else. I'll go to another cave. I don't have to perform to meet your expectations. That is a huge, huge freedom, where we say, you are free to think of me whatever you like. Like me, not like me, be interested, not be interested. I don't need to think about you. Why? Because my thoughts about you don't reach you. You are not who I think you are. Is that true? Therefore, if I'm thinking about what you think of me, this is called semantic masturbation. It is non-connective. It doesn't produce anything. It's self-referential. Because I don't actually know how you are in this moment. and how you would be if you were able to respond openly and easily to how I am, as I take myself to be. So this is all saying, all these scripts you have learned, all these storylines that have been fed to you in the course of your education. In some ways, they are pathways of connectivity, they open doors, they allow you to operate in the world. But if you take them seriously, you become enslaved by what you take to be the expectation of others. And we can't please people all the time. So that's why in the Padma practice that some of us do, there's this praise to the guru of the three kayas, and it says, Machu Tetrala Machu Kiku. The Dharmakaya guru is unartificial and free of elaboration. So, not doing anything, it's just open and not elaborating, not no confectionery, no magical thinking, no need to perform. It's just as it is. So that's what we're trying to get with the sense of equipoise. I'm not for myself, so I need to convince you, and I'm not for you, so I need to work out what you would like. If we are relaxed and open and authentic, one of the things that happens is because we're not in the tunnel vision of my intention and my expectations, I got more sense of how you are. And that touches me. And I get a sense of being with you. And from that I can respond. So as I have said many times on different retreats, we are teaching this together. Without your attention, I wouldn't be teaching. So I look at you, I see your faces, I move my head around, tuning in, getting a sense of how you are. This is the medium out of which I speak. I am speaking we, not me. I don't have too much need to speak. If I wasn't here, I'd be in my bed because I'm fucking tired. But I am doing we. This is we. We connect. The energy of us, the Sangha, finding some value in this. This is the ground or the basis out of which the Dharma is taught. Because if nobody is interested, you don't need to say anything. So if you really see this, you have an active attention, and this attention allows you to open and receive more of whatever it is that I'm offering, and it also allows me to offer you more. So your openness of attention, my openness of offering, they pulse together. I'm receiving your energy as a group, how you are, how people's faces are, and this is how it manifests. This is a seamless movement of participation. And this is so important because it's not all up to me. So this, it cuts the idea of being an isolated ego. It cuts the loneliness of the ego self, because we are in this together. Some people have not had very easy family experiences or work experiences. Some work situations are desolate and very competitive and full of anxiety about getting sacked or getting promotion. Here we are. We are, because we want to be here. Nobody is forcing us to be here. And so we give ourselves into this opening. This is a rare and precious experience. We don't find it everywhere. I certainly didn't find it working in a hospital or even in my private practice, because people come with a lot of agenda. Our agenda is to open ourselves to Dharma so that it can shift our sense of self. So that's the nature of the equipoise, is to observe the forces that take you off balance. For the other, maybe too much. For yourself, withholding, keeping it precious. Too much. So equipoise is not a fixed state. You don't arrive at a state of balance. The balance he's talking about here is the balance that you have riding a horse or riding a bicycle. It's dynamic. You know, when you're riding a bicycle, you're making micro adjustments all the time because the road's like this and you have to swerve because there's a pothole and so on. It's a dynamic balance. This is a dynamic balance because the force field that you're in is pulsating. Different events are occurring. So he says, for whatever occurrence that arises that could separate you from the state of mind, pray to your guru and then meditate. And this is very powerful. You'll find this in tantric texts, in Mahamudra and Dzogchen texts. If you start to get lost, don't struggle to work it out on your own. Because that will turn it into a problem that you have. What is occurring is not unknown. It is a formation, which could be a formation of agitated excitement, a formation of sinking depression. There's different kinds of formations which can arise. However it is, pray to the Guru, Lama Kieno, Lama Kieno, Lama Kieno. Empty yourself into that. Help me, help me. And then dissolve. And if you get used to doing that, you can do it in 3 minutes. And it shifts you around. It tilts how you are. And it frees you from the entrapment in identification with limitation. Does that make sense? Yes. So this is a very, very useful practice. And what you're doing is you're not shifting yourself from one egoic state to another. You're shifting yourself out of the egoic state to the, excuse me, the openness. So then he says, if your mind is sinking, lift up your gaze and imagine you are in a bright open space. So, sometimes, especially maybe on a hot afternoon, if we're meditating, we seem to be sinking. Energy drains out of us. It's difficult to stay connected. So just lift your gaze, because when you look up, it opens you anyway. Look down, then look up. Look down, look up. It's kind of different, isn't it? If you look down, it sort of takes you into sort of somethingness. There's something apprehendable. When you look up, it's just, oh. And then just imagine that you're in an open space. Now, this is an intervention. This is a technique. This is artificial. This is not just relaxing into the openness of the mind. Why? Because you've got a little bit lost. You've gone off balance. You're feeling you're sinking. Don't take it too seriously, but just imagine you. Vast open plain, the sun is shining, there are many wonderful bushes flowering, there are wild geese flying across the sky. It's very beautiful. And then you go back into the practice. So the importance of this is these micro adjustments are designed to bring you back. So it's using the technique as a kind of osteopath who's trying to get you an alignment with your spine because there's some pressure and the discs are not performing very well, so you've got a tendency to tilt. So bring yourself back to centeredness by this open vision. And if you remember that you can do this, then you don't get trapped in a state. Oh, I always find that I'm sinking. But you can do this, then you see what happens. Then he says, for dullness. Dullness means that there is no felt sense of presence. There is a kind of disconnect, because it's as if you're in a cocoon of yourself. Nothing else matters, but that also means there is no stimulus, so the mind becomes a little dull. It's just here. Many people, when they meditate, are sitting in a state of dullness. I can sit with an empty mind for hours. This has no benefit. This is said to lead to rebirth as an animal. You're like a cow in a field. It's not that you want to stop experience, you want to stop merging in experience, reacting to experience, but the idea that there would just be nothing. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't take you anywhere. So when you have that kind of situation, he says, revert to your prior different state and stay mindful of that. That is to say, you have slipped into this state. When you're in it, as with many mental states, they feel eternal. Very often people would come to therapy and they say, I don't know what's happened to me, but I'm always sad. Always sad? Really? Always sad? No, it's not true. So the statement or the conclusion becomes a crudity of presence, so that you don't engage with the nuances of what's actually arising and passing. So he's saying, if you find yourself in that state where you're just kind of dull, I haven't always been here. This is not the eternal truth of me. This is not the limit of my capacity. So he says, revert or go back to how it was before. Then relax into the out-breath. Maybe you do several out-breaths. You could even do a pet if you wanted to. But you don't stay in these states of stuckness, because they can go on for a long time and you become habituated to them. You end up being schizoid and unable to relate to other people. If you are agitated, you have gone astray, so lower your gaze and make the aspect of relaxation your priority. So the openness of your mind is like this big fire and sparks going off in all directions. If you're getting a bit overwhelmed by the movement of the mind, lower your gaze. That settles you, that lowers the tempo of your experience. And then he says, and focus on the aspect of relaxation. So that means you have a sense of your body. You may find that you're tense. If you're tense, you can get up, you can move, you can do some stretches, you can touch your toes. This is in the meditation. You can maintain the state of meditation and move your body. It's not that you leave the meditation, because meditation means sitting and just being focused and not moving. That's not very helpful. You get up, and in order to maintain the state of openness, I move and release the tension that's pulling me tight, because that tightness is cutting me off from the field of experience. If you look at the book Simply Being, 2 of the later chapters are about problems in meditation. And they say things very, very similar to this. Because problems come with meditation. We find ourselves at the limit of our capacity. And in one of them, Pater Rinpoche is saying, don't despair, don't worry. You know, he says, some great meditators say, I feel sinking and depressed all the time, I can't do anything, I don't make any progress in meditation. He says, don't worry, don't concern yourself. Stay with the one who is sinking. Okay? Staying with the one who is sinking is not merging into it. The with is it's sort of like the Yab-Yum in the statue. You are with the experience. So in Dzogchen we have the famous 3 statements or 3 sentences from Garab Dorji. And it says, the first one is, stay on some of the terms don't come into language very easily, but stay on the essence. This essence is Rang Shao, which means your own face. So, own face means like the face you had before you were born. Your face is something you don't see, but you have. So just as you don't see the mirror itself, you see the reflection, you don't see your own face. You are your face, and your face is showing out. What is this face? It is the open ground, which is the source of all that arises in samsara and nirvana. And he says, stay on this. And he uses a technical term, talk to, which means on the point, right on the point. So if we remember, we don't want to be in the 3 times, we don't want to be here and there, we want to be in here and now. So we go exactly on here and now. It's not about merging in it, we're here. We're on here. I found a great difficulty when I was translating this, and I had many, many questions to Siya Lama. And we tried many ways of exploring it, but I couldn't get the point. He said, if you were to go back to your mother's house, and you go into a room, as you open the door, you're present on that room. That room and you awaken to being, oh. You're not having to think about it. It's just, like this. Oh. You're on the point. As it is, here am I. So I'm not having to cogitate about it, work it out. It's not the problem. I'm just with this. So this is this is very, very important, because if you can settle on the point of the emergence of the experience, this frees you from the duality of subject and object, and you don't have the turbulence of the mind. So that's what Garab Dorji is saying. Stay exactly on this revelation of the face, and the face has 2 aspects. It is empty, which is the primordial purity, and it has Hlundrup, which is the immediate arising of experience. And in each of these phrases, of these statements of Garab Dorji, the term talk to is there, which is meaning just be on the point. Don't add, don't subtract, don't do anything with it. It is as it is. It is intrinsic. Be with it. You don't have to make it. You can't lose it. You can't buy it. You can't sell it. It just is. So that's something very useful. Are there any questions? Yeah. Do we have this machine? Yeah, it's there. Okay.
Question that may be a bit of a case of sophistry because I'm trying to understand states of meditation, which relates to what Woody asked earlier and your teachings right now. The question is Rigpa awareness the perception or the awareness of the ground, or the awareness that allows for the awareness of the ground to occur? And is the awareness of the ground the same thing that Garb Dorje calls tawa?
Tawa as in root? Tawa as in...
As in the... Dharma...
Not Tawa.
Tawa. Tawa meaning like view.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the tawa would be the view.
The view.
Okay. Yeah, right. Again, it's funny sort of language, isn't it? Because awareness of the ground, when the ground is the awareness. So to be aware of the ground is to be aware of emptiness, which is not anything to catch. So this is where you see the difference between consciousness, which takes an object, and awareness, which is simply the presence. To say that it's presence of the ground, as soon as you have that linguistic formulation, it's very difficult, because the language always brings us back to a subject-object structure of formulation. And this is not the subject-object. We're just there. So imagine you're on holiday. You're lying on the beach. You have nothing to do. Maybe you had a good lunch, bottle of wine, lying on the beach. The water's lapping. No people playing beach ball or jumping up and down. Very peaceful. This is occurring. This is occurring. There's movement arising and dissolving. I don't have to do anything with it. It's not challenging me in any way. This is the openness. So in that moment, you have an awareness of the empty mind in its display. So that's what I was saying earlier. Even when you do the dissolving, the time where you have empty mind is not great. And if it does endure, you've got the wrong kind of emptiness. You've got a dullness. You're in a kind of fugue. You're in a absorption which is disconnected. But so there's this famous story of Pato Rinpoche, who had a student who studied with him for many years. And he heard the teachings again and again, and he did the practice he could do. And after 20 years, he came to Rinpoche and said, I have been doing it again and again, but I don't get anywhere. Pato Rinpoche said, don't worry, we go for a walk. So they went outside, out of the monastery. It was a nice evening. He said, oh, this is a nice place. Let's lie down. He said, do you hear the dog? Dog, yes. Do you see the moon? Yes. This is Rigpa. This is awareness. You're not doing anything with it. It's immediately clear this is a dog. You're not thinking what kind of dog, or why is it barking or anything. It's just something emerges and vanishes. There's the moon. Oh. It's the which brings you on the point. And most of the time we're off the point. We miss the beat. And then we are either ahead of it or behind it. So we're going into the future or the past. So when the state of Rigpa is empty and full simultaneously, and rarely do you get empty, but the fullness is the emptiness. The fullness of the mirror, the fact that the mirror's got complex reflections arising in it, is exactly the emptiness of the mirror. Because if the mirror wasn't empty, it wouldn't show all of that. So the emptiness of the mind is showing itself in the complexity of what arises. So trying to separate the two, yeah, but I just want the open, empty mind, and then I'll be sure. The proof is the something. the arising, the ungraspable arising, is the energy of the empty mind. They are not two different things. You can't separate them. Now, of course you can separate them by being unaware. This is what unawareness is. In unawareness, the ground which is permeating what's arising is not attended to, and what's attended to is the somethingness of this moment. So if we go back to this example I've given before, you go to look in the mirror. Oh, that's me. Now, that is unawareness, because you think, oh, that's my face. Oh my God, what's wrong? My eyes look so tired. You start a commentary on your invention of the meaning of this image. But if you go to the mirror and say, oh, a reflection. This is a form which is showing, which is not different from the emptiness of the mind itself. Then the reflection and the openness of the mirror are not separated. But as soon as you take the reflection to have a referent, which is me, this is my face, you get the dislocation in which there is something which is other than the illusory manifestation within the mirror. So as soon as you got the notion of something, you build on that something. You like yourself, you don't like yourself, you try to improve yourself or change yourself, whatever it would be. It gives you a task, and you mobilize to the task, and then the wheel of samsara continues. So the mind itself is always all this. What does it mean? Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. Because meaning, as we understand it in duality, is a demand. You come home from school with your report card. When your parents look at it, it means you have to try harder. That's what it means. That's why you get this low score. But I do try hard. Well, the teacher doesn't seem to think so. But I do. Well, you have to do what the teacher says. So you're brought into the mobilization of energy on the basis of meaning. So if we go back to what we looked at, the two truths, the absolute truth, Dondam Ki Demba, the unchanging truth, is the truth that there is nothing to be done. So nothing to be done is another way of saying Dzogpa Chempo. It's complete. It is what it is. It doesn't need any manufacture or improvement or any ornamentation. So that's like a kind of litmus test. It's a sort of touchstone that you can have, that if I'm coming to a conclusion that I should do more meditation, or I get distracted very easily, or I don't seem to be making any progress in this, and you want to do something different, this is a sign you're in the dualistic consciousness under the power of the ego. But if we just stay with it, however it is, it comes as it comes, and it's heavy, and it's dull, and it's not going anywhere, stay with the one who is sinking. So you, instead of being on the side of the one who is sinking and making your commentary, I'm not happy with this, this is shit, I've been meditating all these years, and why is my mind still like this, and it's so disappointing, and I shouldn't be like this. All these thoughts increase the separation of subject and object. So relax, the mind is dull, this is where I am. This is a very strange thing. No matter how shitty your experience, if you stay right with or on, present with your experience without judging it, it dissolves and opens. But if you stand in relation to it and evaluate it with some hierarchical value, then you're on an endless treadmill of shifting and changing. So this is fundamental to the practice. Do less. Don't interfere. It is how it is. Not it is what it is. You haven't a clue what the fuck it is. Something is occurring. All sorts of experiences are occurring. You just stay with how it is, because how it is arising and passing, arising and passing. You don't need to do anything with it. How should it be? That depends. Go and ask someone. Who will I ask? Well, there is a Jesuit in Rome who knows many things. You recognize him. He wears a very white cloak and his little white hat. He's not Nyingma. You go and ask someone. Who should we ask? Read a philosophical book. Read something on neuroscience. What's happening to my amygdala when I'm meditating? That's a very good question for a PhD student who's career-oriented, but it's no use for you. You're just sitting. Don't interpret. Don't add. So we go back to that first line in the praise of Padmasambhava, Macha Tetra Lama Chikiku. The Dharmakaya Guru is unartificial and unelaborating. It's not doing anything. It's not seeing potential in what arises as something to work with and improve. What it sees is the potential of emptiness is just this, and just this, and just this, as is. But we see it as if that there is something here that we could do with it. We could change it, we could develop it. So this is the strange thing. The activity that drives samsara is the activity of the felt sense that I need to do something. I won't float. I know that, so I have to keep swimming and swimming and swimming, and every day you're swimming through the different aspects of your life, doing what's required, getting things done on time, pleasing other people, swimming, swimming. And then finally you're so tired, old, and you drown. And then you're born back in another ocean and swimming. You're not even a fish. A fish would have an easier life. But you are a human being swimming and swimming. Yeah? So that's like all the time you're making yourself. The ego invents itself. It feels condemned to invent itself. It's like the myth of Sisyphus, who's condemned to roll this boulder up to the top of the hill. It rolls back down, you roll it back up again. This is hellish. If you think of how many years you spent pleasing other people, people at work, parents and so on, trying to be what they wanted, trying to do things in the right way. Very, very difficult. The first experience I had of therapy was when I joined this drama therapy group for unemployed people, as I was when I just come back from India. I was living in a squat, I had no money, I had 2 kids, it was not a happy time. And I went to have an interview with this woman, and after about 10 minutes she said, "I don't think you could be a therapist, James." No. I'm looking at her. Sweetheart, darling, Padmasambhava, change the mind of this woman, change the mind of this woman. And after more talking, she said, "Okay, well, we'll try you for a week, see how you go on." And then I did a lot of different kinds of therapy. But these moments are important in life because there's a gatekeeper. However you think you are, the world has a shape, and you come to these checkpoints. Will you get through or not? And the people judging you, they have their own beliefs. They're seeing through the filters of their beliefs, their habits, their desires. And if you don't fit, you don't get in. So that's the happenstance of life. That's how our karma manifests. We, as human beings, we live in a world of judgment. We judge what other people do, and they judge us. And this brings our life up to the surface as a performativity, so we are aware that we are being evaluated all the time. This is like some ghastliness of the old East Germany with the Stasi everywhere, keeping files on you and checking out how you're doing. It's terrible. Like we have this saying, an actor is only as good as his last review. That's scary, because if you have a performance and you screw up, maybe you don't get any more work. So this is the anxiety of the ego. So the text is saying, don't get caught up in these positionings where you seem to be able to define how you are. You seem to have come to some conclusion about who you are. Every conclusion is a lie. So shift out of conclusions, shift out of assumption, and be present with the arising as it comes. Because the conclusion is always a cognition. It's a thought about what is occurring. It comes after the fact. Thoughts, analysis is always after the fact. It's not on the point. On the point is awareness, because awareness is the light of the mind. It doesn't shift. The conclusion is generated by dualistic consciousness, which is looking at the evidence and coming to a conclusion. Dualistic consciousness is out of immediate time, and awareness is always in immediate time. So if you really get the felt sense of this, it gives you a very good touchstone. And remember, these two are not radically different. Consciousness, the root of consciousness is shepa, to know. The root of knowing is knowing how it is. But by this torque, this twist which is brought about by egoic formation, we move towards knowing something, building something, doing something, creating something, rather than being with how it is. Consciousness cannot be with how it is because it is a commentarial device, a productive device, an engaged device for generating value. It's trying to achieve something. But it is what it is. It's the same thing. They're both kinds of knowing. Awareness knows the ground and all that arises in the ground. So that's important. These two come together. You don't lose anything by relaxing in awareness. Your mind is even brighter and clearer. Knowledge comes. You don't have to plan your life so much. But consciousness is consciousness of something, of formations, of entities, conclusions about yourself. My mind is too dull. I don't know what to do. I should stop meditating, and so on. All these endless conclusions that arise, and it doesn't see the open ground because consciousness deals with what has happened. And when you look at what has happened, there's already a somethingness, a reification, and what's missing is the how it happens. So when we sit openly with our mind, we see thoughts come and they go. They come and they go. What is a thought? Oh, it's a coming and a going. That's how it is. It arises and vanishes. Arises and vanishes. Oh, that sounds like a very reliable basis for your existence. Really? Do you think so? I don't think so. I'm not so sure. I heard that in Dzogchen they don't do that. So it's not that you block the thought, you don't take refuge in it, you don't rest on it as if it was something. Now, what is the substance of the thought? Because we all believe in things and we rest our life on things. We say, I am this kind of person. I say, I'm a psychotherapist. What does that mean? Could mean any kind of thing. Somebody who cheats people, tells them stories, keeps them in therapy for years and years and years. Well, you are my pension plan, I love you. So, could be. There are many frauds in the world of therapy. I am a therapist. Not all the time. I used to be. I still could be. What is it to be a therapist? Oh, I sit in a room with people and I listen to what they say, and then I say something, and sometimes I don't say very much. I often say what they don't want to hear. That doesn't sound too difficult. No, actually it's not too difficult, but we have a huge professional edifice that keeps polishing it and making it seem very important. Which is true. So, when you have an identity, you're doing something, you're maintaining something, you're presenting something, you're enacting something, you're performing something. When we look directly at the mind itself, there are no things. So this is a very interesting question which you could pursue for yourself if you're interested. What is the thingness of the thing? What is the substance of the thought? So if I say to one of you, listen, you're just a fucking waste of space, bugger off, I don't know why you're here, just fuck off. Probably a little bit upset. It's not a very nice thing to say. Is he talking about me? What does he see in me that is so bad? Just an idea. Just an old man blethering. Don't take it seriously. Well, we do take it seriously. He's defining me. He doesn't like me. Then the key question is, what is the referent? What does this statement, you're a fucking waste of space, what does it refer to? To me. Where is my ego? Who is the one that is being described? I am sight of impermanence. This is what we looked at earlier, stupidity or mental dullness, the first of the 5 poisons. We don't get it. We imagine there's something substantial, and that's why we get quacked. Somebody says, fuck off, I don't love you anymore, I've never loved you. Whoa, it's crying and very upset. I didn't realize, why didn't you tell me earlier? This kind of tragedy happens a lot. Who are they talking about? I've never loved you. Whoa, that's probably not true. That's a story you're formulating now to make it easier for you to leave, because now you want to fuck Billy. Okay? Fucking Billy is maybe very nice, but it's not got very much to do with me. No, I've never loved you. You know these actions. So what is the referent? What is being referred to? Is there an existent, a thing which is there, an actual ego? The ego is a site of formation. It's a nexus where various vectors of possibility, thought, feeling, memory, sensation arise, meet together, and you get a turbulence. Like if you're at the sea, sometimes you see little whirlpools. Just the water is going round and round and round. This is like the ego. It's dynamic. It's not a fixed thing. So if somebody says, I don't love you, which one don't you love? I am multiple. I'm not just one person. Probably the person you don't love is the person I was yesterday. But it feels very serious. It feels when somebody says something as if they've stabbed you through the heart and they've pinned you and they've got your number. But when you meditate and you observe yourself, you don't have no number. This is not Auschwitz. There ain't no tattoo. You're not nailed down. You're not an object. The mind is shifting and changing. So this is so important. When we catch ourselves in a conclusion, or we catch someone else in a conclusion, it's like grasping water. The water runs through your fingers. It's as if you've caught the uncatchable. It is as if. This is an imaginal activity because you can't catch the uncatchable. The ego is not a thing that can be caught. but it is as if it is, because I project into you the identity I take you to have, and then I'm speaking to my own projection. You exist. I know what you're like. I know what you're like. My image of you is the truth of you. Nobody's ever told you this before. It's very important you hear. Wow. That's one arrogant person. I've got your number. I know the truth about you. Really? Who am I? So we go back to the question. Not who am I, not what am I. We just tilt it slightly. How am I? Stay with the how, and you stay close to the dynamic of arising and vanishing, arising and vanishing. And then you realize that this whole construction of reification, solidification, separation, definition, construction is all the imagination. It's the imagined. And as we touched on earlier, you can imagine all kinds of things politically. You can imagine that Brazil is in need of modernization and development, and what's holding us back are these few naked people out there in the jungle. For God's sake, can't we kill them? We're going to send in the people who want to get gold, because that's so, and they want to plant soya, and they want to develop our country so that we have a future, because we have many people in the cities and they need food. So kill these scum. That's a, sotto voce. That's just under the breath of what many people believe. And that's deadly, because it's a conclusion. They're not like me. I don't want to be like them. Let's get rid of them. We see this everywhere. And it can happen in a very rough form, like I described, or in a very subtle form. Because I am seeking people who approve of me and confirm my identity. That's the egos. If you love me, you'd agree with me. Perhaps not. The reason I disagree with you is because I love you. Well, I don't need that kind of love. You've got the wrong love. It's not very sweet. So that's just about our time for today. But I invite you to observe when you come to conclusions about the food or about being here, the climate, whatever it is, whenever you seem to be arriving at the end of a sentence with a full stop. Is it true? Because you've landed. Something seems to have formed. It's a process. Stay with the process, and these forms will dissolve back like little bits of ice dissolving into the warm water. But if you come to the conclusion and you hold to the conclusion, then you will get the clash between bits of ice. Okay? So we go for food now.